and all that rot.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
Two video tapes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm throwing up the entire thing, and you know, as long as I get either a text file or like a picture of the schedule, I'll put everybody's start times. It'll take me a couple of days.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what
It's worth it.
That's what we did last year. Yeah. All right. That's really good.
Oh, okay.
Really good.
It looks like it.
Morning already, yes. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on your point of view and what time zone your psyche may be in today. This is the 28th. Wow, we are a bloody institution, aren't we? The 28th alternative New Year's Day spoken word performance extravaganza. Give yourselves a hand for being out here. All right, so we've got a whole bunch of fine readers here. We're going to be doing this till 10 o'clock this evening. A lot of the scheduled readers for 2 to 3 are here already, and some scheduled readers for further on. And we'll be introducing you throughout. If you're not a scheduled reader and you showed up and you'd like to read, we do an open mic, which we'll scatter as we can at the top of the hour, unless we're running really behind. We might skip an hour or two, but we'll get to you eventually. And Peter Kozlowski, our sound person there, is holding up the sign-up sheet. So if you would like to be on the open, sign yourself up. Hopefully at 3 o'clock we'll put a couple of folks up there. So, most of you are veterans of this August institutional reading, but we'll go over the ground rules anyway. So, everyone gets 3 minutes. If you're a scheduled reader, you get 3 minutes to do anything you bloody want, because there ain't no censorship in this place, I can tell you that. And if you're on the open mic, you get 3 minutes to do anything you bloody want. This is democracy in action. Poetry democracy in action. Now, some folks may be thinking, well, yeah, I know, it's 3 minutes for other people, but you know, this is me, and you don't mean 3 minutes for me. Well, yeah, we mean you too. So, this is how we're going to do it. At the mark of 2 minutes and 50 seconds, you'll see a flag waving, which we'll demonstrate momentarily there. So when you see that, you've got about 10 seconds to go, so think about skipping ahead to your last line or wrapping up whatever it is you may be doing there. So you don't have to leave immediately when you see that flashing, when you see the flag wave, but at the exact 3-minute moment, and yes, this is timed, the sound effects will come in. So,
go on as long as need be.
Peter always comes up with something interesting every year, so as you can see, we will make it bloody impossible for you to go on past 3 minutes, so don't even think about it. But if you do, well, you'll get drowned out, and you can finish the poem next year, I guess, or at some other point. So, be forewarned. All right, so let me introduce myself and the fine folks, because this doesn't just happen. This is like 4 months of planning for this to go on. So for those of you who don't know, and for that matter, those of you who do know, I'm Pete DOLACK, and I'm the lead organizer, whatever title somebody wants to put on me. So, very pleased to keep this going. Bruce Weber started this in 1995 in the Cafe Nico, a loft up above the Pyramid Club on Avenue A, and he said that he didn't know if anybody was going to show up, and instead everybody showed up. Yep. And it's become an institution ever since. And I myself, I've been at every one of these since the second one, and I was only at the first one because I wasn't in New York. I arrived in New York a few weeks after that. So I remember coming to the first time and just being amazed, like, wow, what an amazing event. And never imagined I would be tapped on the shoulder to keep it going someday. But it's certainly not only me, believe me. It is not only me. There's a lot of fine folks who make this thing happen. There's Madeline Artenberg. Yeah. yes. Peter Kozlowski. Edie Champagne has joined us this year. And we put together this incredible set, Sue Paulo. Give her a special hand. Boy, is this a work of art or what? And Thad Witkowski will be joining us a little bit later. Eleanor Lytle is with us. And so a whole bunch of really fine folks. Doug COLLURA is a wonderful help to keep things set up here. And Robert Roth, who's also here, and we'll be hearing from him very, very soon here. So we have a whole group of people who really put this thing together. And everybody does it out of love and respect to keep this thing going because, you know, we ain't making any money out of this. This is a free event. We will be passing around the hat time to time. Ellen has a hat all prepared for this, so if you can, donations are welcome. We do have costs on putting on this event. If you're broke and can't do it, it's okay. We're glad you're here. It's a free event. That's part of the ethic of this event, that it's always free. But if you had the wherewithal to chip in a few bucks as the hat is passed around, it would definitely be appreciated. So, with that, without further ado, let us get on with the reading because we have lots of fine folks. So let me read off. First few folks are here. Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright is up next. He'll be up momentarily. Barbara Clark, not here in person, but Heidi Russell will be reading for her, and Heidi herself will be here. Wayne KRAL is with us, followed by Linda Lerner, who's not with us just yet. Big Mike and Tina Chan we'll be hearing from, and there's plenty more folks to come in this 2 to 3 hour, and then subsequent hours to come. We're doing this until 10 o'clock, because that's what we do. So, Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright is a new romantic poet, artist, author of 19 books of verse and publisher of Live Mag. His work is included in the 2023 Best American Poetry Anthology. Well, that's damn impressive. Come on up here, let's hear it from you.
Thank you, my man. Thank you so much. Where's Edie Champagne? Take my picture right now. Where did she go? Come on, look at this. Beautiful, right? Thank you everybody so much. So my poem today is called Mantra Ray, which I got mixed up with the fish. I thought it was called a mantra ray. And then there's man ray in there, and then there's the idea of a ray gun of mantras. Mantra ray. Wild bells practice the scales of icicles. Fallen, the snow has nowhere to go, dressed in white ermine, ruling the cold. A black Russian holds Ron hostage. My friends walk a wire of braided shine. You are my hope, my despair, my sole purpose. You are a plurality. We are one. The peasants are revolting. Let them eat pheasant. One person's dinner is another's labor. Tomorrow spins a coin best left unspent. We all subsist on borrowed favor. I am but a teller of words, my mantra a contrail in a bottle of blue nebula. Happy New Year.
Okay, that was Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright. And next up, we're going to hear the words of Barbara Clark, a longtime resident of the West Village. She's a poet and painter whose extensive body of work deals with war and its impact. So Heidi Russell reading for Barbara Clark.
Yay.
Come on now. You don't have any energy, we just started.
Thank you, Pete and Sue and Edie and everybody else. Barbara Clark is a great friend, a poet, painter, as we mentioned, and I'm going to read 2 poems, hopefully under 3 minutes here. A little closer? Here we go. Okay. Miracles. Water into wine, bread and dishes multiplied, incarnation shimmering on the waters and feathers, floating across the desert to its dry edge, where the sea startles the parched world. And we, rising with fingers and wings flexed at the waiting sun, break our hunger and climbing from the rocks, walk on water. On the chill backs of fishes, see our faces, our wings steady over the fields of water, the broad leaves of our hands filling each other, incandescence, a sun god above us. Jerusalem in the sky, no memory of hunger, the cold wind stirring the night. Locked out once, we do not go again to that place, but in the journey of wine and bread, we pasture ourselves in the sea. The rough clothes turn to feathers or scales or flesh, 3 into 1, and so sharing we call. Eat, eat, of the growing that comes from our blood. This incarnation steadies the water. The desert breaks its rocks into fire. We are multiplied. Well, I got one more, 7 papers. 3 minutes? Yeah. I still have. Premature. Get an extra 10,000 stuff. Another poem. She has over 100 poems in this book. So, courage. I try to measure it. In the morning it is small, pinched in dread. God knows what I dreamt to make it this way. As I lift off the bed, talking to it, I swear I hear the pump go on, and the large electric glitter fills my brain with courage. I dress. It's expanding, big red arterial flower. Courage, courage. And it goes down into the coffee, which boils with fearlessness. My heart starts banging like a strong oak staff, thumping, thumping on the kitchen floor. My breath beats its measure, and together I am light, a dirigible, a swimmer, flyer, courageous. Sailing out the door with courage, courage, my bird call, wide-winged song, great distances, great heart, immeasurable lift into the blood-red clouds. They too have arteries and pour themselves out every morning, no matter what. Courage.
That was the words of Barbara Clark, and now reading on her own behalf, Heidi Russell is an anthropological photographer, indie publisher, and curator, and founder of the International Women Artists Salon. This piece was created while on an artist residency in Berlin. Hold our hands together for Heidi Russell.
Did I start my 3 minutes here?
Not yet. Stuff was fussing going on.
So this is my first ever poetry reading of my work. As I talked about, these are pictures taken in Berlin at a residency, and please, each phrase is a picture. Try to imagine what you might see. Portraits of Berlin. A reflection, see me, explosion of senses, see you, see me, a reflection. Golden patina allure, succulent breasts, raised limb, inviting to paradise within. Zeus and Apollo, shouldering with grace, your archway. Open door, unafraid, I look in. Willow's shadowy spear, showering over the Garden of Eden. Roars of cheers. She watches. What are you doing? She sings upon Juliet's balcony. Here I wait, forever your prince. Diamonds are forever, caged, time ticking at 62 Ring Dan. Why did I leave Berlin? Drowning in tears. Heart, Berlin. Berlin rocks. Slept your tea. Invisible sound of your footsteps with cane and rhythm. Tree of life, hide your true identity unknown. A heavenly wash of evening light reaches to open its gates to welcome me in. Ring, ring, are you there? Hands of time spin with skies hue from deep within capitalist's dungeon. Day's end, foot upon his labors, honey, I'll be home soon. Night's lit wonder, what shall I buy? At my rotunda bay, a trio of angelic portals quietly cry out questions from within. Navigating a darkened path, lovers, friends, strangers side by side. Joy, questions, delectable scents mingle within my ear. Linked by common desire, we arrive for the rest. To save your journey's bliss, 2 lights by night, you welcome us in. Looking back, please don't block our way. Daybreak, wonders to explore. Hallelujah, set we off, we are free. Upon your stool I wait, come take me away. More streets' desires scream at me. Walking alone the quiet streets of night, secrets revealed, serenity punctuated, laughter, whirl of passing cycles, sweet whispers from curtains pulled back, listen with my mind's eye, dimensions explode, listen, you and I. Thank you.
Right on time there. That was Heidi Russell. Give her a hand. Actually making her alternative debut, and keep those hands in motion for Wayne KRAL. Wayne KRAL is a Manhattan-based artist, songwriter, and performer. He's the producer, host of First Floor Woke Up Reading Series, and here he comes now.
Come on, Sheree.
Thank you. This is called Barbara. Except the time she was in the library, she was having sex. The only problem is I only run into her in the library. This is called The Fiddler. She'll be glad when I'm dead, then we can be friends again. She won't have me around to remind her of the money she borrowed and never paid back, of friending my friends and unfriending me. Yeah, she'll be glad when I'm dead. Now she can just convince the landlord that I meant to put her on the lease. This is called my block. I've been an eyesore on my block for the last week, even though I've lived here for 35 years. I asked, what's up with that? They said, we've never seen you before. This is called Wish List. My upstairs neighbors have a 3-year-old, and I wish they would teach her how to walk. I mean, I know she can run and scream and jump up and down and shout and gallop from room to room like a herd of wild ponies, but man, do I wish they would teach her how to walk. This is called Pigeons. Rats with wings, shit for brains, evolution's remorse. If startled, they don't fly, they run. Pigeon pleasure or humiliation. I saw a pigeon on a 3rd floor fire escape, shit on a pigeon on a 2nd floor fire escape. And the 60s. Remember the 60s, when we were young and carefree, no worries, no concerns, everything looked so bright up ahead. I don't mean the decade 60s, I mean our 60s. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Wayne KRAL, who, by the way, had a wonderful feature of the one-on-one reading, the Artemis reading, this past Sunday. If you weren't there, you missed a good reading. Let's do a bit of attendance here. Linda Lerner is scheduled next, but is not among us today. Well, hopefully she will be popping in a little bit later. Oh, she just came in? All right, well, we'll give her a little bit of time to get settled in. So momentarily we'll hear from Mitch CORBER, who's taping for us today. Then Big Mike and Tina Chen will hear RAFAELA Billini. Are you among us? All right, good to see you there. Hello. Bonafina Rojas. Are you among us? Once, twice, apparently not so far, perhaps coming in. Peter MARRA.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just wanted to say that...
there you go. I was looking in the wrong direction. Okay, and believe me, that does not exhaust the list. we are just getting started here. So Mitch Corber, of course, is the producer of Thin Air Video, and he's around a lot, and looks like he's got something special for us. So give a warm alternative welcome for Mitch Corber.
I thought I'd go the romantic route today. This is by request. It's an old song of mine, a love song. Loving makes the man, long as time provides. I'll give you what I can. Loving makes the man. Loving heals the heart when emptiness arrives. You give me what you can. Loving makes the man. If I catch for you a bag of dreams, will love begin to grow? Is it love or just the greater need? I never really know. Loving makes the man, as long as time provides. I'll give you what I can. Loving makes the man. If I catch for you a bag of dreams, will love begin to grow? Is it love or just the greater need? I'll never really know. Loving makes the man, as long as time provides. You give me what you can. Loving makes the man. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, and that was Mitch Corber. Give him another hand. And next up is Big Mike, who has waived his right to a bio, but for most of us, he doesn't really need an introduction because he's been around the poetry scene pretty much forever, and he brings his own unique slice of life voice to the poetry scene, and he's going to belt it out, so turn your attention to the back there. So, big hand for Big Mike.
The grateful dead. The daughter of her next lover texted me on Christmas Eve to relate to me the sad news that her mother has died. She was holding a stuffed animal with Big Mike written on it when she passed in her sleep. I was thankful that she had reached out to me before I could read about her passing in the obituary column of the New York Times. She then texted me a handwritten copy of her mother's final poem, a piece about how she wanted to blind herself with the brooch, like Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, before she died, to blot out all beauty from her eye. You had to descend before you could rise. No funeral, no memorial service, only a simple cremation, just like her father, the literary lion and longtime staff writer at the New Yorker before her. She wanted to expire like an exhaled breath. I loved her. I know, and she loved you too. A few days later, another friend reached out to me via text, to confirm or deny a rumor that I had died. Say it ain't so, Big Mike. I assured him that the rumors of my recent demise had been greatly exaggerated. He texted me back apologizing for the oversight. He said it was all a big mistake. It was Jimmy Carter who had died instead. I guess that makes the Grim Reaper nothing but a fame whore. Sorry about the follow-up, Big Mike. Better luck next time. An ex-girlfriend of mine then texted me, notifying me that Jimmy Carter had died at age 100. All I could text back was, "I'm next." Many years ago, there was a Deadpool circulated from the downtown art star scene, betting on who amongst them would be the first to go. Big Mike was picked as the odds-on favorite. He's the one who's got the most enemies, the one who's escaped death the most times already. His number has got to be up. A meme appears on social media showing octogenarian rocker Keith Richards visiting the gravesite of a doctor who had given the Rolling Stones guitar player 6 months to live. Back in 1978, Keith flashes the two-finger peace sign, which in Britain means "fuck you," the American equivalent to the middle finger salute. I'm just grateful that this year is drawing to an end and a new one is promising to begin. At age 78, stand-up comic Richard Belzer from his deathbed in Toulouse, France, gasped out his dying last words. "Fuck you, motherfucker!" And when I finally do go, I want a traditional Viking funeral. But instead of a flaming longboat with my favorite dog sacrificed and laid at my feet, I want a burning rowboat on Central Park Lake and a dead rabid raccoon hanging from the stern by its tail. Or instead of embalming fluid, I want to be stuffed with crab meat and displayed in perpetuity in the raw suitcase of Zabar's on the Upper West Side with the epitaph, "He was simply delicious, even until the very end."
All right, well, we're no hurry for that day. That was Big Mike. All right, next up is Tina Chan. Tina Chan's poems exhibit resilience and optimism from struggles. Her work is a story of her life, narrating her perspective for the unseen to see. Hands together and a warm alternative welcome for Tina Chan.
I cannot stop thinking of what we were, the life we had. Time is a brazen serial thief. If I were able to turn back time, if I were able to change what is, if I were able to start over, to make different decisions, only if I can. I remember how you always judged me. I remember the struggles. I remember how we were. I remember the bad times. I remember the good times. I remember the lives lived. I was once young. I was once happy and alluring. How seen to hold steadfast these memories. Rewind time, repair the present, retrieve the moments, reset the results, rewrite the narrative, be the protagonist of my story. Combat the antagonists, only if I can. My achievements shadow my underperformance. Under intense scrutiny and criticism, raise situational awareness for control. The pain hurts after the fall. The reckoning begins. The rumination of what we can be. But through it all, I managed to stand from the fall. Was it worth it all? Happy New Year.
That was Tina Chan. All right, our next contestant is Rafaela Billini, who has waived her right to a bio, and I'm not familiar with her work, but she comes to us courtesy, correct me if I'm wrong, of Myrna Nieves, who curated some very fine poets here, although Myrna herself can't be here because of a family obligation. So one of the beauty parts of this is we all get to discover new poets we haven't heard before. So let's discover together Rafaela Billini.
Happy New Year. I am humbled to be in your presence and with so many published and well-known poets. This is dedicated to those members of SGI, Soka Gakkai International. I'm a member. I chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, just coming from our New Year's Day service. What we chant, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, is called Daimoku. It is our mystic law. It changed my life 31 years ago. And this is called, dedicated to the Bodhisattvas of the earth, I feel your strength. Every time we come together and proclaim our faith in the mystic law, I hear your voice that sings a song of joy and peace so needed during these troubling times. A song so full of you that warms my heart. I feel your strength. And as the sun rises and it glows amidst the morning sky and the day begins and it shines like a baby smile, so full of wonder and anticipation of its mother's love. I hear your voice that sings a song of tenderness that takes away the pain, so sweet, so soothing. What a happy day. I feel your strength. Daimoku is the essence of your valor and courage to face the world and change it, to face your life and change it. Even in what could be your deepest moment of despair, you are fierce in your determination that victory is in your hands. Unshakable faith in everything you do and everything you say, in every song you sing, so full of you, devoid of doubt that you are a treasure, devoid of doubt that you are a Buddha. Every time I hear your voice that sings, I know that I knew you once before. Oh yes, we rose together, and here in this place, in West Beth, we rise again, and that is why today I say, I feel your strength. Thank you, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Rafaela. Thank you for being a part of the event this year. That's always great when we get to discover new voices. Okay, next up is Peter Marra, who has also waived his right to be to have a bio. You know, there's no need to be shy. It's nice to be able to say things about him, but you know, some people just want to go up and do it without a lot of to do. So we will respect the wishes. So put your hands together. A warm alternative welcome for Peter Marra.
Thank you. Actually, I think I forgot to send you the bio. That's what it's about. I have a new book coming out in January called A Dirty Diary of Ordinary Days. It's about my escapades in the East Village and Times Square of the late 70s, early 80s. And this piece is called Home Movies. And you have to imagine two adult film actresses at that time having a discussion. Roll the film back for double exposure. Come on, show it to me. Black Widow nuns like Perry Smith's Curse. He was one of the killers of the Clutter family. Can't remember the name of the movie, you know it, In Cold Blood. Fuck. She always used to watch it when it was on TV. Scared my mom. First time I saw it was around 75. Really creeped me out. But the killers were so cute and hot. Wanted to fuck them both. The idea that someone has committed murder makes me all aroused. Nuns are hot too. Saw some of those Italian movies where the nuns fucking kill people and worship the devil. Like Flavia, Priestess of Violence. Saw it at that dump on the Deuce, the Rialto. I like them all. How will it end? Her pupils were deep black holes now. Drew me inside. Deep, deeper, deepest, until I had to scream, but I didn't. Twisted stomach feeling. I could see us outside, a fractured scene in a melting lens. Back then we sat in tiny rooms, wrote down words, and fantasized about leaving. They wouldn't miss her, and she would be content. In high school, she had hidden pornographic photos and 8mm loops under the mattress. The entrance to the attic was through the ceiling of her bedroom closet. She went up there sometimes to masturbate in colors. Private photos she had hidden. She had to run away to New York City and become an actress. I love to walk around naked, she said. Sometimes she heard them, those voices, slow, low growling from under the bed, an amorphous black blob from the closet. They knew her. They were peering into the window, surveying her body up and down, licking their chapped lips. Do you want to watch? My first peep show. Please come and watch me. Do you have a camera? I'll be immortalized. Celluloid canonization. Just you and me. She started to weep. It's not good, is it? Tell me, please tell me. Roll the film back. Double exposure. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Peter Marra. Let's do it in attendance and we'll see who's here and who's not. All right, Linda Lerner is here and we'll be hearing from her momentarily. All right, Bonafide Rojas. Bonafide, are you among us? Apparently not. All right, hopefully we'll make it at some point. Robert Perron. All right, yes indeed. Okay, Melanie TAFFEL. Hello, okay, hello, good to see you, Melanie. All right, NGOMA is here, Ron Bass is here, and rounding out the 2 to 3 hour will be Amina Susi Ali. Are you among us? Not just yet. Hopefully they will be coming in. And as a sneak peek, Austin Alexis will be leading off the 3 to 4 hour. Austin is already among us as well. So, without, oh, and by the way, the 3 minutes, as soon as you step up here, the clock is ticking. So, if you're planning on shuffling some papers, that's going to count against your time. So, shuffle before your time is there and you'll get your whole 3 minutes, because 3 minutes is really remorseless. And with more than 150 readers, we gotta be remorseless. But we're all glad you're here. It's a great tradition. It's the 28th Alternative New Year's Day Spoken Word Performance Extravaganza. Yeah, we really are an institution, aren't we? Alrighty, Linda Lerner is the author of 19 collections, including When Death is a Red Balloon from Lummox Press 2019 and Taking the F Train 2022 from New York Quarterly Books. She's making her way to the stage as we speak, so give it a warm alternative welcome to the One Woman Library, Linda Lerner.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I need my glasses, I'm sorry.
Can't help you there.
No, I can't see.
All right. So what did one plate say to the other? Said dinner's on me.
Giving thanks. Wrapped in a white blanket, face barely visible, a nurse placed her in my lap, where I waited like a woman, like many women have, who've just given birth, to receive her. She, who I mothered for 5 years, mother I never wanted to be when young, cradled this creature like a newborn she became. Same day, I feared losing her. So I give thanks, and for what I never experienced and just did. And I think I could fit in one more. The Runner. It's prefaced by an introduction from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass, the Red Queen's words to Alice: run as fast as you can to get anywhere, and faster than that to stay where you are. I am not a runner, never been tempted to be one, of those zipping past me mornings, handheld phones, music streaming through earbuds, not hear someone bumped against, cry out angrily, peripheral vision all but gone. Each step forward pushes another back, focused only on what's ahead. Years they've added, trackers keeping count, afraid to stop running even for a moment to see the changing skyscape, catch their breath long enough to taste the freshly brewed morning, because to do so is to risk the possibility they won't catch it back. So they run, must run, to keep on running. Thank you and happy New Year.
Linda Lerner. And keep those hands in motion for Robert Perron. Most recently, Robert is the author of Wasteland and Other Stories. He dabbles in poetry. Well, I bet it's much better than dabbling, but we'll let him be the judge. Robert Perron, give him a nice hand.
I met a human in the forest. He asked me if I was lost. I said no. Nevertheless, he doused me with instructions for retracing my footsteps to Autumn's eruptions of orange and yellow and red, back to the trailhead, whence I come, and furthermore, he advised me to don a vest of hunter orange to avoid the misfortune of a recently riddled golden retriever, similar from afar, he explained with a knowing nod, to a dove. Although I remember as a juvenile mocking hunters from Massachusetts and elsewhere who couldn't tell a deer from a cow or a canine, yet he had a point with the orange. For it was no laughing matter to be struck by a bullet if you weren't a deer. He told me he lived nearby, he knew these woods inside and out, and would have told me more, but thanking him for his sage counsel, I said goodbye.
All right, short and sweet, that was Robert Perron. Give him a hand. And next up, Melanie TAFFEL has waived her right to a bio. And what's nice about this is, yet again, I will get to discover a new reader. So, hands together for Melanie TAFFEL.
Preface, I moved down to Florida in 1984. As a grown woman of 27, I moved back in 2015. These poems are a little bit about that. What would you do for happiness? Would you lay yourself bare if you knew it would be happiness? Would you pay any price if there was no doubt? Would you give up everything? Manifestations of miracles can be dangerous. The paths we choose always lead to unknown ends. Happiness can be an odd sensation, not always the gift of angels, but never not my chosen course. And the next one is, this is my city. After 30 years, I see the ghosts of buildings and stores I miss, but the ground vibrates beneath my feet with a life that's never gone. Old places make way for spires from sci-fi dystopias, but this is New York, my city. Dark gray souls are dressed in black, and I am home.
All right, thank you, Melanie. And got a couple of more readers coming up on this 2 to 3 hour. So we're not at 3 o'clock on poetry time just yet, but we'll give you, NGOMA will be hosting the 3 or 4 hour coming up, but we're going to give you a little preview of him, because he's our next scheduled reader here. NGOMA Hill is a digital creator and paradigm shifter. They call me Dr. Rockefeller, the godfather of spoken word, the poet your professor warned you about. And we will... You just got to listen to somebody who was warned about by your professor, don't you? All right, hands together for NGOMA.
Greetings and salutations. How y'all doing? You sure? Oh, okay. Y'all had your coffee and everything, right? All right. Happy New Year. So I'm going to read a poem from my new book. My book is called I Didn't Come Here to Tap Dance. I got some copies of it if you're interested. Let me know. This poem is called The State of Emergency That Nobody Told You About, or the Lowdown on the Download, Conspiracy Theories 101. Epigraph. Hold your fire, don't shoot the messenger, though I know that this message be stressing you. I'm a mirror, I just reflect what I see, so please don't shoot me, I'm not the enemy. Listen carefully and pay attention. This poem will not be on Facebook, will not be on YouTube or Twitter, will not be published in an anthology, and will not be on the 5 o'clock news. This poem will self-destruct upon completion, just like free jazz improvisation. It will never be experienced again. This poem is to tell you that all the news is fake, owned by the same motherfuckers that don't want you to know that they are motherfuckers. Democrats and Republicans are just opposite sides of the same coin. They hang out and have drinks, snort coke, and fuck the same underage boys and girls from the secret pedophile ring in the White House at the end of the workday. Truth be told, they don't run anything anyway. It's just a facade. There is no government. It all belongs to the Federal Reserve. run by the Bilderbergs, the Masons, the Skull and Bones, the Illuminati, the Jesuits, and secret societies. Your birth certificate and social security number are banknote payable in blood when you die, but nobody told you. It's all in the books, Behold the Pale Horse, The Occult Conspiracy, and The Truth Shall Set You Free by David Icke. You can still find them overpriced on Amazon. Copies are limited or maybe out of print. Steve Coakley exposed it years ago on YouTube. The Holy Bible is fiction designed to control you. Actually, it's an astrology book. You think I'm talking heresy? If Jesus really saves, he would have done it already, but he couldn't save himself. I turned off the president's speech. It's all an illusion anyway. Social media is a government experimental mind control mechanism on your computer and your mobile device. Everything you do is being watched and recorded by your TV. Immigration detention camps are rehearsals for martial law. Global warming is controlled by HARP. No, HARP is not a musical instrument. It's not the mayor of Elm City either. I don't have time to explain it, but it's not too late to Google it. The housing projects are part of the Rockefeller plan. It was a Yale experiment. So is gentrification. The food at McDeathburger's Kentucky Dial and Icelop is fake too, designed to prepare you for soil and green. The New World Disorder is sitting on your doorstep. When the doorbell rings, don't answer it. If you act now, it's not too late to stop it. Trouble skimmed in as a fake president. Mumia told me resistance works, but justice still rides at the back of the bus. So where's John Brown when you need him? Remember, struggle will set you free. Don't forget, you never heard any of this from me. This poem is a last warning. It will now self-destruct. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, poof.
That was NGOMA, who will be taking the next.
I knew I recognized the name.
And next up is Ron Bass, who has again waived his right to a bio.
Saturday, Sunday, see serious business.
Poet, writer, ukulele player, singer, and all around kind of Renaissance sort of character. So come on up. Hands together for Ron Bass.
Bluesless Blues is a repertoire of a new band I'm putting together, Bartleby and the Scriveners.
That's a flashback.
The sun came up this morning, I was still lying in my bed. The sun came up this morning, I was still lying in my bed. I dreamed I saw a preacher turning gold back into lead. I've got the bluesless blues, they're the bluesiest blues that there ever could be. I've got the bluesless blues, they're the bluesiest blues that there ever could be. They're against the law in Texas, now they've just been banned in Tennessee. This world might end tomorrow, it's been a good world just the same. This world might end tomorrow, it's been a good world just the same. And if the worst should come to happen, I'm going back from where I came. I've got the bluesless blues, they're the bluesiest blues that there ever could be. I've got the bluesless blues, they're the bluesiest blues that there ever could be. They're against the law in Texas, now they've just been banned in Tennessee. This is titled, which one should we do here? Bring Me the Head of St. Thomas Aquinas. Ranging for a swiftly brokered truce, while battles rage on fiercely in the north, contested dreams will show up on the screen as voiced by talking heads with sawdust brains. While hawks are circling high above a ridge, the wind regales our lookouts with a twist of logic, twinned with epic bursts of flame. No hostages from forays into rhyme, bedecked with Homer's ancient hammered hat, try as they might consignal all is well, until a case of bourbon has been smashed upon the brow of Neptune's latest toy. Endings are draped in such colorful clothing, no one keeps track of the festive betrothing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ron. That was one best. All right, we have 2 people left in this 2 to 3 hour. We'll try one more time to see if they're among us. Bonifate Rojas, are you among us? Apparently not. All right, well, hopefully next year. Amina Sissi Ali, are you among us? Apparently not. All right, well, a moment of silence for poets who aren't here. I would hope to hear from them next year, or maybe they'll come in really late. We'll find out. So, NGOMA will be taking you through the next hour, 3 to 4, but before we get to that, did anyone sign up on the open so far?
I believe so. Yes, this
3 or 4.
Marie Christine. Oh, wait a minute. How about
No, I'm just going home.
Sheree McHenry? She thought she was in that hour but wasn't listed, maybe?
She's on another hour. There were changes this night.
Okay, all right, well.
All right, so let's do.
Stand down.
Sure, hang on a second. All right.
After I finish, I'm leaving too.
Well, I'll put out the open mic again here. So we have 1 person on the open mic so far. We have a couple of people who want interest. So it'll be right on the piano over here. So just sign yourself up on a future hour. We'll put you on there. So Marie Christie, now come on down. You got 3 minutes.
Hello everyone. Thank you for putting this wonderful event together, and thank you, Didi, for inviting me here. I just would love to take a moment to go back to my grandmother, my favorite grandmother, because I don't know about you, but right now I feel like I want to go under my blanket and not come out anymore. And so if only I could go up the stairs. The wood was cracking up the stairs, the clock was ticking. And I lay down, up the stairs, the clock, the wood. I said this already. I'm losing my mind. Oh, I could go back to my favorite grandmother. She told me stories, stories of love, stories of peace. We sang song together. Oh no, we didn't yodel. That was with my mother. My mother. No, with my favorite grandmother. We sang songs of love, songs of peace. And I would love right now for a moment together, if we could, just sing the first line of Dona nobis pacem. Grant us peace. We need it, don't we? Yeah. We all want peace, don't we? Yeah. Yes. And so just for a moment, let's sing Dona nobis pacem, pacem. Dona nobis pacem, pacem. Let's just do the first line. Dona nobis pacem, pacem. And for a moment, close your eyes and see someone far away that you know or you might not know who is right now begging for peace. Let's close our eyes and simply hum Dona nobis pacem, grant us peace. Dona nobis pacem, with love for peace. And maybe tomorrow morning, Didi, when you wake up, and maybe someone here that I don't know, waking up, making coffee, you will be humming that song. We will be humming that song together with love for peace. Thank you very much.
All right. That's what's great about the alternative. We always get to hear new voices we haven't heard before. So it is set your poetry watch to 3 o'clock. Ignore that clock out there, back there. And in this 3 o'clock hour, your host will be NGOMA. And so I will reiterate his bio. NGOMA is a digital creator and paradigm shifter. They call me Dr. Rockefeller, the godfather of spoken word, the poet your professor warned you about. Give him a warm welcome. He's taking you through this next hour. NGOMA.
Greetings and salutations. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Okay, check this out. Nobody's supposed to be sleeping up in this mother. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm gonna say yo. Y'all gonna say aight. I mean, I gotta make sure everybody's still with me. Yo. Yo. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's a good start for the year. You know, we got a hell of a year coming up, you know, these next 3 or 4 years. It's a whole nother trip. I don't even want to talk about that. But I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see all of y'all because I lost about 2 or 3 friends in the last week. Okay? Cole Perkinson. Cole Perkinson, you here?
Hey, Co, are you here? Where is she?
No.
She's just going to be a little late, probably.
Okay.
Oh, she's here. Oh.
You here?
Oh, good.
Okay, I don't have a bio for Cole Perkinson. So yes,
You
please,
should
come on
have a
up.
bio.
Give us some love for Cole Perkinson.
I sent the bio.
I hear you what you're saying, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing
Sorry,
it.
Co.
Neil's passing in silence. I was sucker punched at the news of my brother's suicide, and the how and whys are creeping up in my awakening, dumbfounded silence. He left only a text for the oldest sibling, love you always, goodbye. Then there was only the expansive quietude of our various unanswered calls and texts. Explain this to me so that I can process this loss. An explosion of red-hot anger and cold, chilled pity is my main corridor of pain. A dull hardness of this horrible reality pierces me. This makes staring blankly at the ceiling above me both a necessity and unending imperative to no purpose. Sleep does not come. Tell me how someone decides to murder themselves because of unresolved backaches. Is this a story of physicians who weren't able to help, or weren't they even consulted at all? A flood of tears and regret seep out from my insides. I now walk a tightrope to harness the waterworks that seep far too close to the surface of the dam of anger, of loss, and of despair. The sunflowers smiled. They arrived on my desk unannounced and unidentified as to their origin or source. They smiled their sunny-rayed beauty across the table in a promise of joy and hope. 4 great faces of bright chrome, of a buttery kind of cheerful greeting. Their throats a world of creamy yellow, as well as the dark center of their eyes. The petals circle their eyes with a feathery grace of the luscious lashes of a runway model. Their stems are strong and stalwart, holding up these tartlets of lemon-crushed cups. Only a small rubber band holds the stems together in a small bud vase that even Van Gogh could appreciate in its simplicity. They are like friends holding vigil to constantly whisper hello across my workspace. Surprise, spoiler alert. My coworker came in to say that they were her flowers, but brought down from an empty vacant room, and then she relocated them to her own desk. However, they continued to smile at me from across the room.
Yeah, girls, some love for Cole. Come on. Give it up. Yeah, that's what's up. Next, we're going to hear from Patricia EAKINS. She is the author of The Hungry Girls and the Marvelous Adventures of Pierre Baptiste, Father and Mother, First and Last, which is a novel. So give us some love for Patricia in the house. You here?
Here, I just slow.
Okay, no problem. I just need to know. We've been doing this for 20-some years. Everybody's slow.
No problem.
I'll read to you the first paragraph of A Story in Progress. When Darlene died, I became eternal. I knew when she went into the fire, I would live forever, because all of Mommy's and Daddy's memories, all that was left of the Whitesides' 634 Bella Vista Drive, all that was left other than chip Fiesta ware, antique Lillian Verdon catalogs, and empty potato chip bags. So much trash I had to go in there and waders and rubber gloves to clean it out. It was now my memories, and only mine. Yes, those memories now live inside me, but they are not me. Me, not me. Like the colonies of microbes that share my body cavity with me. Microbes that must share the tuna or peanut butter I eat, and if they do not, they would eat my flesh and blood, which I would feel. So I say no, daily, hourly, every minute. So they eat my memories, which I then feel lacking in small ways, words missing, names of people, how to do this and that and what is where, eating, a constant struggle that tires me out. And when my body collapses from the sheer exhaustion, if I am not so foolish as to insist with my last breath, as poor Darling did, I be cremated, which I surely will not, the memories will continue their round, on and on and on, in my hole in the ground, and eventually they will migrate through I don't know what all, worms and grass and plants and trees, say into a chicken that someone eats for dinner, and the eater's unknowing family will carry my family's memories, and on and on and on.
Give some love for Patricia EAKINS. Yeah. Next one, we're going to hear from somebody here. Alexis. Alexis. Come on up. Here you come. Give us some love for Austin. Right. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do your bio. I'm sorry. Don't let me forget your bio, okay? All right. Rattle, Live Magazine, About Place Journal, Beacon Radiant, Fatal Force Finalist, Downtown Urban Arts Playwrights Festival, Honorable Mention New Millennium Writings, Flash Competition. Give up some love for Austin.
Happy New Year. A mugging. Didn't tackle me, surely didn't warn me, Like an aggressive form of cancer, he snuck up on yours truly, a monosyllabic word, knife, was all he uttered. I had moseyed up to danger by not stepping away from him when he approached me on a wintry, dusky street. Then I found it was too late to slide or swing out of his reach. No other words or grunts, but a demand from his aggressive voice for $15. Why that specific amount? So meager a sum. Quaint sounding really. Was that the price of crack? A vial of it? A pouch of it? During that time in U.S. history, the budding years of the vital 1990s? My face crumbled with not knowing. No words, but a mute murmur from me as I let a police car ride by. My lips froze still, sluggish, in stunned silence of assaulted innocence, even as potential cop help cruised near, then away. I communicated with the $15 I doled out to the guy. I conveyed my fright by not unleashing lightning strikes of outrage or a tempest of resistance. He celebrated my cowardice by glancing back at my blinking eyes and offering not regret, not remorse, but a bold smirk as he dashed off, covered by grim night shadows and new karma he had created for himself. Thank you.
Give us some love for Austin. Come on. Welcome to the Hey, yo.
All right.
Y'all forgot that quick. Hey, yo. Okay, I gotta make sure you're all alive. Next we're gonna hear from April Jones, rhythm actress, hostess, public speaker, producer, college graduate, performs poetry presently in venues around the tri-state area since 1992, author of a FAA Real Experience. Give us some love for April Jones.
Hello, everyone. Okay. They also call me Rhythm. And once I read something, I guess you get the rhythm of it. Okay. I'm gonna need some help with you guys on this poem. When I point at you, say, when I point at you guys, y'all say, leave behind. Okay? When I point at you, I'm gonna point at the audience and y'all say, leave behind. Okay? All right. Leave it behind or leave behind? Leave behind. Leave behind. Yes. Okay. Plain and simple. Shiners, speak up for yourself. Be adventurous. Do something spontaneous. Negative feelings. Toss away what someone think of you and feel confident of yourself. Just making it. Grab you some. I made it. No one can stop you. Lost opportunities. Make new paths and and conquer your fears. Old styles. Reinvent yourself. New hairstyle, new do, new attitude. Old relationships, toxic, one-sided, destructive, etc., etc. He didn't please you anyway. Nay, say, crack. That didn't mean you. It means you're better than that. Whomever, whatever, reach, sprint to your new you. Shopping, go on a financial diet. We have new folks in the big house. Sanctions. Ungratefulness, be grateful you made it to another year, new you, new slate, start again. Happy New Year's. The old. I don't like to get weepy, but I'm gonna get weepy with this one. This one I wrote in, I think in 2008. So I'm gonna give y'all oldie, but to me it relates to what I was feeling. Sometimes I have to comfort myself. I think about the place that they're gonna give me a new body. Give me a new body. The arthritis, the pain, I can't take it. I think about the places, and maybe if I lay down, if I turn this way, if I turn that way, I won't feel this pain. I think about that new body. Maybe I'll get that body before they put me in that casket. Maybe I'll get that body before I look at that young man, he's probably gonna wear me out. Maybe I'll get this new body, you know, when I go to the club, you know, and they're doing all them crazy dances, maybe that new body will kick in and the two left feet will become right for me tonight. Maybe I'll get that new body, you know, that just knock 'em dead. You know that BBL, the one I did not go overseas to get, just get that new body, that new feeling. Maybe, just maybe, I'll get a new body, because this one is getting old. Start fresh.
Yeah, give us some love, man. April Jones. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Next we're going to hear from FAUX Maureen Kelly Nolan, also known as FAUX Ma, is in the house. Easy breezy. Is she here?
Yes.
She's coming up. Aha. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So, give us some love for her.
I'm prepared. Full mode. All right, here we go. Dear Santa, thank you for giving me presents, even though I'm on the naughty list. I want to get on the nice list, but sex is fun. Drinking is fun. Eating is weird. It made me feel okay. Food is delicious. Delicious, especially when I don't have to diet. Gossiping is fun with my friends. It's hilarious, Santa. Okay, maybe not, maybe just a little. Being naughty is fun. Having lots of stuff, it makes my life easier. Having enough to eat is a good thing, yes? All right, I'll slow down on the chocolate. Thanks, Santa, the shape-shifting, bilocating saint of good cheer. I don't deserve your love, but I'll take it. Merry Christmas. Dear Santa, I promise to be a little better this year. I promise to give more and love more. You like those promises? I'm trying, Santa. Why did you give me so much? Christmas dinner was amazing. I miss my kitty, though. Did he really go to heaven? Is he following around the Holy Innocents? I sure do hope he's happy. He was the greatest present ever. We had 12 years together. God knew we needed each other, and I know you work for God. I love you, Santa. See you next year. Dear Santa, even when my Christmas hurts, even when I'm abandoned and forgotten, I remember that you don't forget me, that you chose to give me a present, You chose me to give a present to my new neighbor. Her daddy said it was awesome and fit her perfectly. Not sure if he believed me when I said it came from you. Adults are weird. Well, not all, because, you know, I believe in you. Oh, Christmas is special this year. A little different. I'm not the same, but you are, Santa Claus. Always the same, always different, always new. I love you, Santa, and Jesus too. Merry Christmas to all who adore our King and his greatest servant, you, Santa. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Okay, give it up for Maureen and Paul Mom. Show some love, yeah. In the house. Next, we're going to hear from Robert Roth. Are you here? Yeah. Robert Roth said he wants to be just introduced by his name. So give it up for Robert Roth.
The superintendent and the priest. I wish Charles, the super of my building, a happy holiday. He said he was a socialist and an atheist, and he didn't celebrate holidays. I apologized for my presumptuousness, and he then told me his best friend was a Catholic priest, a friend since childhood. Every Sunday, his friend, after performing his priestly duties, would come to Charles' apartment for Sunday dinner, and they would speak and argue for hours about everything, including, very much including, whether or not they believed in an afterlife. Charles didn't. His friend did. Charles grew gravely ill. For a short time, I and a couple of the other tenants did a few of his superintendent chores to take some of the burden off him. Soon, though, he just became too ill to do anything. When Charles was on his deathbed, his friend stayed with him those last few days of his life. Charles wanted to be cremated. The priest told me that he and another friend one night nervously snuck onto the pier and scattered his ashes into the Hudson River, just as he had requested. Now, every time the priest drives by that spot, he thinks, Charles, you know better than I which one of us was right.
Give it up for Robert Roth. In the house, indeed, indeed, indeed. Next we're going to hear from Douglas COLLURA. I think. Doug here? Oh yeah, there he is. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Doug. At 7, Douglas COLLURA hit his best friend in the head with a stick. It says a lot about him that he still has both the friend and the stick.
As I walked along First Avenue, I ran into a young acquaintance of mine, Sammy. He said, my wife and I are about to have a baby girl. I said, congrats. You pick a name? He said, a very pretty, unusual name, Marnie. I said, brave choice. He said, brave? I said, Marnie is the name of an Alfred Hitchcock movie about a psychotic kleptomaniac. And you know the rule, life imitates art. Your daughter will see that movie, start stealing small, work her way up to grand larceny, get busted, you'll spend every dollar you have trying to keep her out of prison, she'll go in anyway, and you and your wife will be on the street broke. He said, that's more than I bargained for. I said, kids are a lot of work. You got a backup name? He said, Elizabeth. I said, another brave choice. The short version of Elizabeth is Lizzie. And she'll hear that famous rhyme, Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her parents 40 whacks. One night, you and your wife will be in bed asleep. She'll come in, chop, chop, chop. Who needs that headache? He said, I didn't know we were living on the edge. I said, you're about to go over. He said, you have a daughter. What'd you name her? I said, a safe traditional name, Martha. He said, how's she doing? I said, she's in the Brooklyn Memorial Hospital for the criminally insane. Martha saw the Japanese horror movie Mothra and tried to fly around the apartment and zap us with her electric eyes. He said, that had to be tough. I said, giant bugs are scary. He said, my baby will be here any day. I need a name. I said, the best thing you can do is start with your last name and work backwards. What is it again? He said, Carney. I said, you want to name your daughter Marnie Carney? He says, it's easy to remember. I said, well, then I think you're safe, because with the abuse she'll take from having that name, instead of stealing, she'll go nuts and take out a couple of people. He said, that's better? I said, it's not life imitating art, it's life being life. They'll probably make a TV movie about her. When names kill, the Marnie Carney story. I said, wow, my little girl, a TV movie. He took my hand in both of his and said, I think of you as the wise man of First Avenue. I said, I do my best, and walked away.
Give us some love for Doug. Come on, give it up. Not late yet. Yo, I know you're talking war off, but hey, welcome to it. Yo! Alright. Boy. I'm about to fire y'all. Next, we're going to hear from Helen Peterson. Yeah, she's here. Cuban-American Helen Peterson performs original poetry uniquely integrating castanets. Her recent publications include Dance in My Blood, a memoir by Skylines Press. Give it up, give it up, give it up.
Thank you, host with the most. Thank you. Boy, this has been fun. What a great way to begin the new year. So let's continue enjoying the poetry community throughout 2025. Some of you may know, and some of you may not, that my mother is still remembered in Cuba as a famous dancer. She was on tour as a dancer in Panama when she met my father. They fell in love, got married, and my mother wanted me to be born in her homeland. So I was born in Cuba and raised in Panama, where my father worked for the United States government. Bicultural timing. My German father behaved like a Swiss watch, concise and strict timing from his inland cold climate. My Cuban mother wavered like warm water flowing to and from sandy shores surrounding an island paradise. My father would wait in the car. My mother would make herself up beyond time. He would say, "You're going to be late to your own funeral." She was late to his. She caught up with him years later. They were laid to rest side by side. Time synchronized in eternity. Like Romeo and Juliet, for all the world to see and know forevermore. A monument that proclaimed the tale of love for two time-locked lovers. Thank you. Now, if you want to see me perform the poetry with castanets, go to my Instagram, Poetry Dance Fusion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Show us some love for Helen Peterson. Come on, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Yeah. See, we got a lot more people now. That's good too. Happy New Year, everybody that just came in. Yeah. This is one of these years that we really got to push it, because shit is getting really funky. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we're going to hear from PFLANZER. He's a poet and playwright. His works, Dead Birds or Avian Blues, Cocaine Dreams, Poetry Class with Serial Killer, and On the Border. Give it up, give it up, give it up for Howard.
I'll start with a little poetry poem. I'll start with a little portrait poem from a trip to Mexico. The old woman. The old woman with cracks in her hands, sewing with yellow threads, sitting in the doorway of the church, her lined face intent, working patiently, a cell phone cradled in her hands. Okay, and a couple more very short poems. Are you adventurous? Are you adventurous? Will you climb steep, sheer cliffs, descend into dark caves? Will you leave your body and your mind? Will you walk by the river in the lonely hours of the morning? Will you cross empty streets? Will you hold me at night when I dream of death and press your body against mine? Here's a New York scene. The rat on the tracks.
Okay.
Scurrying near the third rail, flirting with oblivion, the rat freezes across the steel block, mesmerized by the bloody one, instantly beheaded by the Broadway local. Let's see. And this is a rather simple, it's a timely poem. I wish I didn't have to write poems like this. Flowing, flowing, a river of blood drowns the land, soaks into the earth, and journeys to the sea. Those who are dead will never return, but those who remain will never forget. Here is
Short one.
another short one. A cry from the heart. The bomb explodes, shrapnel, bodies shredded, legs torn apart, blood all over the earth. The children are silent, dead. The killers remain free. The barbarians with no conscience continue as the avatars of senseless slaughter. I hope this is not the mark of the year coming, but
Thank you.
Give it up for Howard. Yeah. Next, we're going to hear from Sheree McHenry. Give us some love for Sheree McHenry.
Hello, hello. There's so many great poets here. I brought a few things. I brought a few things because I wanted to see what I was going to bounce off of. So based on what he read, that means I can read this one. I wrote this one this morning. But actually I meant to I wrote another one like this one and I couldn't find it. And then the subject of the poem showed his face. I got mad. You can always write when you're mad. So I wrote this poem. Okay, and also I need to say, 30 years with HRA, mandated reporter in terms of child abuse and family issues. So this is the truth, and it's about a neighbor of mine. But don't worry about it, I got this, okay? I didn't even name it. Pedophile, pederast, misogynistic beast. Upon our children, you will never feast. God placed me here before I even knew that we would meet. Ogre, stunted, lascivious thief. I looked west and fainted east. I would have taken a bite, but this is not a meat week, and I am not a beast. Pedophile, pederast, misogynistic creep, looking for autistic children, no older than 3. I promise you, upon our children, you will never feast. If I had to capture the Sphinx, if I had to breathe life into stone, our children will never smell your stink. From the police you run? You should run from me. Humanitarian and protector of community. Yes. Fuck you, misogynistic beast. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I have one that's a little, I don't know if I should go with power or with peace. I'm going to go with peace. Okay. I'm going to go with peace this time. I got one for power, but I'm going to go with peace. Because another poet that came up had done something about her brother. And I'm always writing about my brother. He passed away, but even before he died, I was always writing poems about him. He's my hero. This is called, I was listening to Philadelphia, you know, the song. And this came out. The name of it is Send No Angels. Send no angels to meet me. Send my brother instead. Let him speak to me so sweetly and welcome me to his new land. Let me test out my wings, flying to our mama's house. Let my daddy finally see me. I got his eyes, you know. So send no angels out to greet me. Send my brother instead. He will never deceive me. He has always been dread. And let me touch his wings and see his spirit breathe.
Give up some love for Sheree.
Yeah.
If you do shorter intros, you might get to do the whole poem. Alright. Hey you! Hey you! Oh, that sounds good. Alright, next we're going to hear from KRAL MAGNESS Radna. KRAL MAGNESS Radna is the author of 3 poetry collections, an associate editor of Brownstone Poets Anthology, and lives in Manhattan. She loves to travel. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Is she here? If I don't know y'all and you stand up doing something else, I'm gonna think you the person. I don't know. What the hell? Margaret Sarako. Pronounced Sarako. Margaret Sarako will never retire. Too much to do and so much to say. She got her books for sale if you want one. Give it up for her.
Loud, Swedish, bejeweled, bewitched, beloved, bohemian godmother brushes her large turquoise rings, necklaces, and bracelets against my skin as she bends to hug me. She always carries a small box of crayons, but my grandma's death inspires a big box of 64. We run on imaginary roads, dragging apricot, aquamarine, blue, violet, thistle, brick red, burnt sienna, melon, and carnation pink across clean white paper strewn about the kitchen and dining room tables. Her luscious laugh denies the reality of an uneasy life. Family troubles, Mama says. At 5, I can't understand. When my godfather dies years later, I ride in the funeral limousine with Ruth and my mother while she sends her grown children into other cars because they're too morose. Aren't you sad, I ask? She puts her arm around me. There's plenty of time to cry. We're together, best time spent living and laughing. I need Ruth in my life right now. To find laughter when facing down tragedies, I need the apricot, aquamarine, blue, violet, thistle, brick red lines that lead everywhere. On colorful, imaginary roads and safe havens. The little girl at the kitchen table is waiting for the doorbell to ring, waiting for Ruth to come in with a brand new box of 64. Hyperphantasia. I am not the one you hoped for. I look for air inside thin sheets of paper and wait for what comes, between thunderstorm and tranquility. I am never in either place, living amid jumbles of limbo. Tangled in a thick mass of sea ropes, I squeeze my thoughts and body into gaps that barely exist, drag myself along outlines of what could be. My mind, a makeshift camera, snaps pictures of ghostly filaments of what is no longer there. Remember and imagine holes I trip, then fall into. Hell is a vacant living room and the devil is here or waiting in the interval that lives between things. It must be difficult to live with me. Thank you.
Give it up, give it up, give it up for KRAL right now. Susan Young. Where'd you go? I saw her sitting in his store. Susan Young is an artist, photographer, videographer, writer, poet, traveling to India, China, Caribbeans, Belgium, the Philippines, Morocco, and Bulgaria, learning cultures and lifestyles. You can say she's been around the world. Give it up for Susan.
You know, because of traveling around the world, everything gets more confusing. And to write about it is another story. So I'll start with the beginning of my parents. I mean, you know, they're all both buried somewhere. I call this vignettes. 1. She'd say, always eat in silence, never do or say violent things on Chinese celebrations, stay home and cook the meals, do the house chores, and you'll marry someday. Even though I felt like saying no. Daddy was Americanized, who fought in World War II, North Africa, liked gambling, driving to the forest, and go fishing. He lived in the attic with house and garden next to his bed, wanting to forget the so-called responsibility of 3 children, just getting drunk and rambling on and on to defy racism. Once on Christmas, because I rarely knew him or lived with him, once on Christmas, making a night visit, I heard Daddy whistle and tiptoed into the house. He set 2 velvet boxes on the desk and I stood up on my crib. Daddy, teach me to whistle. He told me to curl your tongue, tighten your lips, and whistle. He told me to curl your tongue, tighten your lips, and whistle. Do it now. He left behind 1 cameo set, the gold wrapped round the black stone, the other inset with a faceted pink glass and a fleur-de-lis shell, sparkling the eyes, and we felt like princesses. Okay, so this one is called Death Ends Wars. I mean, you might have heard it several times before, but it's a kind of religion now. Death end wars, no victories for the kid. Does peace make war? Death end all wars, not victories for the kid. Dead babies line the streets. Ironies will send us to foreign lands. Lovers can make wars, madnesses make wars. Push buttons for wars. Life and death juxtaposition. So just be genocidal or suicidal, aliens versus Asians versus blacks. However, being Asian is to create yoga.
Give us some love for Susan Young in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Next. Come on, y'all can give up more than that. Next we're going to hear from Dee Champagne. She has performed on New York City stages for close to 40 years. She has performed many times at the famous CBGB's Club, the Bitter Inn, and all over the city. She also belonged to a poetry series every Sunday at 3, run by host J.D. Rage at ABC No Rio, and other open mics presented from the poetry calendar. Her recent book of poetry and art, Life of Kalamata, is available upon request. She has a few CDs under her belt with all original music set to poetry. Please check out her music on Dee Champagne Bandcamp. And her work is a reflection of her past, present, and future. It is modern and fresh and hopes to inspire all of us. Give us some love, Dee.
Thank you, everyone, and Happy New Year. So I'm reading a poem for George Wallace because he could not be here. And I'll tell you, I read his poem, and it was amazing. He wishes everybody a Happy New Year, and once again, thank you so much. I just had a birthday. Yay! I'm a big 6'5". So this is how you take care of yourself and you stay positive. You must raise your vibration. That's all I can say, is start your day off with raising your vibration. So here is from George, and I actually need my glasses. Oh, this is my CD. All my songs set to poetry. And I do need my glasses. Okay. Peace is honey. Peace is not the absence of war. It is sweet milk in a clean bucket. It is the bleeding of ghosts in an honest man's yard. Peace is the honking of geese in the pond, cicadas chirping in the tall grass. Peace is olive presses, wine presses, harvesters clamoring for more fruit in the foothills. More than silence of dawn with no rockets to disturb it. Peace is rooster crowing, hen plucking, plow shoves, shovels, and stiff rakes and hoes rattling in the back of a pickup truck. It is the buzz of harvest, machines combing the harmonious land, horizon to horizon, feeding all the children, women, and men, without prejudice, giving all the people in the land full employ. Peace in Palestinian boys in the aparicies of Dura, west of Hebron, working their fathers' hives. It is a cloud of honeybees hovering over the rooftops of Kibbutz Eyelet HaShahar. Peace is not just the absence of small arms, fire, or treaty signing ceremonies in faraway capitals. It is more than just who gets what, who loses what. It is more than just who gets what, who loses what, of both sides. Agree to accept it. Peace is more than absence of war. Peace is wild ducks splashing on the Jordan River. Peace is the shared laughter of workers in the field. Peace is honey and milk in the land of milk and honey. Thank you. And here's a little harmony. I saw my very first flower, and you were standing there. The stars, they filled up the sky like rockets in red glare. Sometimes you bleed from a scar. If you can change the whole world, take a step back and change your own world. I washed my mouth out with gasoline. We all have feelings like the bottom of the sea. If you can't change the whole world, take a step back and change your own world. Take a step back and change your own world, like the bottom of the sea. Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Give some love for D.D. Champagne in the house, yeah. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Next we're going to hear from Mindy Matajevic.
Is
she here? She's not here? Well, I guess we'll move on. Next we're going to hear from John S. Hall, 3/5 of the way through his 10,000 Poems in 5 Years project, which he began exactly 3 years ago today. Give it up for John Hall.
Yeah, I'll read one from yesterday, where I got up to 2030 something. This is number 2034 for last year, written yesterday. Fallen off. It had fallen off, and he had fallen off, and he needed to work it back in. And this was just the time, so he began to work it back in. Not his cock. His cock had not fallen off. His cock was on. There was no need to work in his cock back in, but something else had fallen off and needed to be worked back in. And so he worked it back in, and now it's back on. This is poem number 4 from today. Strange Preacher. She was a strange preacher. She treated all of the congregation like her personal pets, not in a sexual way, although that might have been hot, but in a loving but condescending way, which frankly was also hot. A redeemed sinner would come up to testify, and she would scratch his belly and say, "Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?" Or a woman would come up with the collection plates after they had been passed around, and the preacher would stroke her hair like it was fur and say, sweet kitty, sweet pussy, pussy, pussy." Honestly, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it was way too sexually charged for me. And the only other house of worship in this small town rubbed me the wrong way in a different way. And that is why I am currently non-affiliated. This is poem number 5, Haiku Are Easy, part 18. Start the dishwasher. Stick 7 syllables here. Eat a bag of dicks. These next 2 poems are from tomorrow. This is poem number 7, Beautiful. Everyone here is beautiful. The very ugliest person here, who for all I know could be me, is more beautiful than the most beautiful person who is not here. Everyone here is so beautiful, I don't even know how it is possible. I don't know how we do it. I don't know our beauty secret. But whatever it is we are doing, we obviously know what we are doing, because look how beautiful we are. Look how everyone here is beautiful. The last one I'll do is number 9 for this year, and it's for you, Jennifer. It's called Delicious. These vegan cookies are so fucking delicious that non-vegan cookies are just fucking stupid.
Yeah, give us a love for John Hall in the house. Hey, yo! Okay, I'm just checking to make sure y'all wasn't sleeping. Next is Evie Ivy. She's a dancer, a dance instructor, poetry. She says she's about the arts, particularly the ancient art of belly dancing. Maybe we should do that for you. Huh? Evie. Come on up, baby.
It's nice being here, and yes, a lot of beautiful people, and Happy New Year to all. I'm going to read 2 little short poems, and this is how I deal with myself, kind of, and it's called Moving On. I had trouble taking off my scarf, so I left it on. Moving on. I live pushing myself. If not, I will become like an ancient Egyptian mummy. I divide into 2 so I can keep moving, going, doing what I must. Not to become like an ancient Egyptian mummy. I divide into 2 and live pushing myself on. I'm going to read a short, very short poem, and it's called a fib poem. A fib comes from Fibonacci, and it's a poem of 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8, I guess. Okay, let's go. Love. It was under the spell of music, and music only knows love, and that is all. Much love.
I hear you, but I don't see on my Somebody told Mariposa to put on I think he's on Mariposa. Hey, yo! Hi. So look here, it's really good to be with y'all. We got one more poem in my set. Yeah? What? You can't hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me, right? What?
We want you to raise it. Raise it. Because there's a lot of...
Or be shorter.
Okay, where's Mariposa?
Right here.
Okay, so she didn't give me no bio, but she's a badass, because, you know, and she's the last person in my set. So just before I go, I want to let y'all know, I got copies of this book. I didn't come here to tap dance. You might want to pick it up. I'm also a musician, and I got some download cards if you download music. So talk to me, but talk to me soon, because I'm about to get the hell up out of here, all right? All right. Give it up for Mariposa.
Aquí te traemos un lindo aguinaldo en el año nuevo. Forget the whirlwind, or more or less myself and you, sweet honeybee, for Melissa Isabel, my twin sister, after Walt Whitman. We'll walk right up to the sun, hand in hand. We'll walk right up to the sun. We won't land, Nas. But when the time comes, if we should ever part, and one of us is left on this earthly plane without the other, I too bequeath myself to the grass, if I go first. The grass beneath your feet, to the breeze, to the sea, to the vapors of she who more or less is me. And I hope for my ashes to mingle with the ashes of our mother, to settle into the dust and rain, to find refuge in the bones of our father and his mother. Do not disrespect us with a crooked sign. We need no sign, for who else but the descendants of the dispossessed shall know what endless love is, to be remembered or forgotten or self-written into the poetics of the oppressed, poet, to right the wrongs, poet, expose the lies, poet, tell on them and tell it well, poet, dance, dance, dance in the burning uncovered truths, poet, unsmothered as they scratch their heads and wonder why, and reel, double over in abuela swapiti, boom, 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 chakalaka, booming in the boomerang, poet. Every atom of this body belongs to me. Every atom of your body belongs to you. Our lives, our choice, our bodies, our voice. For who else but us will know the echo, hear the memory of our laughter from the cradle to the grave, from the womb to the tomb and beyond. Beyond the majestic sunrise and blooming moonflower of where the stars aligned in the zodiac on the midsummer night when we were born. Cross my heart and hope to die, never forgetting that my true love was always you. I revel in the victory that we brought each other peace. If we ever do part and you go first, I will find you on the other side of the rainbow. Bet your life on that. And my endless love. Whoever wishes to look for us, forget the whirlwind. Look there. Peace.
Yeah, give us some love for Mariposa. Come on, give it up. Come on. Okay, so don't forget, y'all, I didn't come here to tap dance. Get your copy.
All right, that was NGOMA. It took us for the past hour. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. We do a fabulous job of work. All right, so we're really
glad NGOMA could be with us. In just a moment, Thad Rakowski will be here. He will take you through the 4 to 5 hours. So set your poetry watches to 4 p.m. For those of you who are here who might like to be on the open mic, we have a sign-up sheet on the piano here, so sign yourself up. We won't be doing open this hour, but we will get to you. Maybe a bit of a wait, but we will definitely get to you. And just as a friendly reminder, everyone gets 3 minutes. And when you walk up here, the clock is running, so you know if you're going to need to like shuffle papers and do some last-minute figuring out, do it before you come up here. Or you know, the longer your intro, the less time you have for your poems. Okay, and be watching for the flag, because at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the flag is waving. That means you've got 10 seconds. It's time to wrap it up. And as we saw occasionally this past hour, yeah, 3 minutes comes really bloody fast. And it's just the way it is. So just as a heads up, our first readers for the 4 to 5 hour, Philip Giambri, Linda Kleinbaum, Lola Rodriguez, and many, many fine poets and writers to come. So let me tell you about Thad. Although most of you know who he is, so don't need an introduction, but I'm giving him an introduction anyway, because he bloody deserves it. Thad Rakowski is the author of 8 books, most recently Safe Colors, a novel and short fictions. He teaches at Medgar Evers College and Columbia University and received a fellowship from the New York Foundation for the Arts. That's damn impressive, isn't it? So, warm welcome, alternative welcome for Thad Rakowski, who's your host, 4 to 5.
Thanks, Pete. And I'm going to call out the next readers as they come up. But you know the first 3 already. And I'm going to give you a warning for the future readers so you know when your turn is. First one is Philip Giambri. He left home at 18 and never looked back. He's seen and done what others dream of or fear. That's how he lives, and that's what he writes. Let's welcome Philip Giambri.
Thank you. I could not let this day slip by without shouting into the void my disappointment. The charges are gone, swept like dust under a gilded rug, and yet the truth remains burning. He was guilty, you know it, I know it. The weight of it presses against my chest. How a man so stained could hold the reins again. He ran for power to shield himself, a crown to escape the scales of justice. He's going to pardon himself, stand smug on the grass of manicured lies, a golf swing on our dime. While we watch, while we ache. Do you remember? He told them to march. We saw it, we were there. And the echoes of that day still ricochet in my mind, and I will not forget and I will not forgive. Not the man or the minute or the match, nor the hands that handed him the flame. You who cast your vote for cheaper gas, for eggs, for promises spun from deceit, or worse, you who saw the ugliness and shrugged. He's a bigot and it didn't stop you. He's cruel and you let it slide. You looked away, silent, complicit. And in that silence, the cracks widened. The grave error was yours. But I do not have the breath left to plead with you. I will watch as it unfolds, as the curtain lifts on this tragedy we have built brick by brick without denial. And when that moment arrives, when the mask slips and the monster stands revealed, it will be too late. Do you see the bodies yet? The ones already fallen, the ones that will come? But part of the price, written in the fine print of your choices. There's no blanket thick enough to hide under this time. No silence deep enough to escape the echo of what's coming. None of us will walk away unscathed, not even you.
Right.
No one is safe. Next reader is Linda Kleinbaum.
And Linda is the author of Cover Charge and Appear to Dance. She's curator of Fahrenheit Open Mic and Pen Pal Poets. And she's editor-in-chief of Pink Trees Press. Let's welcome Linda Kleinbuch.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you very much. Happy New Year, everybody. My first poem is called The Pantone Color of the Year. The Pantone color of the year for 2025 is Mocha Mousse, a warm brown hue that is supposed to nurture us with the delectable qualities of coffee or chocolate, answering our desire for comfort. Was this shade of brown chosen to represent the current state of the world? Political leaders are convicted criminals. The earth overheats and tries to cool itself with hurricanes and ice storms. Bird flu infects dairy cows. Each day we inch closer to World War III. Mocha Mousse will enhance color-focused palettes across all industries. Mocha Mousse was chosen by a panel of researchers who selected this shade to reflect the current culture. You will notice it in fashion, furnishings, makeup palettes, and consumer products like cell phones, jewelry, and luggage. Is it fitting, this shade of brown, chosen to express the global mood and attitude, reflecting our collective consciousness with a single hue, is the color of shit? Thank you very much. And I'm going to do 2 quick poems from my new book, Appear to Dance, and I have a couple of copies. This one's called Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. It's been a challenging year. Tension was brewing on the kitchen counter. After another debacle, I lost it. I screamed and stomped my feet. Behavior of yesterday's days. Darkest time on earth. The wall between us has grown. Neil Young's Harvest Moon reminds me, I'm still in love with you. I want to see you dance again. And the last poem is an acrostic poem that spells the word sleep. And this is called Sleep. Silence the jitterbug. Let yourself rest. Evening's herbal tea entices you to dream. Put yourself in bed. Thank you, everybody.
That was Linda Kleinbuch. Clap, clap, clap for Linda. Clap, clap, clap. Just before we get to the next reader, I wanted to do a shout out to the people on the committee who put this event together. And they are in this room. It's Madeline Artenberg, Peter Bartlowski, Ellen Ogligo, Edie Champagne, and the person who did this set, the person who did this, the theater set decoration is Sue Polo. Sue Polo is here. The next 3 readers are Lola Rodriguez, Mary Thelma Costa, and Sue Polo. Okay, so Lola Rodriguez is an award-winning writer and accomplished solo performer. She was chosen by Los Angeles Latin Beat magazine as one of the most important women in the arts today. Let's welcome Lola Rodriguez.
Robin Williams said, "You're only given a little spark of madness, you mustn't lose it." To me, that's the most important thing I'm reading today. The velocity of our planet has been reduced. A rotor of luminosity sizzling out from a racing nexus of energy, beginning at the interior of the dynamo, spinning the sunflower at high speed, making the petals turn, tricking the sundial. and cartwheels accelerating the golden rotation of helianthus heads beneath the sun, bright meteors bounding through cycles, the reeling of a hoop as it catches light. There is no special knowledge, despite that the hare does not know what a tortoise is, that the tortoise cannot know what the hare does. Ionic wings loosed beyond the limitation of speed, at once lifting on the maelstrom, contiguous with the current and the whirlwind, twisting the world, hurtling its boundless boundaries, nerves prickling electric, chaos, calvus and slick, would that there were wings stretching beyond the charge, fleet air that matched the flesh, carried on an updraft just outside a translucent jacket of molecules beyond a self-same sovereignty with the soil and the stars into the tumultuous purity of sizzling light. Too much light! And the meteors echoing as the words strike them, piercing the hollow mortal case of too much darkness, spilling into more darkness, pain tossed like throwing stars, caught in the flesh, bleeding into the vermilion of the night, and the blood is darkness, neither tilting nor actually dipping into the riptide over the rim, teasing the edge. We watch our sallow world deflating, the balloon exploding, shredding rubber and skin over a diminishing sublunary orb. Wept for we're fools all, subsumed by a small subset of divinity, yet leashed to the sodden fleshlessness of earth, and in this life of no return, how we miss infinity, how we love like breath. Thank you very much.
Is Murray Thelma Costa in the house? Murray Thelma Costa. Going once, going twice? Dead poet. Okay. Next, I just wanted to say, I forgot to mention Robert Roth's also on the committee, the organizing committee of this event. Also, if this is a free event, but donations are accepted. If you haven't given a donation, you want to see Ellen Hogg-Light. She's somewhere.
In the kitchen.
She's in the kitchen. Okay, next is Sue Polo. Sue is a singer, songwriter, poet, guitar player. She plays guitar and dulcimer. She's a painter of watercolors. She's host of the Saturn series. She has been host of the Saturn series readings for 25 years. Sue has created the sets for the alternative New Year's Day poetry extravaganza. That's this extravaganza for over 10 years, including tonight's design. Let's welcome Sue Polo.
I just want to let you know this set is designed after... This set is designed after Picasso's Guernica, because when I heard smoldering tundra, I just thought of it right away. But thank you very much. And I really like doing this. Keeping still, mountain. I'm facing a mountain. There is a sense of dread. The mountain is here for a reason. It's been put in my path to climb or understand so many mountains. This one is big. It means everything. Everything so far and more. I want the more. I want the more. Sing a song. Break it up a little. I want a nice nutcracker. standard. Skylark, have you anything to say to me? Can you tell me where my love could be? Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, do you know a valley green with spring where my heart can go a-journeying over the mountains and the rain into a blossom-covered lane, and in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy, serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you leave me there? Okay. Thank you very much. Consider donating, because we all do this for free, but it helps pay for the little things. Thank you.
Just to repeat that, no one's getting paid here. We're just trying to recover the cost of doing the event. I'm going to ask, again, is Mary Thelma Costa in the room? No. Okay. Going on, the next three readers are William Hune, Misa Marissa Levy, and Zev Torres. Okay? And is Misa here?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the next reader is William Hune. His poems, his first full-length collection, his poems have appeared in many places, but his first full-length collection, Bachelor Holiday, appeared recently from Blaze Fox Books. This collection won Literary Titan Gold Book Award and was a finalist in American Book Fest's 2024 Best Book Award for Poetry. Let's welcome William Hune.
Thank you very much, Thaddeus. So yes, thank you for having me, for a wonderful host and this great event. My first book just came out, Bachelor Holiday. I have some for sale if anyone wants any. Anyway, first book this is my first book. The first poem I'm going to do is called Expedition. And this is a good one for the new year because it has a very bright, uplifting ending. This is also Thaddeus' favorite poem of mine, so there's that. Expedition. The friends I lost would not have made it to the top anyway. Scattered on the mountainside in night like uncharted stars. Though they'd sworn loyalty, at the first remembrance of their padded lives, even the truest of them became liabilities. Well below where the air grows thin, and the insanity thick as the loss of breath. Their spirit broken. A voice silent as the vultures seemed to soothe them to death. They returned to the safety in numberless faces, eyes already sinking like grave markers. I saw the Lamb of God in the shadow of the scavenger's wing they fled. And I led my expedition of one far above those who wouldn't risk perishing in the blinding snows of the summit, where I kissed the place of rebirth. Oh, yeah. The next poem, just one other short one, is called Ghost Church. Actually, let me do this even shorter. I let my body break apart. Felt it fall asunder, expand, accelerate. The stars had won the match. It was all very natural, like a miracle, no less. Free of a life few master, I not one of these. But I dreamt of living children who live through this day. We go to church twixt the birds of the air. All of us are saved. Thank you very much.
That was William Hune. Clap, clap, clap for William Hune. Next reader, next poet, I said the name wrong to begin with. It is Misa Marissa Levy. Misa Levy is a New York City poet, parent, and PhD dropout, whose first chapbook, I Don't Want To, was published in 2022. Let's welcome Misa.
Thank you. Happy New Year. This one's called Time. I like time as ticked by a dying clock. I like time the way a toddler counts. I like time as it bends around a nightmare. I like time waiting for a family dinner to end and a car to arrive. I like time as communicated through radio waves, just software with endearing graphics and its own universe of time compared to our time. We could live forever if life were a shareholder call, or a group think, or a mandatory company-wide announcement. Thank you. This one's called 116. The building smelled of wet dog and stale beer. Then momentarily, the vapor of mint leaves dipped in formaldehyde, which we rolled and smoked from little glassine bags printed with the Crazy Eddie logo that was stolen from an R-Chrome cartoon. Thank you.
Misa Marissa Levy. Let's keep it going for Marissa. Misa Marissa. Cole Perkinson, is he still here? Is Cole Perkinson here? Okay. No, we found some texts by Cole Perkinson. Next poet. Now, while people are reading, please keep it down so we can hear them read. You know, if you want to talk, go outside. Go outside and come back in when you're done. All right. Next is Zev Torres. He is still at it, digging, tunneling, trying to make sense of those pesky subterranean reasons, nibbling away at our spiritual and moral infrastructure. Let's welcome Zev Torres.
On the other hand, at this imprecise moment, there is a chance that something resembling a miracle is taking place. Not because there's anything special about this moment. It is just what can occur at any moment in the ordinary course of events. As I was walking that residential highway, I saw above me the hills. I saw below me the broken valley. This life was big. Because you listen to a maudlin tune to soothe your unrequited affections, struggled with self-control, could not resist the urge to check continuously your ex's status and the status of your ex's friends. Drafted hundreds of emails and texts, brimming with apologies and explanations, some of which you sent, which led to more apologies, more explanations, bursting with pleas and recriminations, some of which you sent. Veered between renouncing your faith and desperate, fruitless deal-making with both traditional and cyberplace deities. Slogged through a mire of burbling emotions which you endeavored to numb by gorging on videos culled from a wide swatch of genres, cute animals at play, amazing feats of strength, keto cuisine, haute couture, the bizarre and depraved. Because you forewent sleep, hygiene, and meals for 48 hours, searching for the perfect getaway, the ideal hideaway, a cabin in the woods, a mountain retreat, where you can live out the remainder of your days in solitude and tranquility. Scroll through a vast list of character defects, trying to identify the one or ones that continually undermine your relationships. Join dozens of online groups and forums where you befriended strangers with whom you shared intimate details of your existence in an effort to gain the support and information necessary to rid yourself of those pernicious flaws. Because your screen time is increased week after week after week since the cataclysmic breakdown that followed the most recent rendition of that all too familiar refrain, "This just isn't working out," brought you full circle into the vortex of yet another cycle from which you have endeavored to emerge with the resolve to craft a new identity, an identity that manifests solely exclusive, laudable traits, that is free of those myriad imperfections that inevitably lead to bouts of doubt and consternation, an identity to replace that which never lived up to your ideals. You are an ideal candidate for algorithmic salvation. I've roamed around. I've followed my footsteps. The sparkling sands of the desert, and already a voice was sounded. This time it was me. Thank you.
Can I have a show of hands of these three readers here? Joni F. Zosiski. Is Joni here? Okay. Robert Heiger. Is Robert Heiger here? Okay. Fareed Battar. Is Fareed Battar here? All right. Next three readers are Patricia Carrigan. Is Patricia here?
No, she's not coming today.
Okay. Roxanne Hoffman. Is Roxanne Hoffman here? All right. David Elsasser. Yes.
Yes.
We have a winner. You're a contestant. Come on down.
David Elsasser, Megan Gruposo, and Stephen Kleck are the next three readers. Okay, so David Elsasser has been active in the New York City poetry scene since the 1990s. He has hosted the Parkside Poets, a weekly peer poetry workshop, since 2007, and he's the author of 3 poetry chapbooks. Let's welcome David Elsasser.
It's good to be here with all of you. It's good to hear all of you. Dreamcatcher, twisted as a drunken spider's web, a neighbor's Venetian blinds rustle in the wind, slats rusted, cords frayed, never raised, never lowered, just slowly decaying into eyesore chaos. Or maybe seen through other eyes, blooming in art installation glory. Although I've never seen anyone, windows sometimes open, sometimes closed, proves human presence. Maybe grown decrepit, maybe dream sheltered, blossoming, bountiful, tossing creation blind into the wind. like your perennial garden, stuck in hard ground, wilting for your watering can. I am your red boots, stuck fast in mud. Restless feet, long fled my sunken hold. I am your dead dog, memories of wagging tail, large-eyed love, and dawn walk demands, reminding you that new dog isn't me. Shine. You ring my poetry bells, sunshine, warmth spreading out.
Thanks, Dad, and Happy New Year. Lighthouse. I take this rock and put it in my mouth. It's a mountain. It sinks. I grow. My trident heals in earth. I follow the instructions. I assume you find meaning in doing the right thing. I assume you know what I mean. Take this rock, put it in your mouth, crags, saliva, a mountain. There's a rock within each of us. The angle of a spiral determines smack or embrace, oppressive, reasonless. Sit up, stand where you are. It only seems cruel. I put the stone in my mouth. It means nothing. The river, a swallow. I'm the mountain. My heart aflame, the start very far away. There was a fire in summer, now in winter. Keep it here. A cushion, a cleared off patch of rug, salt drenched. Catch, defiant, the river, the moon. Stay where you are. There's a stone inside each of us, malachite, tourmaline, gray, river, rock. There's a trickster inside each of us, fixing our point external. I put the stone in my mouth. The river, the Pleiades. Take this rock and put it in your mouth. It's broken. Take this heart and put it in your mouth. It's a mountain. Take this sky and put it in your hands. Let it expand, a conversation between ring finger and thumb. Take this river and be still. I, the stillness. You, stillness. Take this stone, let it sink, rise. Don't worry about flame. We were made for fire. Take this flame and put it in the hollow of your broken heart and rise. Fill everything with light. Be the mountain. Don't tell anyone.
Gruposo, clap, clap, clap. Canadian Gruposo, clap, clap, clap. Next is Stephen Klett, next poet. He is an award-winning poet, winner of the 2014 New School Chapbook Award for A Field Full of Mirrors. He's also publishing a book, Say I Love You, in 2025, this year with Pink Trees Press. Let's welcome Stephen Klett.
This is called Year of the Heron. New year. He stood like celebration, inhabited him, puffered him. His navy blue feathers basked in light like a resplendent waterfall. This was his year. He stood at an egress, a portal, free to move undeterred. He made clear to all would-be predators that he was a soldier. Proud and tall as any bird we'd ever seen. He was the river's guardian, and we were its invaders. He gave death glares to our trees. He tracked every movement along the canal. We made sure to be quiet in our approach. I assure you, we were not tourists gawking at skyscrapers pointing cameras directly at the sun. But he saw us, cocked his head, let out a shriek that engulfed the whole wood, spread his wings spanning 5, maybe 6 feet, the entirety of our bursting hearts. And then he swooped, grazing our head like a helicopter, and we ducked for cover. Thank you.
That was Stephen Flett. Clap, Stephen. Okay, next three readers are, I understand, Joni Zosiski. Where are you, Joni? Okay, and Robert Heiger. Where's Robert? Robert Heiger? Robert Heiger's here. And then after that, it's Madeline Artenberg, and is Nancy Hawk in the room? Nancy Hawk. Okay, well that'll probably take us to the end of the hour. So let's, Joni F. Zosiski is an excellent poet. Yeah. Let's welcome Joni F. Zosiski.
We'll do it this way. Come to me. Actually, it's Zozika, just for you. I know. Okay, cheers. Happy New Year. Let us hope, right? We are hoping for the best. It's nice to see all these familiar and friendly faces. Would be terrible to look and see unfriendly ones. Okay, this is called Resolve. Resolve, revolve, resolute, that's right, thank you. Resolute, revolution, revive, dissolve. The weeping willow digs her toes into mud, resolving to stay as long as she is able, to accept with grace the rings that intensify her core, to wear the leaves that swallow up her face. She's not going anywhere with her moss-like hair. She's not tripping out to dance all night, despite her exquisite port-de-bras, carrying her branch arms purposely on display for the grass to see and laud. The little grass blades revise the story for their own circumstances. They resolve to stay close to the ground, humble, reveling in their uniform of uniformity. See how each different little face swallows up the dew with zest and zeal, their smiles appealing to the breeze, swaying to and fro in their diminutive dance and worshiping the sun every chance they get, thanking each drop of rain for sustenance, but shaking off the moisture as soon as it lands. The tree roots are the most resolute. They are the keepers of underground communication, speeding messages along through tendrils and wisps of fiber. It's a big job. They take it quite seriously. They see little daylight unless some anomalous occurrence allows a momentary bump up through the ground, and then they rush that sunlight right back down to share with their comrades. Their network runs for miles, forever. Never do they complain or wage a campaign to get their fair share of rain. They are nourished by their purpose. The soil itself is a living resolution to grow and sustain life, giving each fruit of its loins freedom to go. If we listen to knells of doom, the same freedom is available to them.
to leave. As more and more voices tune to the celestial clock, the soil, fecund and virile, smiles with resolve. Still fertile, hope is alive.
Okay, that was Joni Sozika. Let's clap for Joni. And next is Robert Heiger. Where's Robert? Right here. Okay, Robert Heiger is another excellent poet. Let's welcome Robert Heiger.
Oh, this guy.
Hi, so, all right, this is an abecedarian, and despite its nature, I still think there's hope for the year. It's called the Abeceds of Power. Aiding and abetting, abrading and beheading, business as usual, businessmen penetrate, business controls, crusades, careens, carves the path to corporate dominion. Devoid of heart, replaced by a billfold, the deranged, evil, evangelical emperors are ensconced in death-saturated fabric. Fanatical, faithful, fascist toadies man the guard posts, gorge grotesquely on ghastly carcasses of unfaithfuls ground beneath the heel. Harbingers of the hallowed return to greatness, self-proclaimed, interdicting intelligent discourse imagined as a thing of the past, they are jeering jingoist jackals hunting jittery foreigners who are jailed, soon to be tried in kingly kangaroo courts with Ku Klux Klanish zeal on the frontier of surreal. Derisively laughing, lacerating frontiers of the heart, liquefying lines of communication, monetizing moribund members of menial workforces turned fodder, they nonchalantly neutralize dissent of the spent. It'll be great, says the new breed of orator, orchestrating an oompa, 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 marching to banks. Gradually, they pour pilfered blood into overflowing coffers that pulse with anguish of the quashed, quivering with lust for the feeble remains of plebeians, they quibble over reddened rags, rinsing away the blood of conquest on the road to greatness. Slowly, they succumb, sad under weight of their own corruption, scrabbling through wads of bills, thievishly targeting the poor who tire of subsistence and are a true threat to their power. Understatement unnerves the vaunted wealthy. Say it loud, say it proud, no time to vacillate. Vanquish all enemies of wealth. To be poor is dead wrong, a thing of woe. Wall Street, their temple of doom, keeps out the poor, but gone to seed is their Xanadu. Xanthosis ripened tumors speckle the skin of the fallen, trapped behind the wall. Yips, yowls, unearthly howls of former victors slipped through cracks in the yellowed wall. Zonked zombies of the dying breed emerge, zigzag, slowly to their tombs, alarmed, abject, and alone.
Robert Heiger, clap up for Robert Heiger. Last call, I think we only have one more poet this hour, all right? And last call for Marithoma Costa, Fareed Bitar, Roxanne Hoffman, Nancy Hawk. Anybody, any of those people here? No. Okay, before I introduce the last poet of this hour, that's Madeline, I just want to say, reminder, if you have not donated and you want to donate, see Ellen Ogleidel there, she's standing back there. No one's getting paid here, but there are expenses on this room. There are expenses on this room, and that's why we're asking for donations. And last reader is Madeline Artenberg, and her book is called Naming a Hurricane from Pink Trees Press. The book is described as jaw-dropping and irreverent. She judged the 2024 St. Louis Writers Guild Poetry Contest. Let's welcome Madeline Artenberg. Madeline's also on the committee, the organizing committee of this event.
I've been on this organizing production committee 23 years and I still love it. This is the book, Road to Feast of San Esteban. Epigraph. Acoma Reservation contains one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the United States. J.M. Weatherford, Indian Givers, How the Indians of the Americas Transformed the World. The tour bus is 400 feet up on a sandstone mesa, Acoma Pueblo behind a rim of rocks. The guide introduces us to tribe members standing alongside pottery, traditional and new designs. I imagine a great creator in the sky giving the inhabitants short stature and square hips to withstand sweeping winds, unlike me with narrow waist and spider legs. Feast of San Esteban fills the square. Families cooking reminds me of strudel making with my Brooklyn bubby. Except for olive skin, we didn't appear related. I tell our guide, "You look very much like my grandmother, plucked from Eastern Europe, replanted across ocean." Stepping over a tree's exposed roots, she replies, "Remember, the road goes both ways." And this is Soft Hand. Mother calls for me in skipping tones. Her legs do not support rising. She sits shrinking on a bedroom chair, can't bear the touch of help. I encircle her thin spotted hand. The softness startles. I do not remember softness. Her flying nails had raked skin raw. She wielded wire hangers. I hid under tables. She caught me by the hair, pulling it along half a house length. Now, her eggshell hand tugs at my skirt. She cannot poke her bird head through the sweater neck. Rivulets of wrinkles run down her breasts. The nipples bite her belly. My hard heart shatters. I want to just thank all creative arts for allowing us to unburden ourselves of crippling secrets.
That was Madeline Artenberg. Clap, clap, clap for Madeline Artenberg. That does it for the 4 to 5 slot. Thanks to all the readers in that slot. Thank you for having me as your host, and I hope everyone has a great year in 2025.
And for Thyra Karski, put this through a pass. All right, thank you. All right, set your poetry watch to 5 o'clock. We're still running behind, so we will get to the open micers. We do have a list. We have several people on the list there. We will get to you. Not quite sure when, but we will get to you. But for now, we're going to go ahead with our 5 to 6 hour. So set your poetry watches to 5 o'clock.
DD Champagne will be taking you through the next hour, who will bring up momentarily, but just as a quick heads up, our first readers in this hour, Bonnie Finberg, who I believe is here at the scene, Eugene Hyatt. Okay, hello Eugene. Sam Cohen. Okay, good to see you. Okay, and Jim Feast, who indeed is here. So you're the first ones up momentarily, so get ready. But I should first let you know about DD Champagne. And before I even do that, just a reminder that this is the 28th. Yeah, we're an institution, the 28th alternative New Year's Day spoken word performance extravaganza. So give yourselves a hand for coming out here. Because let's face it, if you all didn't show up, there wouldn't be much of an event, now would it? So as all the readers who come here and participate and show their wares to the world, we've got a couple of videographers to the audience, that's what makes all this happen. So that's why we do this. 28 years, hard to believe. I've been to 27 of them. I only wasn't at the first one because I wasn't in New York yet. All right. DD Champagne has put her poetry to songs and has performed at CBGB, The Bitter End, and many other clubs, and has CDs of original music available. I have all her CDs. You should definitely catch her before she goes. She also paints and has a book of art and poetry, Life of a Kalamata. She's taking you through the next hour. Hands in motion for DD Champagne.
Thank you, Peter, for that wonderful introduction. You know, I don't know, did anybody watch The Twilight Zone last night? Or were you all Twilight Zoned out? My friends were calling me and saying, I wish they dropped the damn ball. Anyway, our first reader up, it's so happy to be here, and once again, I wish you all a very happy and prosperous New Year. First reader is Bonnie Finberg. Is she here? Anyway, she's a 2014 ACCA Award recipient. Her publications include Callie's Day, How the Discovery of Sugar Produced, The Romantic Era, Deja Vu, and Sitting Book. Our next reader up, he's a fantastic guy, fabulous poet, Eugene Hyatt.
Thank you for that fabulous send-up. Speaking of Twilights, in the twilight of the last day of the year, little strands of the Medusa's thoughts sailed by my ear for a moment in space, before vanishing without a trace. In the twilight of the last day of the year, a drizzle bespeckled my glasses, turning everything on the street into motile colored swatches, executing phantom passes. In the twilight of the last day of the year, thoughts and experiences become the bridge between the real and unreal. To be real has nothing to do with the immaterial. I long to evoke a tear from a glass eye, squeeze blood from a stone, turn lead into gold, watch marble pigs fly, hear a canary sing an opera. Between the idea and the physical disintegrates in the twilight of the last day of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, that was beautiful. Okay, unfortunately Julie Bolt couldn't be with us. Wish her the best of New Year's. Now we have our next poem. This woman is amazing. I gotta tell you, I know her from, I met her at Meow Mix, like maybe 12, 15 years ago. And she watched my band. She's like, you gotta stay for my band. So she's a musician, a poet, an artist. She makes jewelry. I gotta tell you, this woman is the best. I love this woman. Let's welcome Sam Cohen.
Thank you. That's artist Sam Cohen, if anybody wants to follow me, 2 M's. Midnight penumbra. At the height of the darkness, or just before it fades, or is overtaken by increasing bright, the struggle of what can be seen and why I need to know vacillates. Like pinning down shadows under interrogation lights, the first day of the year, the beginning or the end. A day of calm reflection, trying on different faces, different perspectives, seeking clarity or something to call home. As others seem to meditate on mantras of foreign sounds, holding chakras and balancing energies of the universe, sounding so serene and astute, I whisper my small plea to the silent wind. Let this old me crack away by allowing something more to shine through. I watch my rolled up body crumble, hoping there is something sturdy underneath. The dichotomy of resilience. Behind a trail of leaded breadcrumbs, Janice stands in the gateway, inviting us to look both past and future, and in duplexity shows dimensions. Building cities on forest land and wanting rustic viewed skyscrapers, making youth gray age and worry, and elderly plea for patient pampering, adding talents to doves and mothering to hawks, civilizing barbarism, or maybe brutalizing decency. Cutting cords whose ties seem boundless, the dyads in this human experiment endless sometimes. Cause such rips in harmony's blanket, leave us shivery and skeptical to whether those old Roman deities or any other are interested at all. Hold this invisible tether so we sojourn, slowly climbing in just one direction to the next number in the sequence cycle of symmetry, an attempt to find middle ground in the transition vacillating in two-minded consistency. The duality of doors stands open today, and I wonder if I peer into the ambivalent tomorrows, is there enough despair and doubt to finally bring back hope? Thank you.
No.
Watch. No.
Thank you, Sam. That was awesome. Okay, now we have, oh yes, here we are. Let's bring up the great, amazing. He's Jim Feast. He's the author of Karl Marx and Private Eye. Jim. Where are you, Jim? Come on up.
People do this, but my wife and I share the same Facebook. My wife always says, looks at Dee Dee Champagne's picture, and she goes, stay away from Dee Dee Champagne. I said, what's wrong with her? She's too attractive. Okay, boom. I started at the top, by imitating these rivals. So I said, well, why don't I just imitate Shakespeare? So I'm going to read one sonnet in imitation of Shakespeare, okay? And also I didn't have any theme. So he has a theme when Marble Hall monuments, this theme where all these buildings will disappear by erosion, but my poem will keep living because your name is so beautiful. You're so beautiful, name is. So I'm going to read that poem, okay? Just one. For Sharon Carter. As I expect these lines may last the night into the day that thunders at its back, and breach the slender slip of earth, the sight which shall foreclose my sight, to which I tack as a wounded ship through outraging dark makes for the seemly shore, moving without question, thus I to death. But know these lines shall mark my uncouth passage, commemorate my rest. So into them I place thy name, dear friend, that unborn men may marvel at thy grace, and curse their fetal fathers that did send their rising seed too late to catch thy face. But all men that can read recall thy hair, as dark as untrimmed midnight and as fair.
Jim, that was fabulous. And guess what? Bonnie is here. Yes, we have the wonderful Bonnie Finberg. Once again, she is a 2014 ACCA Award recipient. Her publications include Callie's Day, How the Discovery of Sugar Produced the Romantic Era, Deja Vu, and Sitting Bull. Please give a warm welcome to Bonnie Finberg.
Get set on fire or pushed off the subway platform, and I didn't get hit by a car on my way here, so that's good job. Woo! Okay. Tatiana's Brighton Beach. The search for meaning, to know the I, that love exists, despite uncertain death, monotony, is why vodka was invented. If one vodka brings epiphany, what will two vodkas bring? Experiments in language have no place where a slow-moving freighter moves like an untethered island heading somewhere east, destination unknown. Above, seagulls, angels of Brooklyn. There, on the bench, a magnificence of flesh and braided hair, daughters, maybe 8 and 14, miniatures of their mother, dry their thighs with discount towels, smiles inflamed by sun, recording youth in pixels that will vanish when the circuits die. Schoolyard. Schoolyard. The confined, I'm sorry, can't see that well. The confused schoolyard. The confused compulsions threading 13-year-old girls together in commiserative mischief. The deserted schoolyard, blanketed in white, me and Joni carving boot-wide contours with our feet, drawing giant naked ladies in the virgin snow. The man rounded the corner, walked along the chicken wire, entered through the open gate, walked in a diagonal toward where we stood, above the evidence of our preoccupations. We never said a word, just watched him getting closer. Never said a word. Danger mixed with shame, dread, a phantom wind behind our backs, impelled our feet as fast as winter boots could fly. Dream. I dreamt I had what you have, that I was dying too. I had the same incompetent doctor, insufficient coverage, was going to die, terrified. Then I woke to life while you slept, still dreaming of a life before you woke to dying. Thank you. The great reward. The older you get, the more photos you reject. You say, that's a bad picture. This becomes more frequent. Then one day, you realize there's no one there to bring you in because you flew out of a vacuum. The flocks arranged like penguins flank the gates of your demise.
Okay, we're going to have a little bit of music for you. We have an excellent, excellent musician. He's been around for many years. I think I remember you since the 80s. Okay. What was his name? Thaddeus? Or that's sorry. What was it that did the no folk? Yes, Lash. I remember Lash. He played on St. Mark's Place, which I actually used to live on St. Mark's many moons ago. Okay, so this is Christian X Hunter.
counting by 3 minutes. All right, I'm not going to give any long introductions. Just to say that this is for all the people that came into New York thinking they were going to be in the Knicks, Jim Carroll, and ended up over on the street, freezing their ass, waiting for a bag of dope over in front of Lucky 7, and didn't really ever make it. Kings and wise men all walk in the street, burn up their dreams and sleep at her feet. She's like live wire bullet with that crowded room. She got little persuasion, you're gonna break real soon. Walk to the east, away from the light. She sings in your blood, here comes her night. You can't hear the music and you don't see the day. She walked right through you, but still you must pay. She sits at the bar and she laughs till she's blue. Something here is funny, but it sure isn't you. Walk to the east, away from the light. She sings in your blood, here comes her night. Nothing remains on the streets where she shines. She speaks for the living and they wait behind. The love's around the reflexing out of the smoke. Maybe ready to fade, we'll be going for broke. Walk to the east, away from the light. She sings in your blood, here comes her night. I'm a mouse. You listen for love, but then in the end, listen for silence, is no casual friend. You're running her down, but she runs real deep. You say you don't love her, but you know you cry in her sleep.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Christian. Thank you so much. That music. Okay, now we have Davidson Garrett, is also known as King Lear of the Taxi. I was watching King Lear last night with Laurence Olivier. He's a poet, an actor, and is the author of 2 poetry collections and 4 chapbooks. Please, let's give a warm welcome to Davidson Garrett.
Maxie? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. A haiku, December, forgive me, a haiku, November 6, 2024. Autumn Requiem, prayers for America's death, slain by demagogue.
Yeah.
American lesbians in Paris. Living together at 27 Rue de Fleury from 1910 until 1938. Gertrude Stein and Alice B. Toklas, love companions, avant-garde expatriates ahead of their times, created an artsy salon for the intelligentsia near the river Seine to remain sane. Fiercely brave women, slighted by conventional society, unashamed for perceptions of peculiarities of character, but never dissuaded by those sort of objections, and as such, securing a determined position to defy the world. Thank you.
That was amazing. I gotta watch the rest of the thing here. Okay, now we have, oh, this girl is the bomb, okay? Forget about it. She runs a poetry series every Monday. She is on the ball, okay? Her name is Jennifer Juneau. She's a writer, a poet. I think she dances. Do you dance? Okay. You'll never know. Okay, she is the author of 3 books. The novel Uberchef USA, the full-length poetry collection More Than Moon, and most recently, Maze, a short fiction collection. Her work appears in Columbia Journal, Evergreen Review, Rattle, and elsewhere. She is a 2025 recipient of the Acker Award. Woo! And the host of Phoenix Poetry Open Mic every Monday night in the East Village at Shades of Green. Let's give a warm welcome to Jennifer Juneau.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. Make your dreams come true, and if you don't, you better confer with yourself. I'm going to read to you just one poem, my latest published poem. It's going to be coming out in Bower Street Magazine, which is my heart because I'm a West Village girl. It's called Last Call. Mr. Cream Puff, follow my stockings home. Pour me a drink as derelict as the panic on the rec room rug. Chase me into the kitchen after I stomp out in a hissy fit, like he always did. That's phony, you said. That's what people in movies did. Or maybe how your past lovers tread. Fix me leftover pizza with burrata and cherry tomatoes. Heat it till it burns like the last star will disappear into the crepuscular light. You wouldn't be caught dead in a tangle of fishnets, because who is married, but not tonight? Come to my rescue with a cigarette and an accent. I like your watch. Stay a little longer, if only one night. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, she's amazing. Now we have Moss Walker. Moss? Oh, and this too. Is Bam Bam gonna read for us?
Can't do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Yankee Stadium. Now batting, the shortstop, number 2, Derek Jeter, number 2. What a pitch. The pitcher put a little extra mustard on it. Fastball coming up and in. Welcome to the bottom of the inning. Brushing the batter off of the plate. Swung and a miss. Just foul. Foul tip. Runners on first and second. Bottom of the 5th. Swung for the fence. Into the upper deck. Strike! The score is 1-0. 1-0, says the umpire, punching his fist into the summer wind. The center field American League flag waves. Upper pavilion, the crowd has had their hands up from the beginning. The 100 pitch, the thud of it hitting the glove, gust of the incoming pitch, the humming and whistling of now batting for the Yankees. Number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2, the pitcher rubbing the stitch. The knuckleball jumped and it flipped, cut a ball. Cut and it twists until the lumber split, trying to bunt him in. Play-by-play brought to you in part by Chevrolet. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Now batting, the runner at second. Feet first slide into the shortstop in a dusty collision. Someone is running and getting onto the field, disrupting the inning, ejected, escorted out of the building. The umpire's decision, foul tipping the baseball into the clubhouse of the other team from the other division. Hot dog vendor lugging buns for commission. The concession stand smells of suds of Guinness and butter tradition. Beer here, get your beer here. Runs are getting in, the cups are spilling. The manager visits the mound, the umpire brushing off the dusty prism. Sun in his vision, chewing wrinkly gum. The pitcher throwing the fastball into the Wilson glove. Now batting with runners in position, the shortstop. Number 2, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Yankee Stadium.
Okay, now our next reader, oh, I'll tell you, this one is so amazing. Every time I read her threads, I feel like I'm walking into a dream. It's unbelievable. Okay, Jane LaCroix is a featured character in the Poetry Brotherell, New York City. 2 bands on Imagination Records and poetry collections published by 3 Rooms Press and Pink Trees Press. Let's give a warm welcome to the woman of Dreamlands, Jane LaCroix.
The merch. This is our church, people. I love you, our community. What a great way to start the year. For years and years, I feel so grateful to be on this earth with you. Thank you. I really do. So thank you for sharing the world with me. You really make it better. Sometimes you just don't want to live anymore though, right? But you gotta do it because, come on, you came for some sorrow. Fly me far away. I said to the streets that shuffled me along their cobbles like a strange wheel, bumping, rolling, a good time on a dark, cold night alone, because I never thought it would be so hard to get regular hot sex when I was a healthy girl with a warm smile who was good at listening to problems and dumb jokes and the same stories over and over without complaining. But it turns out, big hunger gets you hungrier. And I broke a lot of hearts and dicks and drained the chi, so I begged the streets to put me in the sky and fly me far away. But the streets laughed and said that I was far out enough, so I should just stay in this famous city where I know the hosts of all the artsy parties and get fancy invitations to birthdays and shows where I get to be practically naked and never apologize for my loud voice and sharp tongue that scares a lot of horses. And when they gallop away, I can just jump onto the big animal and we'll get onto the green of the Kentucky Derby where they'll all appreciate my hat and my style. So gamble away on the horses with the best names, because a good life is just a good poem you write with good words in a good order, and whatever good you get to define for yourself. Don't look at their dictionaries. Their dictionaries are their own, and you never get to be fluent in anyone else's tongue unless you are deeply kissing them. And only then for those few moments, because even the longest kisses are still not so long as the poems about kisses. Those get to last forever. The kissed never lasts but forever, but the poem does, because art is the longest action you can take. Poems are like the cobbles that bring a horse to you and get you to the place where you can gamble based on names, and there you have the religion of the people in America that are all mixed up and stirring the world and breaking the hearts and the dicks, draining the chi, and you can never get far enough away so that it stops hurting. But you get the poems and make books if you're lucky. Thank goodness for the copy machine and Staples. Gallop those spines and make the gutter, and you get your poetry out there.
Thank you, Jane. Terrific. Okay, we'd like to welcome CO Mode. She was born, now this chick is badass, man. She's badass. She walks the walk and talks the talk. She was born in New York's Lower East Side when it was still a tough neighborhood. Elizabeth P. Morris's fiction and poetry have been published. Is that correct?
We go into the next
Okay,
one.
here we go again. Grew up on the Lower East Side when she was still a tough neighborhood. Her work has appeared in various publications, including the Silver-Tongued Devil Anthology, Unexpected Stories, Inspirational Art Magazine, and Sensitive Skin. Her debut memoir, it was Her New York, True Stories and Snapshots, which I do plan on buying, was a Book Life Editor's Pick and winner of the Firebird Book Awards Judges Pick, among others. Let's give a warm welcome to CO Mo.
Our champagne. From the upcoming collection, The Consequences of Penises and Other Sudden Moments. Today's agenda. Today, I am going further than the false horizon in YouTube wedding dresses, color-coordinated home decor. Today, I'm going beyond insipid, pretty poems I keep writing. I'm going to make the bed, make calls, make love, make prayers. Today, I'm gonna get dressed, look polite, look vague, look at the paycheck, smile. I'm gonna smile when the paycheck goes on and on and on. I'm gonna tilt my head. Oh, that's so interesting. You are so interesting. Tonight, I'm going to go home, finally home. Him, kisses on my forehead, big arms around my waist. I'm gonna grow old, grow soft, grow into Jersey. Until 2:37 a.m., tottering between rage and rest. I'm gonna check. Is he still breathing? Is he still breathing? And then I'm gonna take a cheap pen, an old pencil, a sip, exhale, switchblades between words, cut villains down in news reports and Facebook pages into tiny stories that make me smile. And then I'm gonna go. Kill the world with my beauty. Happy New Year, motherfuckers, get right in.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we have, she's another badass. Natalie H. Rogers is the founder and president of Talk Power Seminars, a behavioral psychotherapist and a fellow in the Department of Psychology, Cornell Medical College. In her previous career, Ms. Rogers was an actress, director, and the artistic director of the Dove Theater Company, a critically acclaimed experimental theater company. She is known internationally as a pioneer and innovator of the most up-to-date breakthrough. Let's welcome Natalie H. Rogers.
My poem is in my latest book, Talk Power, The Mind-Body Way to Speak Without Fear. The point is how to write a monologue. Obituary collage. She liked to make a splash with a big ta-da! So, in the midst of the Christmas festivities, she died. They found her on the kitchen floor. I went to the funeral. I didn't know her very well. She was a friend of a friend. Did you hear the beginning?
Yes.
Yes. I don't have to do it again?
No.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know her very well. She was a friend of a friend from long ago. Her daughter called and asked me to attend. I was surprised, because I recall her mother never liked me very much. I was too demanding of her attention, and she needed her attention for herself. So preoccupied was she with this endeavor, paying attention to herself, that at parties, she would cut me off by interrupting my responses. Cut me off. Well, in her prime, she was practically stunning. She was tall and wore beautiful clothes, the color of jewels, ruby red and emerald green, purple quartz and sapphire blue. The funeral was in a church. I wore a great fur hat. It made a statement. At your funeral, I will be noticed, whether you like it or not, dear. Rumor had it that her daughter had some mental issues, ran away, became a homeless person, finally was rescued by a halfway house. I was amazed she found my number. I suppose they needed bodies in the pews. it all came back to me from some smelly internal repository, bubbling up into my thoughts. Whispers that the mother, the deceased, chased her daughter through the house with sharp knives, screaming, calling out nasty names, saying she was worthless, a mistake. She was a therapist. The deceased, all laid out in that beautiful copper box. A therapist. And when her name came up at social gatherings, there was a pause. So much was left unsaid. One had to wonder. I approach to render my condolences. The daughter's gaze is puzzled and confused.
Thank you, Natalie. We'd love to give you 30 minutes and 300 minutes, but it's 3 minutes. Okay, now we have Elizabeth P. Morse. She's a fiction writer and poet and has been published in literary magazines such as Kestrel, The Raven's Perch, The Blue Lake Review, as well as anthologies such as The Unbearables Big Book of SEX. All right, here we go. Elizabeth P. Morse, please come on up to The Price is Right, to the reading.
The poet is right. The poet is right.
Happy New Year. A message for 2025. Be prepared for a conflagration of paper. Think of the library at Alexandria. Listen to the 9 muses of the arts, champion of this ancient archive. Pay attention as they whisper love and encouragement. Strong hands will preserve as many books as they can. Be prepared for hideous words like the stench of rotten meat. Language will be turned upside down. Do not speak it, but know that others will. Be curious about what you see and read. Hold on to what you really think. Keep writing to the constellations. Be prepared for soft voices at gatherings. It won't be that bad, the host reassures. You want to believe just for the moment, but doubt claims you on the way through to the next tornado in Brooklyn. Strong hands will collect gentle words like the exquisite gems they are. Be prepared for receding shorelines. Dark waves heave and toss in wild weather. Is there still time? There is a little shown by the climate clock in Union Square. Will protesters actually be shot this time? The news speaks the promise. Believe it? Strong hands cannot stop the hurricanes. Be prepared for the unpredictable events. The future is just not foreseeable. We guess, based only on what we know, the new year will have happy moments that strong hands can grasp, as well as the terror of typhoons. But the oracle at Delphi breathes vapors and sings the future in language we cannot know or imagine now. Just be prepared. Be as ready as you can. Another short one? That's it? Okay.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That was wonderful. Okay, our next reader is Miriam Stanley. She is a poet and has been included in numerous anthologies. She has the beautiful pink hair. She also has 6 collections of poetry published by Rogue Scholars Plus. Let's give a warm welcome to Miriam Stanley.
Okay, insurance call. A chipper voice named Stu, accent Floridian, asked why the patient needs more days. I list her fresh cuts on thighs, arms, raw notches, marking time into flesh, her parents hiding knives like radium. So Stu says, she gets 2 more days. Remember, this call's being recorded. I sigh into my N95, fling down the receiver. Patty Smith glares at me from the taped photo as I kiss the image, my mezuzah. I imagine strangling Stu, his fat ass in Fort Lauderdale, his aircrew living room office, his bare pink feet on lush carpet. I walk towards group therapy in shoes of lead. There's a crash, the sound of thrown chairs. I run to the fight. A coworker lies on the floor. I spring to pin back the wailing arms of the psychotic, while Stu most probably finishes a cheese Danish. He stretches his legs. All right, next one. One talks. In Belize, the mangoes would fall to the ground while I played in the grass, their ripeness ignored by my auntie, her kitchen already filled with soursop, her village flooded with fruit trees. That was before the plane took me to Brooklyn, winter jackets, wild schools, no switch to hit a bully's rump. My mother off at a New York hotel, changing linen, changing garbage bags, while I skipped class for the roadie food trucks on Broadway Junction. She tried, sometimes took me to church, the Temple of Holy Apostles, catching the weekly Holy Ghost in front of the pastor from St. Lucia, while I snuck peeks at my pocketed cell phone. But I learned that beatings were a form of child's abuse, so that my uncle was wrong to use his belt. So I skipped church and lost my accent like a nickel, and rolled spliffs at my cousin's walk-up. I moved in, did wake and bake, rejected college, but danced on the Parkway to show my bona fide roots after attending Juvet. Call me a scalawag, a roughneck, call me a no account. At least I work like the King James Adam. That's saying something.
I'm looking forward to your readings in your backyard. You had those black cats. Okay, our next reader we have is Susan Weinman. She is the author of Roommates and New York-ish writer, artist, and organizer. Let's give a warm welcome, Susan Weinman.
Happy New Year, everyone. Let's hope for the best. I'm reading a section of a larger piece. It's called Museum of Contemporary Art. Although I had no desire to work in a law firm, I had to pay back my student loans. I applied for a position as a paralegal at Mean, Man & Man, one of the largest litigation firms in the country. I purchased a 3-piece gray woolen suit at Lord & Taylor and a matching gray hat. I was hired the day after the interview. My cubicle was on the 7th floor with over 100 paralegals who worked on the Xerox SCM litigation. We copied, stamped, and punched thousands of holes into thousands of documents. On a good day, I summarized stacks of depositions. Out of boredom, I began drawing intricate doodles on thick double-ply paper towels. Accidentally, my coffee dripped from a brown plastic stirrer onto the doodles, and like watercolor, the ink flowed. M&M provided an ample amount of used and discarded office supplies. I crafted a wreath from plastic six-pack rings and decorated with colorful paper clips and white reinforcements that look like mint lifesavers. I wove perforated computer paper strips into a canvas, fashioned assorted binder clips into a necklace, and knotted rubber bands into a 6-foot shawl. Every day at 4, I invited my friends from the 29th floor to view my creations that hung from my gray cubicle wall. At 5, I dismantled them and began again the following day. Just a quick piece on time. It's very short. I saw time fly, 70-mile-an-hour winds blow a blue wall clock out of a shopping bag down the street around the corner.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Okay, now we have a fantastic reader. He carries around his 100-year-old book, and he's amazing, and I love him so much. Layman, please, let's give him a warm welcome.
I stole this 100-year-old book from none other than T.S. Eliot. It's a whole story, but
yeah.
next New Year. Elect. Not overcast or all sun, but partly sunny, or is it partly cloudy? In deference to your preference for the golden mean. The others avert their gaze, not from indifference, but shielding from your high noon radiance. Whenever you cross, the obliging streets stretch barren of traffic. For today, the river stays between its banks. They mock when they speak it, but it's oh so true. It's all about you. And just don't think. How golden are you, lily? Hangs on angle, and the prevalence of clouds could be a rag on the rack, or the color of fire through the bramble of my nerves. As much light as petal, for the minute, the sun of the sun of the sun. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Layman. That was great. We have another fantastic, brilliant, beautiful writer, Francine Witt. She's a poet, a playwright, and a fiction writer. Her latest book is Radio Water. Find out more about FrancineWitt.com. Please give a welcome to Francine Witt. She's fantastic.
My safe word is help, because I like to keep it simple. Get my help whenever I can, because I need a safe word to help me when I want the world to stop fucking me. Because today I stood in line at the supermarket, my grocery bill rising like the temperature, hottest month on record, and no one wants to help, because help, even a small gesture, someone not holding the door for me as I follow, becomes a sexist issue, an ageist issue, because I can't help but sigh and give to the latest addiction, TV and smartphone and Insta, and how now I have wasted my life, because no one here wants to help. When I was a teenager, nothing horrible, just the usual bully of high school hallways and gym, of course. And I can't help but watch volleyball in the Olympics without getting triggered. Because the astronaut not stuck in the Starliner, some kind of real life remake of Gilligan's Island with no one on Earth or outer space, to help them, because I cringe as I imagine myself stuck on an elevator for the next 7 months crying, help, and help, again, because some days even the writing is enough to help me, to soothe me and smooth all the rough edges that hang off of everywhere and everything. And yes, because if I didn't bother to ask for help, you would just leave me here in this poem, wouldn't you? Say sends me an email. But this was the year I was going to be young, walk the hell out of myself, unzip my skin suit and Tinkerbell myself around the globe. I don't really have time for death, I say to my computer, and send death's email to the trash. Besides, if it's important, death can always text or better yet, call. The way my sister called that last time, though I didn't pick up the phone. No way to know it was the last chance I'd have. But see, death is that kind of asshole, lurking behind curtains and jumping out. Surprise! Other times winking and winking the way he did my mother's last agony year. No way to know what's on death's fickle mind, and so I fish out the email and open it. Turns out to be spam from a window company. Death to bad insulation in the subject line, and I just misread. I sigh and settle back. I can be young some other time, travel some other year, and then I think of Death sitting at his own computer, clearing out his backlog. I can only hope my name is in some kind of file marked "Get to this later," the kind of email he'd fuss over the wording, fidget every comma, maybe show it to his wife for feedback, rewrite it a couple of hundred times before he presses send.
Thank you, Francine. Okay. Happy New Year, everybody. How's everybody doing? Yay! Okay, we got a few more great readers. Okay, our next reader is Maria Perez. Maria Perez Bustillo's poetry and fiction appears in Revista del Hada, Caribbean Review, Voices among others. Her novel Back to El Dorado is available on BNN and Amazon. Let's give a warm welcome to Maria.
Hola a todos, feliz año nuevo. Okay, this is dedicated to Leonor Salavata, Going to the Mamos. It had never happened before. A nadie, a pushed aside, pushed up where the great nations decide fates. This nadie was a doctora, an environmentalist, Arahuaca born from Colombia's Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, the highest massive in the world, where the teachers, the mamos, in white woven maguey fibers and conical hats like their mountains, guarded earth's deep knowing, teaching that there was a warning of the repercussions of not fixing the relationship with nature and of the importance of protecting their territories. So before she boarded that plane to represent in that great assembly by the river in the city of Empire Towers, now ambassador that she was, she journeyed by car and fast up the story of her famous city, the sacred Nebusake, to dialogue with her teachers of the dire callings of the earth, to hear again that we must answer to the law of origin, the original instructions on how to live harmoniously with other life forms on the planet or be subjected to great crises. She, the emissary, just recognized by the nuevo presidente, carried them with her beyond the sacred mountain.
Thank you so much, Maria. So I'd like to thank all the readers. I have one more reader, but before I bring him up, Wayne KRAL will be hosting a reading on Monday, January 13th. I'm sorry, Jen, I'll maybe try and go to your reading afterwards. January 13th at 7. And I will be reading with Jennifer Blowdryer, who's in the green over there. Hi Jen, how are you? Happy New Year. So we'll be reading at 176 East 1st Street at 1st Avenue. You can take the F train to 2nd Avenue and you can run across the street. It's very easy. Hop, skip, and a jump. Okay, our last reader for this session is Richard Vogt. Is there a Richard Vogt in the house? Okay, please come on up.
Then I rushed home. I rushed home to my lover. Then I rushed home to her as my fiancée. Then I rushed home to my young wife. Then I rushed home to my pregnant wife. Then I rushed home to my wife and son. Then I rushed home to birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays. Then I rushed home to school plays, pageants, playoffs. Then I rushed home to take our son to the doctor at midnight and then on to the hospital. Then I rushed home to find him graduating and leaving the house. Then I rushed home to refit the house for his empty nesters. Then I rushed home to meet our son's fiancée. Then I rushed home to help them make their wedding plans. Then I rushed home to find my wife not quite herself. Then I rushed home to hear the diagnosis. Then I rushed home to get her dozens of doctors and hospitals procedures. Then I rushed home realizing that I was now her full-time caregiver. Then I rushed home Thanksgiving Eve to see on our son's face how much his mother had faded. Then I rushed home to make her as comfortable as possible between painful attacks. Then I rushed to the living room to get more oxygen tanks. Then I rushed back to pack a bag for the ER. Then I rushed to the living room to take her to the hospital. Then I rushed to her side to try to wake her, but she wasn't sleeping. Then paramedics rushed to the house and tried to revive her. Then they slowly took her away. Then I rushed to the phone. Then family and friends rushed from all around the country to say their final goodbyes. Then they rushed back to their homes because Christmas was only 5 days away. Then my kids rushed around my house so I could cry, reminisce, laugh, and then cry some more. Then they rushed back to their home after staying with me for over 2 weeks. Then I rushed around town doing errands and getting food. Some of these items were now portions labeled just for one. Then I rushed home, but I didn't know why.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, everybody. You've been such a fabulous audience. We want to wish you a very happy and prosperous new year. We still have more readers, and this concludes the reading session from 6 to 7 p.m. Well, it's a little after 7.
5 to 6.
5 to 6, okay.
Feels like 7.
I haven't had my coffee yet. Thank you so much. Hey, I was just checking on you, making sure you are still awake.
All right, thank you. Dee Champagne, let's give her a hand. Did a wonderful job as host for the last hour. All right, so indeed that was the 5 to 6 hour, as Dee was just checking up on you all. And so we'll be starting the 6 to 7 hour very shortly. Obsidian will be taking you through the next hour there. So we have more wonderful hosts coming your way, more wonderful poets coming your way. That's just kind of how it works out on this day every year. That's what makes this day so fun. Before we bring up Obsidian and start the 6 to 7 hour, I'm going to bring up a couple of open micers. Plus I'm going to bring up Mindy Matuszewicz, who we missed earlier, but she's here now, and I saw her around before. There she is. Come on up, Mindy. She's a poet, a writer, a comedian, and a theater actress. Mindy in the Bronx. Give her a big hand.
Thanks, Peter, and sorry I was so late. Okay, first one is Mommy and Me dance class. At 2.5, he wanted to know why he couldn't wear a dress in the dance show like his classmates who were all girls. I wished I had a good answer. Marriage haiku. During my marriage, I was cheating on myself. Such deep betrayal. And the last one is called For a Woman. So many parallels to my life as I auditioned for the role of a divorced woman. A woman who left her husband for a woman. Except the woman I left my husband for was me. And on that theme, if anyone is interested, I have divorce shirts for sale, and they say, "Divorce, the new antidepressant." So see me, I have a few.
Cindy Meadows-Savick, give her a hand. And if you can, check out her t-shirts there. And that reminds me, we don't have a literature table as we've had in many past years, but many of you have books and other things for sale. Many of you would like to take some of this home for you, so don't be shy. You hear a poet whose work you really like and you say, geez, I'd really like more of that. Sidle up to that person, see if they've got a book for sale. I'll bet you if they've got one, they'll sell it to you, because poets are kind of like that. So take some of this home with you. No need to be shy here. All right, we're going to do 2 open micers, and then we'll go to the 6 to 7 hour. We've got more than that, so we'll get to more open micers later in the evening here. But everyone is showing up, so we're running behind. But that happens. It's okay. We want everyone to show up. We want to hear from everybody. But usually there's some no-shows, and that keeps us on time, so we'll just keep moving things along here. Okay, our first open micer in this round, Tom DeGidio. Sorry, I probably have butchered your name, but here he is, and he can correct me if you wish it.
You did a good job. Tom DeGidio. And Kathy Acker wants to put her tongue in you. A sonnet. Everything flickers when you blow into town. Full-on smash and grab mode. Begging Susan Sontag that night at the Mud Club to teach you English. Please, for free. Your real life is still happening far away. You need to write it in the self-propelled chaos that is your Parisian coffee house in the Europe of the downtown scene, where your words, like tongues, taste only wreckage. You are the pirate queen in a sea of pirates. The song you inspire is Jill's "Don't Steal My Boyfriend." You fight to keep the dark weight of your novels from smothering you in your sleep, to steal back reality in order to see. Poem number 2. Something in the will. The extended family. The extended family congregates, and with the help of a death-cheating ancient relative behind a camera, kills some time with its annual group photo, all smiling in anticipation of the preservation, as if in amber, of an utterly dead moment. Each looking happy, like there might be something for them in the will. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Next on our open mic list, Louis Gruber. Are you still among us? Louis Gruber, going once, going twice. Didn't have enough patience. All right, next up, Mark Nelms. Mark Nelms, are you still among us today? All right. Let's give him a welcome.
Give it a shot.
Is there for honest poverty
that hangs his head and all that. The coward slave, we pass him by. We dare be poor for all that. For all that and all that. Our toils obscure and all that. The rank is but the guinea stomp, the man's the gold. For all that. What though on hamely fare we dine, whether hot and grey and all that? Give fools their silks and knaves their wine. A man's a man for all that. For all that and all that. The honest man's there so poor is king of men for all that. You see yon Berkey, cod allure, who struts and stares at all that. Though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for all that. His ribbon star and all that. The man's an independent man, he looks and laughs at all that. A prince can make a belted knight, a marquis too, and all that. But an honest man's aboon his might, good faith, he modify that. For all that and all that, their dignities and all that. The pith of sense and pride of work are higher rank than all that. Then let us pray that come it may, as come it will for all that. That sense and worth o'er all the earth shall bear the gree and all that. For all that and all that, it's coming yet for all that. That man to man the world o'er shall brothers be for all that.
All right, thank you, Mark. And this here is the open mic list. I'll put it back on the piano over there. So if you're not a scheduled reader and you think you'd like to come up here and do your 3 minutes with everyone else, please sign up. We'll get to you at some point. We will, all open micers will get on, but you know, sometimes it takes a while. So we're about to start the 6 to 7 hour. And just as a quick heads up, our first readers in the 6 to 7 hour, starting momentarily, Bill Evans, are you among us? I am among us. Bill Evans is indeed among us. Randy Hoffman and Thaddeus Rakowski, who indeed are here. And many more poets to come. Don't you go away. We got plenty of folks to come. So taking you for the next hour is Obsidian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Obsidian has been around. Obsidian has been around since the avant-garde 90s, since ABC No Rio, Surf Reality, and Collective Unconsciousness. He's written several books, including an historical fiction entitled Hegemony with Hobo Bob. We'll also be hearing from this hour. So, a warm alternative welcome for our next host in this 6 to 7 hour, Obsidian!
Hey, Poetry family! How are you doing in 2025? Oh, come on, I can't hear you better than that. How are you doing in 2025? We're all still above the ground. Okay, I'm Obsidian, and I'm going to be co-hosting the wonderful poetry event from 6 to 7. I also want to thank Pete DOLACK and Sue Polo and Madeline Albright, Ice, and all of you who've been keeping the torch burning for many years. I didn't know it was 28 years. I thought it was like fucking like 8 years and shit, you know what I mean? But you know, hey, I guess I'm not as young as I used to be, right? Nah. So I'm gonna begin by running off some names besides the ones we read to make sure you're here, okay? Chris Janvier. Chris Janvier, is you? Wait a minute, didn't we?
Javier, Chris.
Javier, am I saying it wrong? Javier, I said it right. Okay, well, you're there. I'm gonna make sure you're here. Right, now have a seat, relax. Go get a beer. Go get a beer. I'll get you. Diana Gatisha Hernandez. Where are you? Where's your hand? Sarah James. Okay, don't worry about it. We'll get you. Okay, so first I want to welcome up Bill Evans. Please come up to the stage. Bill Evans? Bill Evans. Let me introduce you, okay, Bill? Okay, stay right there, stay in the wings, brother. Bill Evans is the author of 5 books of poems. 1, Marlin Adventures, has been published. He lives in Ridgewood, Queens, and teaches high school in New York City. Let's give it up for Bill Evans.
This is perfect. I want to get. Are you filming this? I want to stand up straight. Just 2 quick ones. Robot mermaids from space. Could every shh? You got to be quiet. All right? You could tell I'm a teacher. You got to be quiet. Robot mermaids from space. Because it captures the experience. First you're in, then you're out. Comes from somewhere and heads nowhere. Elsewhere, driving our pickup off the diving board. Too slow for the fast lane, too fast for the slow. Born to shake booty and loot libraries. Took your sweet time getting here, now try being here. There are robot mermaids, and they swim through space. She keeps saying cats, as in humans, not the musical. Neither love nor money, what have you, until the ink dries up, until the sea walks away. Go to YouTube, click on bagpipe tutorials. We didn't know what we were getting into. To begin, gild the lily. Sometimes we all need a hug. They think it is thought, but truly it's just advertising. Put that in your voting booth and smoke on it. Or put that in your smoking booth and sit on it. Or Cadillac convertible hairstyle on a retro chassis. Pack the valises, check the survival kits. Nobody gets booed off stage in this performance. At least it's not yesterday. That was really tough. Our Lady of Tropicana. Honey, I'm home. Don't even mention it. Boil till you see the bubbles. No cymbals, just Aeolian harps. Good night, good morning, it was that long ago-y. And Celeste telling me, express your feelings. For what we loved, we loved. And what we could not love, we faked. You are a rather irksome lot, but I guess you'll do. Watch out for the whatchamacallits. They mean business. Thank you.
Round of applause for Bill Evans. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, right? Oh, I forgot. I don't want to be remiss. We must remind you that everyone has 3 minutes to read your poems, okay? We have 150 poets we're pushing tonight, okay? 150. So everyone has 3 minutes. 3 minutes is 180 seconds. I've already wasted half of that time talking to you. Right? So that gives you an idea how fast it is, okay? So please stay within the parameters of 3 minutes. If you don't, we're gonna get rude. How we get rude? First you hear, The deep, 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 beep, beep, beep. No, first, Super Polo picks up the flag. Yeah, that flag doesn't belong to any country, okay? So it's not patriotism. That means you need to get off the stage. And if you keep doing it, they're gonna have good sounds. We're not providing a background for you, okay? It's not thematic. That means you're done. Finito, okay? Thank you for your service. So if you can keep it for 3 minutes, we would love you even better, okay? So, all right, appreciate you, I appreciate you all. The next reader feature is Randy Hoffman. Randy Hoffman, come on up, sis. Randy Hoffman has published nonfiction in the anthologies Places Like Home, that's in quotations, and The Zen of Mothering. Oh, I like that. She has written art reviews for A Gathering of the Tribes. Let's give it up for Randy Hoffman.
It's wonderful to be here amongst so much creativity. Okay, the first one is previously dazzling. Perhaps we used to be more dazzling, more beautiful in the conventional sense, with more energy, even if it was misguided energy, to fly toward the sun, to be suns ourselves. But now we're more grounded, more ordinary. We don't expect greatness. We're happier with smaller, more prosaic glimpses of light and color. Not so many high highs and descents into the abyss, but so much more disciplined and productive and kinder, but choosier about who we spend our time with. Okay. This one is called Vastness, and I wrote this after I was driving for hours around New Mexico. The vastness of the land and sky made me feel vast inside as well. The cliffs changed colors as the sun moved. At different times of day, they were crimson red, or cool soft blue, or slate gray as the sun was setting. The movement of the sun has a different effect in the city. Here the sky isn't held in by buildings. The vastness unlocks something. In a way, the city seems safer. Being held in keeps other things from leaking out. The movement of the sun is still discernible, especially in the bright, direct sun on winter mornings and the soft, luminous light right before dusk, which used to be my favorite time of day.
By surprise. Another round of applause for Randy Hoffman. And thank you for keeping that within the 3-minute time limit. That's a perfect example of what a poem's supposed to be within 3 minutes. With all the ramifications, okay? So thank you once again, Randy Hoffman. See you again next year, right? Okay. Now this guy coming up, I've known him for a lot of years. I mean, I was in my New York Public Library, had a book party and this, that, and the other. Now, he's been doing rocking and rolling in the poetry scene for a long time. Thaddeus Rotowski is the author of 8 books. Most recently, Safe Colors, a novel in short fictions. He teaches at Medgar Evers College and Columbia University. And received a fellowship from the New York Foundation of the Arts. Let's give it up for Thaddeus Rotowski, 2025.
Yeah, it's great to see so many friends here, old and new friends. This is the first page of a story from my new book, Safe Colors. The story is called The Patient as Mobile Device. One good thing about getting fired was that I received 3 free therapy sessions as part of my severance. I was distraught, no doubt about it. And I wanted to use my last perk. I wanted to speak to a professional at no charge about my personal crisis. At first, I had a hard time finding a therapist. Maybe the therapist I called didn't like the idea of giving free therapy sessions. Maybe they didn't want to talk to losers. But wasn't that a therapist's job, to work with losers? I went to the only therapist who called me back. We met at her gloomy apartment, and she led me to a couch in her dark living room. I began by describing my time at my ex-job. I thought I'd be fired every day, I said, but I stayed for 18 years. You didn't seem to like your job very much, she said, but you didn't do anything about it. I did a lot, I said. I had a double life. You should celebrate that, she said. You should be happy about all the things you did in secret. You should be glad no one found out. She made a gesture to indicate victory, but I couldn't see her clearly in the dim light. The next time I visited her, I said, you criticized me for working at a job I didn't like and not doing anything about it. Do you think I was making a judgment, she asked? Yes. You're right, she said, I make judgments all the time. But the key is not to care what I think, that's how you can grow. What do you mean by grow? See this phone, she said, indicating the cell phone on a small table? She picked up the phone and turned it so it was face down. That's not growth, she said, that's change. I understood that the phone could not develop or evolve. Only its position could be shifted. I was like a cell phone. I could only go from being right side up to being upside down. Thank you.
Yeah! Now you know when you're upside down, you're right side up, baby. That's the story of my life. I'm good. Very nice. Thank you, Thaddeus. We'll see you next year. Okay, so we have a little mix in the change in the schedule. Yeah, the reading here. Now this next reader does not have a bio. So if you know him, then you know him, right? Now I'm just going to do something. We won't read, right? His name is John L. Silver. Are you here? Get on up here, John L. Silver, without a bio. So, we're not going to count the 3 minutes while you walk. You won't even get to the stage. John L. Silver. I want to say stage. Oh, you want to do like that? Boom.
This is called Another Dream.
Speak into the mic.
Excuse me, more louder. Okay. This is called Another Dream. Your head often turns, really. See, I have to put it on here.
Do you need help?
Can you raise it higher? Raise that up.
A little bit closer. That should be hard.
Hearing aid. I know, but I have to be able to read it.
Oh, you got it. I think you got it. Oh, this higher?
Yeah.
How's that? Does that work for you?
Your head often turns, spinning time. to read this one?
I just say read it the whole
And often turns really time. I know you can't keep the sleep. I dreamed of you in the morning. You were trying hard to wake me into a new path. Is it what we need to hold up in a place where images are twisting into meaning? Or should we travel around hunting for words? Standing as I was in the field, when a light came over your shoulder, I saw Nancy throwing salt at the moon. Later, she would explain to us what she really knew, except about the beech tree growing near the swamp, a place of sanctuary. I saw it again much later. We went there in a dream. I don't know if it all still works or exists, or if the land is built over with new houses. Everyone carved their names into the bark, along with a heart or two. There were people milling in the street. We heard them clopping on the cobbles. Today is a holiday, and who knows and who wants to celebrate? Who wants to listen carefully? Who wants to see from the outside in? The path stops when the gate has no hinges. What is this if you think that it's so different? I can't figure the same rain the way you figure you want me to. Walking there, I feel the earth's energy in the river. I just saw your face inside the back of my head. You were standing here. Perhaps you're a slow rememberer. What can I do to speed you up? Okay, thank you.
Another hearty round of applause for John. Coming here, John, and putting forth the effort to share your poetry with us. Thank you very much. John Nelson. Hopefully we'll see you again. Okay? Thank you. Our next reader is Ellen Og Lytle. Am I saying it correctly? Little? All right. Ellen Og Lytle. Let me introduce you before you come up on stage. Ellen Og Lytle has 4 books of poetry and 2 books of fiction published. She is hoping to, one day, finish Travels with Myself. How do you do that? Okay. And semi-fiction memoir, a semi-fiction memoir, a devout animal activist. She adores NYC. Let's give it up.
Yeah, we've been together a long time now.
And I absolutely don't know where you got that bio from, so I'm kind of shy about what I'm doing. That's it's all, but it's not. I hate bios, you know that. 28 years I've been doing this. Bruce and I sat in a diner in Soho, and there was such a thing, Bruce Weber, and we decided we were going to do this in objection to the, how much was it then? $15, 28 years ago, at St. Mark's. So, to read at St. Mark's. So that's what the entry was. Today we did ask for a little donation, but, so we decided we'd have a free reading. And believe me, Pete fought not to have any donations ever. We almost never do. But the room, the line, in a place where nothing dies, she lives in milk and loves in lilies. But where are the animals that are tripping, trampled, but never quite escaping the crooked humans? Yet refusing to realize our existence in a whirlpool of recycled thoughts sprouting from some lazy minds. We need to grab life's snippets, its visuals, its bits and pieces, but never the whole landscape. Maybe a flower, even a weed, but never the whole pie either. Just a slice, just a bite. The steamy tea, the spoonful of peas, the ribbons in her hair, the bulge of his tail. The peak of lace, the breath of them, juntos, alive in a place where nothing ever dies. And by the way, Happy New Year. Really, I hope, pray for it. Winter sun, and these are brand new. I just wrote them in the last week or something. I write in the middle of the night when I can't sleep. When a winter sun breaks through layers of dark bluish clouds that are crusting hard in metallic gold, it's as if mountains birth the scalloped peaks to hide angels and then keep them warm. Yet already this day is a time in the 1950s when a girl child visiting her friend on Woodhaven Boulevard feels comfort from frilly curtains with orange scalloped edges that rustle in the breeze near Nancy's slightly open window. The pearly skies, the warm kitchen, what an escape. A bus ride from 4th grade. While the sun, a runny bolt of yellow oak, while the sun, a runny bolt of yellow yolk, soon melts in icy ribbons of slender purples and pinks. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Helen. Little, please. Very picturesque poetry. Sun, yellow, yolk. Okay. You know the thing about it is like iron sharpens iron. When we hear each other read poetry, we read, share, we give each other something, ideas to formulate, you know. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Poetry family, for being here, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Poetry family, for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause. And we've been keeping this going for 28 years. I was a young man back in the day, okay? I was a young, handsome man. I was a young, handsome man back in the day. I'm an old fart now, but I'm still here. All right? And you're still here too. And I love you all for that. I want to tell you that. We don't give each other enough love. Enough, I don't like you because this, that, the other. Fight, kill, right? Huh?
Poetry keeps you young.
Poetry keeps us young. And our love for each other, and our love for poetry keeps us young. And I'm honored to be a part of this. I'm just telling you that now, okay? And I thank all of you for being here. All right. Let's move on. I'm not soapboxing it. Our next reader is Chris Jean-Pierre. You Haitian? It's French?
Yes.
Okay, Chris Jean-Pierre is a poet, actor, and author in Baldwin, New York. His self-published books, I'm putting poetry, in quotations, Drift and Drift 1.5 are available on Amazon.com. Let's give it up for Chris Jean-Pierre.
This poem I'm going to read to you tonight is titled An Angry V8. V8s all over Brookside Avenue. One growl rattles my kitchen, which leads to my porcelain chargers and saucers that fall and break and form uneven shapes in miscellaneous sizes on the marble checkered floor. I carefully walked on these pieces, even though my steps became crunchy as I head towards the blinds to open them separately and look through the window and notice a murdered out 96 Lexus LS at the red light by Centennial Ave, revving up to 8,000 RPM a couple times until the green lit up. Suddenly, the sonic booms from the two titanium mufflers at the bottom of both ends. First came the shine, then came the torch blowers, forming a 30 feet straight line of fire on each lane. Morty McFly is now a ghost rider. While the LS burn out on first gear and the tail lights disappear in the heavy white smoke, but the roar wobbles my windows, then it breaks as the shards pierce through my middle ears, totaling my eardrums in the process. Now I hear a perpetual dolphin scream. I'm stiff from the neck down and can only pan my head from left to right as I gaze at the orange and blue sky above the flowing trees. A light pillar shot down through the nimbus, and I spotted Shenron, 3 Evas, Toru, Spyro, Swordfish 2, Dino Megazord, and all the other figures that I've known from the television. Wait a minute. Am I hallucinating now? Poem.
Hearty round of applause for Chris Jean-Pierre. Thank you very much. We're always happy to see new poets joining the cadre of us, you know what I mean? We got to keep this thing going. We're not going to be around forever, right? So the new poet's going to have to keep this thing going. Thank you for keeping this shit going.
Yeah, shit.
Our next reader is Diana Katisha Hernandez. Are you over here yet? Get over here. Am I wrong? What happened? What happened?
Spring the leak.
We're gonna switch. Our next reader is Sarah James.
Yes.
Sarah James is a jazz singer, lyricist, and songwriter at sarahjames.com. Give it up for Sarah James.
I have to say, remember the Barry Poets Club? It was quite a different experience, you guys. This is like so staid. I don't know if I like it. I want to see some people in vinyl see-through clothes, you know? Yeah, because this is like, you know, we're supposed to be alternative, you guys. Anyway, I'm gonna actually sing you a poem that I wrote last night I dictated it into my phone as I was going to a job. I read tarot cards, part of how I make a living, and I just did this big part of it. It's December 31st, and I'm reminded again, at the end of the year, a pattern of energies. People start checking out. Come December, it's time to gather up and finish business. So, like Capricorn planning strategically to gather up these souls whose work is done, they no longer have to deal with the physical realm. They can be set free. Free, 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 free. To roam the galaxies once again. This year, just a few come to mind. Jimmy Carter, Anthony Pinciotti just left. While we celebrate the Ascension anniversary and the leavings of our wonderful pianist, Mr. Frank Kimbrough, who used to perform in this space, actually. These and those 40 days of Bardo, when souls reconcile, tally up, start anew. You know, life is short, and people always want to have a good time. They do stuff they think they can get away with. Mother Time has other plans. Every move we make is recorded in the Akashic Records for all to see when we leave this mortal coil. Life is short. Eternity is eternity. We swoop down. We swoop down. We take human form. We do our thing. Work on karma. Create new karma. Let go of old karma. Break out of old patterns that we've been repeating for millennia. So here's to the new year. We're still in the body. Create good karma. Good vibes, good deeds, good thoughts, good work, good relationships, good mindfulness, good music, good poetry, good books. One day, Mother Time, Mother Saturn will come with her broom and her dustpan, sweep you up into her apron filled with stars, and let you loose into eternity once again. Let you loose.
Another hearty round of applause for Sarah James. Telling us what time it is in 2025. I can see for miles and miles. I can see for miles and miles. I can see for miles and miles. I can't see what the fucking next day is gonna be like. What's wrong with my vision? All right, thank you very much, Sarah James. Now we had somebody went to the restroom.
Yes.
In a week. Okay, Helen?
We switched.
Relax. I was just testing to see if you was paying attention. Okay. Diana, Katisha, Hernandez. Right? Let me do your bio. Is a singer, is a poet, is a painter, is an educator, a printmaker, a drum student, Zen meditator. Jesus Christ. A mother. That shit is stopped right there, right? That's enough, right? Yoga instructor. She continues to evolve each form with dedication, vision, and commitment. Let's give it up to the multifarious woman over here, Diana Katisha Hernandez.
Thank you so much. Wow, who put that list together, man? I want a copy. I did not, I promise. Okay, so thank you so much. This is amazing. I think the last time we had this was, I don't know, the Nuyorican, or I remember Obsidian at the Nuyorican years ago. It's so great. Like, you probably don't recognize it. I didn't recognize it either. I said, shit, who's that? Okay, so here. We're going to do a poem that I wrote also for this groovy day. Okay. Meditation on a new day. The world is burning. Can you dig it? Headlines spin and the wheels keep turning. Politicians play games, lines getting blurred, but the people still rise. Have you heard? The planet's on the edge and ice is melting fast. We march for tomorrow, unshaken by the past. Oh, not really. Kids in the street, signs in their hands, screaming for justice, demanding the plan. No billionaire's dream. Borders still bristle, walls will rise, but love keeps us high. Watch it touch the sky. We're blending and bending and breaking old molds. The future is vibrant. Say it loud, say it bold. The echoes of rose still ripple through halls, but we'll fight back harder, answering the call. Our bodies, my choice, our bodies, our voice, remain. The rhythm of freedom coursing through our veins. Trump's shadow lingers, but we shine brighter. A torch passed forward, igniting the fighters. Truth over lies, hearts over hate. We're shaping the nation. Is it too late? This year's got grooves, let's set it to swing. Every step forward, a revolution will bring. To the women, the dreamers, the builders, the strivers, the poets, the punks, and the soul survivors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Diana Keisha Hernandez. New Rican days, baby. The old posse. Yeah, we miss those days. Those are great days. Yeah, we had a lot of fun over there, didn't we? You know, we gotta have fun everywhere we go. It's a difference. It's just us that makes it fun. Thank you very much, sister. Okay, next. Denise Pappas. First of all, let me run some names down. Make sure you're in the house. Denise Pappas, are you here? Hoorah. Stay over there. Prince McNally, are you here? Prince McNally. All right. Eve Packer. Joe Rory. I saw you over there earlier. I saw you. Okay. So I'm making sure I'm on your name. Make sure you have. Don't go nowhere. Get you a beer, get some eats. No matter. But stay in the house. Okay. I'm gonna call you. All right. Okay. Our next individual is Sarah James.
She already said it very well. Denise Pappas.
I was making sure you're paying attention, that's all. Good job, sis. Make sure you're not falling asleep on me here. Okay. Denise Pappas. And here, direct from the operating room, Denise Pappas!
That's right, direct from the operating room. Been a nurse for about 20 years. And I just retired, so now I'm back doing this. I was going to do 2 poems, but I'm going to do one because I see that the timing is not so good unless I talk really fast like a New Yorker. This one is for my gran tia, Julio de Burgos. I never knew that she was my aunt because my mother hated her so much. But when I started reading at the New Yorican, my own poetry, they were like, oh, aren't you, and do you know, and I was like, holy shit, man. They didn't give me any history because I'm half Greek and half Puerto Rican. So, you know, they went for whatever they could. They taught us English. If they had taught me Spanish and Greek, I would have been a spy instead of a nurse. Dion, you have been summoned against the grave, against the cold pavement of 104th Street, against the empty bottle, against the accusing eye of my mother shot at you at 17. Dion,
You have been summoned against the nomadic wind, the chord of the hurricane swarm, against the pale moon, calling out for a face of its own. Dia, you have been summoned home. Dia, beware, your voice has been heard, speaking the truth to power, undaunted by sex or time. Let the people know that the river goes on, freedom its source. Speak your mind in prose, take your journey eyes open. Beware, you are carefully watched along the road. Dia, you have been summoned by the sound of the conga, by the beat of the plena, bare feet stomping in the dark, by the child you never held, by the love never consummated, by the family you've left behind. Dia, beware of handsome salseros quoting Shakespeare in Havana, hardcore bohemians in gray flannel suits, Tio Armando, hardcore intoxication. Beware of a hardcore ending. Dia, you have been summoned by the colors of the sunrise, by the taste of the mango freshly opened in the morning sun, by the roosters crowing through the darkness, by Coqui's song. Dia, you have been summoned, revered as alive as your word, from the Rio Grande de Loiza to Loisaida. There are schools named for you, Dia, a continuous inspiration for the Boricua youth. Dia, you have been summoned by our dreams, by our outrage, by the working poor, with no more blood to give. Dia, you are summoned still through decades and generations as our voice, as our family, as our poeta, siempre, siempre, siempre.
Hearty round of applause for Denise Pappas. Thank you very much. Neat and, well, that's very interesting. That's a very nice tapestry, you know? At the end of the day, it's all American, is it not? Yeah. Thank you very much, Denise. Our next reader is Prince McNally. Where are you? Okay, I'm not asking for you anymore, okay? I gave you a chance to dance, and you left off romance. A chance to dance? Okay. Our next, I am a poet, right? Our next reader is Eve Packer. Eve Packer, born in the Bronx, like me, baby. I'm one of the Bronx poet, baby. You represent. Performer, actress, appears solo with music and dance and theater, has several poetry jazz CDs with saxophonist Noah Howard and others. Let's give it up for the one and only E. Packer!
Who is that he's talking about? All righty. 1/1/25, New Year's Day. Now that the Christmas ornaments are down, the menorah packed away, the holiday music gone, Messiah, jingle bells, even Santa baby. Yesterday, Donna and you go to the Sultan for lunch. Borscht and mushroom garlic, blintzes, later at the packed Manhattan Plaza pool, after last swim of 2024, Barbara says, keep going, going, going. Last night, New Year's Eve brings thunder, lightning, rain, and I'm asking, is that a blast-off farewell for 2024 or the overture to the new year? Today, the wide pool quiet, though we all are prepared for mad busy. That, don't you dare talk when I'm reading. For mad busy, that will be tomorrow. Keep going, 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 not quite gone. Thank you. Happy New Year and thanks for everybody for doing this. Thank you.
Another hearty round of applause for Eve Packer. Been around for a long time. Thank you, Eve, for giving us to us short and sweet. That's how it's supposed to be done, short and sweet. We have only 3 minutes for each poet, okay? We have 150 poets. My God.
And it's still not enough.
And it's still not enough. But you know something? This has been going on for 28 years, baby. So all you are part of history. And thank you for being here. We could have been doing something else, but you all are troopers. You know, you're in the trenches with us. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause, all right? I've known this guy. He came through with the shout out back in the day when me and Bobo Bob had the shout out. What the fuck was it? And out of Shrunken Head. He had a bongos and congos and shit. He was going, and no one has a shtick like this guy here. So I want to go. Is that correct? Shtick?
Yes.
This is not bad, man. This is not bad. Damn applause. He's been rocking it on for a long time. I want you to welcome and give a round of applause for Joe Royalty. First, let me give it to you by him. His new collection of poems is called Showtime, published by Infinity Press, Vendetta Books. My eyes are bad. Vendetta Books. Let's give it up for one and only Joe Royalty.
All right.
Thank you. Without friends, it's a strange world. It's still a world. Buildings, forests, mountains, seas, even a sky, endless. Wealth, poverty, gunshots, when you least expect it, or when you know it's going to happen. Nearby, far away, changing. Even in my short life, I have seen it change. For better or for worse. Like my friends, whom I have seen change. Sometimes to the point of disappearance, so that all that is left of them is my memory of them. The remarkable thing is, they remain my friends. Even as this changing changes everything, like this world, in its implacable fury, changes, 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 for better or for worse. Oh, my friends, let our fury be equal to this world, even to our disappearance. Let our memory be equal to those who remain. Happy New Year.
Another hearty round of applause for Joe Royalty. Drumming the ancient rhythm since the beginning of time, baby. Till today. Yes, we all equal. We all equal, brother. We all equal. And we all equal. Zero. We all equal everything, brother. They say all the atoms in the universe equal zero. Isn't that amazing? So what are you worrying about? The greatest thing we have is the love we give each other, okay, folks? That's it. That's what makes us rich. Not your money, not your job, not whatever the fuck you do for a living. What we give each other, the love we give each other, is our greatest commodity. I'm finished. Okay.
The flag again.
Next up, Margaret Yard. Where is she?
Margaret's not. Oh.
Okay. All right. Hobo Bob is there, I know. Where is he? Get you a beer, Hobo Bob? No. Okay. Okay. Yarrow Reagan? Okay. Stick around, I'll call you. And of course, I know Ice is over here. Ken Thompson.
Right here.
Hey.
Right here, right here, right here.
All right. Stick around. Our next reader is a young man who I knew since I was 19 years old. I caught him stealing books in a bookstore called B. Dalton Booksellers. Because I was working security. They said, that guy's he's stealing books. Even though he had a shirt and tie on, he was in the law firm. So I walked up there, spying on him, stealing books. And he said to me something. I said, what? And then I said, oh, what the fuck, man? Let's go get some lunch, man. He worked for a law firm. He was doing library and shit. He helped my daughter when she was born. I was in his wedding, she was in mine. And we went through a period of time, he was homeless, and we opened up a poetry gig, shout out at Times Square, then it became a shout out autos and all that shit that goes from that. We started reading poetry, you know the story. But then, we used to dance. We used to do the dance. No, I'll rip my sacroiliac if I try to do it. I'm 60 years old, I can't do the dance anymore. But we used to do the dance back in the day. We used to open the show with a dance. He doesn't have a Bible, so I'm giving a short one. And he finally showed back up again. And so I want to introduce to you again, those of you who don't know, you're too young to know, Hobo fucking Bob!
All right. In typical Hobo Bob fashion, I sincerely apologize to you in advance. All right. This one's called Sex with General Grievous. Women today are like superhuman powerhouses, and young men brag that they can have 2, 3, or 4 orgasms and last for hours. I call bullshit. When I was young, I could never last that long, and now at my age, fucking me is like having sex with General Grievous. More machine than man. With my little pink toolbox, I have 2 rubberized dildos, 1 pink and 1 black, 2 vibrators, 1 small, 1 large, anal plugs and beads, KY stimulated jelly, fruity paste, a Craftsman Phillips head screwdriver set, coarse grit sanding sponges, a welder's mask, a DeWalt orbital sander, Black & Decker 3-speed power drill, a Ryobi circular saw, Milwaukee Oxlade drill, a Desk Pro cordless router, and a ball peen hammer. And I know most people don't understand why I have to have a ball peen hammer, but I have to. And 6 arms would be good. Then again, that sounds like a little too much work. Maybe I should stop trying to keep up with the kids and stick to trying to get 1 fucking orgasm and go the hell off to sleep. Another round of applause for Hobo Bob! Big sex for Hobo Bob. You know, I never know what you guys are going to say. You know, I can't prepare you in advance, you know what I mean? My God, I mean, anyone wants to have big sets of Hobo Bob, just meet them at the end of the gig and give me your email address and all that shit like that. We have big sex for Hobo Bob, you know. There it is. Okay, Hobo Bob! Thank you very much for return. All right, brother. Okay, we have 3 more people. Okay, so Yarrow Reagan? Where are you? Get on up here, Yarrow Reagan. Let me give you an intro, okay? Yarrow Reagan. I think I'm reading this wrong.
was arrested at the Sunnyvale. Yarrow Reagan was arrested at the Sunnyside Senior Center. Honey, I was arrested in Times Square, okay? I did 16 hours in the I did 16 hours in the, what do you call that thing? In the Tombs. What was the worst thing about the Tombs, Hobo Bob? The sandwich.
Cheese makes you good.
Yeah. Okay, Yara, I like the street props. She was arrested at the Sunnyside Senior Center. Wow. But she didn't know nothing. Did nothing. I'm a black man, I don't know Ebonics. I apologize.
Didn't know nothing.
She didn't know nothing. An outlaw and a poet. What? How'd you know I made it wrong? Okay. An outlaw and a poet. Views in today from Coney Island. Right here. Honey, I don't know Ebonics. I'm one of those black guys that was educated. I'm sorry. Let's give it up before I fucking ruin all my fucking street creds here. Yarrow Reagan!
Let's stop. Dirty dishes in the sink, unswept floor, crumbs and mysterious slivers of whatnot. The unmade bed crying to be set right again. Dirty laundry rotting in the closet. A squadron of papers, bills, correspondence, gathering strength. Each envelope commandeers an army, conquering my life, my mind, and my soul. I agonize over these brutal choices. Do I write or do I wash the dishes, make the bed? Do I write or do I sweep the floor? These endless chores tower over me, control me, become my God. I'm exhausted between filth and words. The empty pages screaming at me. Write, you lousy bastard, write! Yeah. When you're homeless, you don't have these problems. And if God deserts you and leaves you on the F train alone, last stop, Stillwell Avenue. No, God did desert you. There were no angels available that Brooklyn Arctic Sunday morning. Coney Island, USA, that secondhand holding pen of your best memories. Summer days, the parachute ride when Aunt Rita's dress flew up, 1947. Nathan's in winter snow, 1970. The Wonder Wheel, lost ghosts of Luna Park, still hanging out on Surf Avenue. When you're homeless, you don't have to worry about losing your house keys. There is no protection. There is no house, no roof, no door, no windows. There is no protection from rain, snow, cold, wind, or monsters masquerading as men. A broken soul in the broken land. What rock did he hide under until he put the lighter to her clothes? And watched her writhen pain engulfed in flames, alone with her walker on the F train. Last stop, who was she? Just another homeless woman, her frozen knuckles clutching the walker and at the shreds of her forsaken dignity. Just another Joan of Arc, just another Rebecca Nurse, just another woman murdered, just another woman condemned to death by insanity. That nobody who I wept for when I read the New York Post, Debrina Kawam, F train, Stillwell Avenue, last stop, my stop. Which subway car was her crematorium? I want to plant roses there and water them with my tears.
Yarrow Reagan. Yarrow Reagan. Yarrow Reagan. Thank you so much. For those who can't just spoken for. Yes, yes indeed. Back in the day when Uncle Bob, when I was homeless, he had a saying. It was from Shakespeare, to sleep for a chance to get bumped. Thank you, Yellow. See you soon, sister. Okay, I've known Gail for many years. I don't even remember how long I've known her. There's been a lot of years. Back in the day, I think maybe it was Sue Polo's thing at the Saturn series
And then
on Urban Rivington. Oh, of course, that's later. That's later, but yeah. But the Sue Polo's, you know, Nightingale.
Oh, right.
Even before that. You know, it's so long ago. She's still my sister. Ice Johnson is a New York City poet who has published in The Key in 2012. From Poets Wear Prada, Rooms 1408 in 2017, and forthcoming in Eclectic War in 2025 to be looked forward to. Let's give a round of applause to the legend, Ice!
It is nice to be here and to see everybody. This poem is called Holocaust Memory. I want to say I know why my father was buried in the basement of the church in Vilnius, Lithuania, separated from his 6 brothers and sisters. They migrated to South Africa and then to Los Angeles. The priest liked my father, so he buried him while the Nazis came through Vilnius. He wound up in Chicago, married to my mother, never spoke about any more than what's written here. We knew he was married. I think she came with him. In Jewish law, after 5 years and there are no children, divorce is imminent. I remember they constantly fought. I think my father went to go see her on occasion. Charlie worked as a night watchman for his friend who came from Vilnius and developed a laundry. My father didn't have any papers. It's always been a mystery of how he came into this country. Was Charlie Levin his name, his real name? Why was he separated from his brothers and sisters? They never ever became friends or were close again, so we didn't know them. We never knew anything about them. They became a huge success with a distributing business for bar supplies in California. Triple L Distributors was their name. I left home when I was very young and never knew the answer to any of these questions, and I'm still curious. Thank you. I want to thank Rick Lepart for publishing this poem. He does once a year an annual Holocaust Memory Week. So if anybody has anything, please look him up. It's a good place to put something that has no answers. Thanks again.
Another round of party applause for Ice. Thank you very much, Ice. See you. Okay, last but not least, Kim Thompson. You here?
Yep.
All right, we'll give you an introduction.
I think one day
Is a veteran poet, singer, and teacher. Hardest job in the world. He has performed at a variety of NYC venues, including the New York Regents Poet Club, the Bowery Poetry Club, gone, right? Bowery Poetry Club, and the Stark Reality Series. Okay, let's give it up. Kid Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. And power to all of us.
It is 1:30 in the morning after the election. I wake up and cannot go back to sleep. I look out my window from my 7th floor apartment and see flashing traffic light. There are no cars on the street. The city is silent. The people in my neighborhood may be disappeared like the Latin American police states they fled from. The neighborhood may be emptied block by block like a Warsaw ghetto. There is a flashing red light in the middle of the night. Now, stop means go. Lady Liberty's torch is flashing red in New York Harbor. The tide is reversed, going out to sea at night, coming in at dawn. Dead journalists, poets, fetuses may wash up on shorelines. Butchers and bartenders will rake in the dough. Hollywood will make a killing at the box office again. Will we choose to recede into flickering fantasy and dystopian drama darkness? Or will there be underground music, underground poetry, underground dance clubs, underground resistance, underground joy? Will gay men have their dicks cut off? Will all men feel free to grab women by the pussy? Will we be in the new legions of psychotic homeless men and women grabbing at our lost dreams in thin air? Will the island of Manhattan sink under our weight into the sea? Will Florida become no man's land? Is DeSantis drooling over red meat and dreaming of Donald Trump's corpse? Will his police be knocking at your door? Will there be a hit list? Will those who dare to amass in the streets be tear-gassed, hosed, or shot? Will the ghosts of John Lewis and Navalny return and haunt us from the dead, intoning red flashing light means go? What is the point of life if we die slow deaths under a boot, gun, or burning sun? Red flashing light means go. Go organize, go mobilize, go strengthen community, go make alliances at work, go celebrate beauty. Go make art, make music, go write a poem, go read it somewhere, go unburn bridges of family, go love children fiercely, go equip their minds, your minds for battle. Steel your nerves because now red flashing light means go.
That was Ken Thompson putting an exclamation point on that last dollar. And a warm alternative round of applause for our last host, Obsidian. All right, and wouldn't you know it? Of course, we're about 35 minutes behind, so just ignore that clock back there. Set your poetry watch to 7 p.m. We start the 7-8 hour. We'll go straight into it there. And wouldn't you know it? I'm looking over the list in numerous anthologies. She also has 6 collections of poetry published by Rogue Scholars Press. And here she is. Give a warm alternative welcome to Miriam Stanley.
Okay, I'm going to start off with saying each person reads for 3 minutes. And nobody is special. We all are the same. 3 minutes. Otherwise, the flag starts waving and then the noise. Arriving. Okay, first person up is Ron Colm, known forever. Okay, let me give a bio, Ron. He is a contributing editor of Sensitive Skin. His latest book is The Bookstore Book, a memoir. Ron's papers are archived in NYU. Whoa!
This has been wonderful. Happy New Year to everyone. I'm changing what I'm going to read because of Yarrow. That was really a wonderful reading. That was really cool. It's the last poem in my book. It's my bookstore book. And actually, this poem's going to be in a book coming out from Cornell University Press in about 2 months called When the City Stopped. It's a book on COVID, for what it's worth. A subway story in the time of COVID-19. I had to travel into Manhattan to cash my unemployment check. So I sat in the front car wearing a mask, doing my best to avoid the other passengers. After leaving the bank, I walked back to Union Square Station and found a place on the platform where there weren't too many people standing around waiting. Time goes by and no train appears. There's a sudden movement as a woman, maybe late 50s, tosses her bag and her mask onto the tracks, then clumsily climbs down and joins them. "Hey, what's up?" I shout through my mask. She moans and says that this is how she's going to get home. She's tired of everything. She edges over towards the third rail, and unfortunately, because my back is so messed up, I can't physically grab her. So I unleash my best singer. Do you believe in any kind of God? Because if you do, you got an how pissed off here she's gonna be if you touch that thing. A young guy comes running over, jumps onto the tracks, and lifts the lady up, depositing her on the platform. He holds her waiting for the police, who do get there pretty quickly. My train finally arrives and I go home, amazed at how the universe works. Thank you, and if anyone wants copies, I have copies.
He's also an all-around really sweet guy, a real mensch. Okay, next up is Sheila Maldonado. Okay, and I don't have a
Thank you for your poem. I really love the Conialan stuff. Always do. Family from Coney. And Honduras. So this is going to be about Honduras, really. Because it's all Honduras now. You're in Honduras now. And this was after the last time I was in San Pedro Sula, which is known as the murder capital. It's called Herederos de Cero, which means heirs of zero. I've returned from the question, the motherland, a continually illegitimate relationship. I'm a pretend immigrant, afraid of coats and the cold, stunned by space and the sun, up in the face, landlocked, behind the barbed wire of mama's house. What did I do there? Scratch, twitch, stare, wandered with the prima and her daughters, was asked about the prima who should have been there. She left the world after her mama, mi tía, se fue. Nadie era nadie en esa casa, only the men. It made my mama sick to see me leave into the hot night of her origins. I returned for the right to walk in the dark like the black cat family that roamed our alley in the valley of Sula. If I woke up at a decent hour, I caught the colibri. Little brown red god came around 9, 10 a.m., humming into a tree of little red stems, never no names, a place of teeny overlooked gods. I drank tea at the white iron table another dia gave mama. They got on so well about their nest in the capital of slurs. Will I be the only bird to be about the tree, last one flitting? Do we want me to be? That's it. Thank you guys for always having me.
This place is like a family reunion, only beloved family. Okay, next person up is Maritza Arastia, and let me give a bio. Is Arista here? Okay then, next person up is Steve Bloom, and he doesn't have a bio, but he's certainly a community activist.
Observation and proposal. There are no prisons named for significant historical figures, nor any paid large sums to put corporate logos up above their portals, which seems odd to me, considering how proud we seem to be of our prisons. So proud we keep building more and more, and then still more of them. So here's what I suggest. Let's give each prison the name of a corporate sponsor that is guilty of murder or acts of pollution so heinous that if corporations really were people, they would be locked away in one of these places for the rest of their lives. Too many corporations, you say, and not enough prisons. Well, the answer to that is easy. We can just build more prisons. This one I did last year. It was 16 years old last New Year's Day. It's 17 years old today. It could have been written yesterday. I've had to do it at every poetry reading I've read at this year, and I'm going to keep reading it as long as I have to. It's called New Year, Gaza, 2008-2009. Call out the names of the dead so that we may mourn. Call out the names of the dead. Call out the names of their killers so that we may rage as we mourn. Call out the names of their killers. Call out the names of those who march in protest so that we may give thanks as we rage and mourn. Call out the names of those who march in protest. Call out the names peace, justice, freedom, Palestine, so that we may hope as we give thanks, rage, and mourn. Call out the names peace, justice, freedom, Palestine. And when the time has come to call out the names of all those who remain silent as we are calling out these names, let us pray that yours will not be among them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I want to give a shout out to Noah Ford, who she and a bunch of Israelis get together on a peace rally every single Sunday at Union Square at 4 o'clock. Okay, next person up is Nancy Mercado. All right, and she has received the American Book Award. What? For Lifetime Achievement. Wow. For more information on her work, go to nancy-mercado.com.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invite. I'll read A Smile as Gift. Something a little bit positive because we have a couple of more weeks of happiness left before we're in trouble. Anyway, A Smile as Gift. To see the light of day, a smile as gift. To wish a field of truth, an ocean of passion, arms extended eternally. To nestle in beauty, a sun for an iris. To desire the bliss of rain, the partnership of wisdom, a touch through time. To anticipate your arrival, a heart of tulips. To look for silver linings, the notions of falling stars, an immortal glance. To hope for heavens, a stroll like kings. To foresee a blooming world that springs of life forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you see, look at that big shot, under 3 minutes, just said it. All right, all right. Okay, next person is Jill Rappaport, who, this is her bio, is a New York-based writer.
details I have had. Federal Bureau of Investigation, are you dead or alive? Agnes Katut. Dr. Ava Smith, hi dear. From UBA Bank, your ATM Visa card. Pinky Gupta. Richard Edward, dear respectfully, Richard Edward. Red Dot Site, larger and stronger, Hellfire Gun Laser. Eric Howard for your attention. Savage Girl Plus. Train Your Hardness. U.S. Concealed Online. Norton Internet Security. Illuminati Brotherhood. Martin Schwartz, good day to you. John Winston, please verify this information. French Poop. Toro Holster. Stop Barking. Dead Penis. Male Porn Stars. Mini Chainsaw. Sam's Club. AARP. Kingsley Obiora. Response. Joseph Anderson, read your message. Stripper Shark ad. African Manhood. Larger and Stronger. Josh Harder. Chase Online. Bitcoin Crypto Investment. Khalid Muhammad. 9 of these in a row. Sergeant Paula Gonzalez. Mrs. Rose Raya. German adult film star Extension Secret. Walk-in bathtub finder. Constant fatigue and death. Jamie Dimon. Nikolai Kovalenko. Dear Sir Madam. Eye bag serum. Limited drone. Instahard promo. Zanda hello. Rebecca Lee Zhang. Urgent message. $30 million funds. Harder and longer. Your knees. Your teeth. Yellow toenails. Your penis this holiday. Trump 2024 holiday cheer. Ram firearm holder. Massive Manhood, U.S. Concealed Online, Jill Boardsider, Night Spark Tactical, Paul Maxey. Kind greetings to you.
That was Jill Rappaport. Ooh, next up, I can't wait to go and hear this person. Alfredo Lopez, veteran activist and writer Alfredo Lopez is the author of 6 published books and currently a leader of Radical Elders. Oh, that's like all of us. Okay, come on up, Alfredo. You here? Aww. I guess we're not radical enough. All right, so moving right along. Frank Perez, born in East Harlem, playwright, poet, media producer, Obie award-winning theater director. His poetry in the anthology Mi No Habla with Accento. Elder, New Jersey resident but proud LGBTQ native New Yorker of Dominican, Puerto Rican descent. Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay then. Where is he?
Over here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, come on up.
Thank you.
Oh, just for the record, I am not an Elder, New Jersey resident. I'm a New York resident.
Hey, New York.
Okay, just 2 quick pieces. Praying for a better 2025. We shall see. First one, the landlord's prayer. Our great white and orange Father who art in Trump Tower, hallowed be thy brain. To thy kingdom you clung until you were done on earth as it will be in prison. Give us this day our daily break from your tweets and lead us not into nuclear confrontation, but deliver us from your evil fascism now and at the hour of your indictment. Amen. All right. Rhythm of life. We get a rhythm here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the name of the Father and Maraca and Holy Bongo, I chair to everyone here tonight. In the beginning there was rhythm.
From the fiery flames of Africa to the cool Caribbean breeze, there was rhythm. From the bloody swords of the conquistadores to the lush guitar strings of Pedro Flores, there was rhythm. From the Taino test of Urayoan to the tropical project of St. Anne's, there was rhythm. From the blood-stained earth, men and women of the Fonse massacre, to the tear-stained flag and cry of Libre del Grito de Lares, there was rhythm. From the primal screams of Albizu for freedom, to the chains that bind us, to the mambo mentality, café con leche, rum con coke, pastel reality that defines us, there was rhythm. From the bomba y plena waves of Trujillo Beach to the guaguancó guitar-shaped Latinas of Orchard Beach, there was rhythm. From Hector's battle cry of Mi gente, ustedes, to Eddie's sweet smell of café, tostado y colado. From repression, depression, and oppression came the dancers, and then they came African, Puerto Rican, New Yorkican, Dominican, Mexican, Jamaican, nosotros can, we can, American. Where we came, we told our story through the drum, then via Radio Bemba, Bochinche, word of mouth. The words you are hearing are all true. No names have been changed to protect the innocent because there are none. We're all guilty. Today we should find out if it takes SPICs, aka Special People of International Character, to see the beauty of the spoken word and realize the fact that you, me, and we are the Rainbow Trinity. In the name of the Clave, Manaka, and Holy Bongo, Ache. Thank you, everybody.
Wow, this is such a fun hour. Next person up is Diane Spodarek. Okay, and she has no bio, but I'm sure she's magnificent.
I'm writing a lot of stories about my family. This is one of them about my father. I call this the renter kid. When my father heard screams for help, he ran down the dock, dove into the lake, and rescued the boy from next door. That boy grew up to be a priest, Father Gregory. Father Gregory was a person of interest in 4 child murders, molested 2 altar boys, brothers, served 6 months in jail, and was transferred to a different diocese where he taught sex education. My father said, I should have let him drown.
That was intense. Thank you, Diane. Oh my gosh, the next person is Puma Pearl, who I have known forever. She attended a seder while my father was still alive. That's right, yeah. And she got to witness me getting arrested one time. Yeah, look at all the people that have been arrested. Okay, so this is her bio. Puma Pearl is an award-winning poet, writer, and journalist with 5 solo collections in print. She is the front woman for the Puma Pearl Band. Her new album, Under Tenement Skies, was produced by Joe Stabner. Thank you.
You're not getting arrested today, right?
I hope not.
I thought there was a merch table, so I actually brought albums and CDs if anyone is interested.
There's a merch for you.
My own merch table. New Year's Day in Westbeth. Another alternative poetry marathon. The poets come, the poets go. And every year I get to see a lot of people I like and a few who hate me. I don't really know the reasons why. I said the wrong thing, I didn't go to the right party, I didn't know it was your boyfriend's, but who knew that the alternative poetry marathon had all the makings of a great country song? Okay, this is the end of 2024, if you were here. One more poem, just for the fuck of it. If you were here, you'd know what I mean. If you were here, you'd be writing your own, sticking it in God's left eye, wondering why old fucks never die, yet it's always a surprise when they do. Ordering a nice pork chop, eating vanilla ice cream, and watching the honeymooners. Not a false word came from your proverbial pen. No platitudes or cornball understanding of the universe. The universe doesn't care. God doesn't care, except when he scratches the dirty patch over his left eye. Poetry is not a feel-good game, and yours hit the highs and the lows of a decade spent seeking the first one. I didn't understand the feeling of bone on bone sitting in a wheelchair watching streams of sunlight cross the ceiling. And now I do. And I don't even know if I could still navigate the 2 flights to your place, but it doesn't matter anymore anyway. At least I waited until you were gone. Although we should have played cards and Scrabble during that first pandemic year. I was afraid of getting you sick. But that wouldn't have really mattered, because in the end, you took it into your own hands. And nobody could argue with your reasoning. If you were here, you'd read my words without judgment. And maybe offer to share a pill or two for the pain, although that's questionable. Once you've been junk sick, you stay that way. If you were here, one person would understand me. And that's all I would need, just that one. Thank you.
And the word for the new year is dysphoria. Yeah. Okay. Next person up is Rick Ickerly? All right. Extraordinary musician. Has been playing in New York City since 1968. Okay, that's it. Oh, okay. Session coordinator, second engineer at CHRISTIE Records, archive recording team at Jazz at Lincoln Center, and ran Tuesday Night Live on Dead at Lady Stardust with his Archangels.
I'll hit my little finger. I had prepared one song, and on the way home from playing in Staten Island, I heard the news, so I had changed what I was going to play. Sorry, this was in 2 in a second ago. Okay, let me get going. Okay. Tough subject, but like Boomer just said, that's what we're supposed to do.
is taken. When the last breath is drawn, what becomes of life? Those left alone. Whispers to flesh now, one voice is gone. Yeah, live in love and accept in your embrace. Now your live hole is just an empty space. Drunk in the night with the man on the moon, and if he don't miss you too. Crawl upstairs to an empty bed, and a head that's fed on memory snakes. Your slippers in their place. Well, in the night, where it goes, yeah, what becomes of the love? Left alone.
That was beautiful. Yeah, clap again. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, next up is Don Fuchs. Another person like I've known forever. Okay, Don Fuchs is a Queens native, performance artist, polyrhythmic musician, writer, singer, engineer, and producer. He has showcased at 353 Studios and previous Phoenix series and performed at Dan Lynch. I love that place. Yeah, may it rest in peace. And Tramps Blues Clubs.
Tramps?
Oh! That shades of green. This is HEIDI. It has Big Joe Turner all over it. So, Phil Spector. You survived. Good for you. Seeing that Rick did such a fine job, I'd like to lead with a joke. I saw Bob Dylan this past year. Ladies and gentlemen, a joke. I saw Bob Dylan this past year over in Portchester. Wow. I went inside. It was wonderful. It was full to the rafters. He was great. He was on piano. So I saw somebody ahead of me going to the usher. Can you point me to the ADA area? He spins around, he says, just look around you. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.
This is called It Came from Planet Earth, and it was inspired by the sci-fi Came from Outer Space screenplay by Ray Bradbury. What follows is a true story. It's drowning, going under, going deaf from all this thunder. Mom's been telling it how, religion's been telling it to bow. Gotta get help, call 911. No, that's like getting shot by a ray gun. It's okay to turn it up loud. It's heaven to be crushed by a crowd. Cause it's not anyone got nothing to be proud. You can throw knives and it won't blink. They'll say there's something wrong, go see a shrink. They take one look and say, came from planet Earth. It's got no place of birth. It just seems to exist. While we continue to persist, we got NORAD on him. They trusted Mama and her relied. She was all that supported her outstretched arms had died. She was never completely satisfied. He had an ambulance chasing father. Its uppers were a tonic to listen in stereophonic. In Odyssey House it went for treatment. No exit strategy would release it. It would be scarred and beat. It's got no culture, neither here nor there. It's a mutant, you'd say, touch it if you dare. Gotta get help, call 911. No, that's as good as a blessing from the Father and the Son. They touch it and say, it came from planet Earth. It just seems to exist. Well, we demand cease and desist. Thank you.
Okay. Next person is Obsidian. Very cool guy. And I remember him from Otto's Trumpet Head, and then Hobo Bob. All right, so Obsidian has been around since the avant-garde 90s. Since ABC No Rio, Surf Reality and Collective Unconsciousness. He's written several books, including historical fiction entitled Hegemony. Am I pronouncing that right? Hegemony. Close enough. With Hobo Bob. Yay!
You know it's the end of the world when a poet starts writing historical fiction. The orichalcum ship. St. Paul, 2 Corinthians, chapter 12, verses 2 and 3. I met a man. I don't know if it was in this body or not, but he carried me away to the third heavens as I fell into my head above the orichalcum ship. I met a man. I don't know if it was in this life or the next, but he carried me away to the third heavens as I fell into my head above the orichalcum ship. There, an angel of light spoke to me in ineffable words I cannot speak today, as I fell into my head above the orichalcum ship. Across the distant Milky Way, I left the Lady of Sorrows upon the white-faced moon, the Lady of Sorrows who spoke unutterable words which I cannot utter today, as I fell above my head in the orichalcum ship. So come with me to the kingdom of Nablashana, because in Nablashana did Kubla Khan take flight upon a hazy comet as he flew away from the terrible crystal high above the galaxy. There are the visions I beheld as I fell into my head above the orichalcum ship. Oh, Lady of Tears, whom I left upon the white moon, bound by chains which bounds the world in the ocean of blue sorrow. There are the visions I beheld as I fell upon my head above the orichalcum ship. I met a man. I don't know if it was in this world or the next, whose appearance, he carried me away into the third heavens as I met this man. I don't know if it was in this life or the next, but he carried me away to the third heavens as I fell upon my head, the orichalcum ship. So come along with me and St. Paul as we take a flight along with the man from the third world and the Lady of Sorrows and the lost kingdom of Nablashana, as we fall into our heads away from this terrible crystal above
the world in the orichalcum ship.
Do that. All right, Obsidian. Taking notes to places we've never been. All right, the next person up is Chris Iconicide. I saw him around. Where is he?
Right in front of you.
It's right here.
Oh! Hello?
The whole day. The whole day.
The whole day.
Okay. Author of Notes from the Exploding Library, recipient of the 2019 Acker Award, founding member of the bands Iconicide. Oh my God.
The Bum Rush Crew.
Oh, okay. The Bum, whatever it is.
That's last year's intro.
Yeah, the Bum Rush Crew and Chaos Matters.
Yeah. By the way, I'm in the Tompkins Square Library if anyone's interested. Or I got one for 10 minutes.
The death of Chris Iconicide. Dateline, Friday, May 21st, 1993. I was living on my own down in Flatbush, the only area I could afford, after kicking out my sister's best friend's ex, who I later found out had stripped himself naked in said friend's kitchen and refused to leave when she announced she was breaking up with him. It was 11 o'clock p.m. and I was on my way to the Newkirk Avenue stop on the number 2 so I could travel back to Bushwick, crash on my mom's couch, jam with my drummer in his grandmother's apartment on Saturday, and on Sunday, see Serious Business play a Rock Against Racism show in Union Square with a black woman I was seeing, who I had already decided was my emotional and intellectual equal. As I pushed through the turnstile, my Sinsonics Terminator guitar bungee corded to a cheap luggage cart in the cardboard box that had been mailed to me in. 2 local toughs, hanging by interest, decided I was the wrong color to live. Heard one say to the other, someone's gonna get something. Though I didn't think much anything of it at the time. They followed me down the platform to the far end of the station, AKA the front of the train, where I had gone so I could make the transfer to the L at 14th Street, where the larger of the two tried to start something. Having spent a lifetime of ignoring idiots, I turned away when a set of brass knuckles at the end of a set of jail cell muscle bestowed upon me an 8-inch skull fracture from behind. Thanks to my dear dead dad, I don't feel pain all that well. So that sort of pissed me off. I whirled around, glared at my attacker, and yelled, "What the fuck you do that for?" Which is how 8 inches of skull fracture miraculously became 16. From behind. For whatever reason, maybe they were convinced this white piece of garbage was high on PCP, or they figured there was no way of putting me down. They grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and the seat of the pants and threw me, still holding my luggage, the luggage cart with my guitar, to the tracks, and they ran. I picked up that luggage cart, my guitar still secure, and climbed back to the platform. There were maybe a dozen or so witnesses. I mean, it was Friday night, but I was the wrong color to help. Oh, there was that West Indian businessman with a dark gray suit, white shirt, red bow tie, round-rimmed glasses, and pencil and mustache, who told me to stay where I was in case somebody calls the police. But I yelled at him, "What the fuck did you just do?" when I was getting my brains bashed in? Nah, nobody called, nobody helped. I went back to the far end of the platform, caught the next train, and sat there for the hour-plus trip to 14th Street. Maybe 4 people looked into the car on the way up, but nobody did anything like report a sick passenger. They left. After all, as a poor, skinny, long-haired white kid, dressed in black, sitting next to a guitar, I looked dangerous. Again, the wrong type to help. Oh, and I vomited once on the floor of the train. Epidural hematoma, Look it up. At 14th Street, I sat down on the bottom of the staircase in an attempt to get myself together and vomited again. And that's when the cops came. Now, I have never in my life been given reason to like cops. And this portly male-female duo did nothing to break the mold, including him taking out his nightstick, twirling it around, and smacking it on the floor as he approached. Her sneer didn't help much either. Hey, buddy, you been drinking? Nah, man, I just got my head beaten down in Flatbush. I know, you've been doing drugs, rock and roll. Nah, man, I just got finished telling you I had my head beat the fuck down in Flatbush. You better get a move on. I'm gonna put you somewhere you can sober up. I know your kind. At which point, he used his nightstick to point at the puddle of my vomit. I looked at him, grimaced. It's rice and beans. Can't you tell? I still had no idea how badly I was hurt, or how close I was to death, or what a struggle it would be to come back from the dead. I did know, though, I was much better off on my mom's couch than locked all night in a drunk tank. So I hoisted myself to my feet, grabbed the cart with my guitar, and dragged myself up those stairs so I could transfer to the L. Well, that's the beginning anyway. What, I didn't get to the part where I died? Maybe next time. You got an hour or two? Notes from the Exploring Library, $17.95 online. I got 2 readers' copies for $10. Check them out. Or go to the Tompkins Square Park Library if you got a library card. The worst thing about it, true story.
I want you to know, this guy has so many stories. And Flatbush now has become gentrified. They got like gourmet coffee and all kinds of shit. Anyway. J.M. Thiessen de Gonzalez does not have a bio. I don't know why. But I gotta tell you, she's like the patron saint of all animals. Okay, there we go.
I made it in under 3 minutes. I timed it and went over.
Yeah. You went over. Way over.
It was like 15 seconds over to myself.
My story started in California as a 5th-generation native. The loss of founding eagle Randy Meisner reminded me of my California girlhood and New York City teen years all at once. When Hotel California was released, I took the train out to Sam Goody's near the Queens Center Mall, watched as the album was unboxed and grabbed one off the top, and there is nothing like the sensual experience was in opening an album. One would expertly take a thumb, use it to slit the album open, release the smells of the plastic and vinyl and printing press fresh inner sleeve and album cover. Hold the album between palms, press on the turntable, lift the arm, put in the outermost groove, and rock ensues. My high school boyfriend loved the Eagles, especially Meisner. We sat in his room listening to those albums over and over. We went in a pack of friends when huge packs of teens unescorted by adults was unsurprising, to go and see them on, of all tours, Hotel California. I could still feel the jets of marijuana-clouded air conditioning blowing on me, but so thrilled I didn't feel it. It was like an out-of-body experience to see them performing in front of me. I took photos in the dark of Madison Square Garden with my red Kodak Trimlight Instamatic camera, ghostly lit figures in front of the mushy but still discernible album logo. And that song cycle made being a Californian cool and made me miss my home state terribly, with mentions of cars, the confusions and illusions of being the new kid in town, tall, speaking with vowel shifts, and generally evoking a not that distant past. My favorite Meisner song not on that album is Take It to the Limit. The elegiac tone, the waltz-like pace, the call and response structure lifts it from ballad to anthem. It was reportedly not something he felt comfortable singing live, since the high notes
which just soar in the recording, but understandably on tour could tear up a voice singing in smoky venues. But its philosophical power made it a great encore choice for touring. His reluctance to do it live made for tensions that convinced him to leave the band. And just as the culture that unironically embraced Hotel California, ignoring the elbow to the ribs given, another differently energized type of music was lifting off, and I threw myself headlong and lifelong into it not too much later. The high school boyfriend went off to college, and we drifted apart. And even though I lived for the punky push of Johnny Thunders, Richard Hell, and that whole class from the New York clubs of that era, when I hear the crisply plucked Hotel California intro, the volume goes up to 10, and I am back in the California of my mind, dude. This is for my dog. She had surgery earlier this week, so she's home recovering. She's a very sweet girl. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Okay, like I said, patron saint of all rescued animals, for real. Yeah. Okay, next up is Matthew Hooper. Sorry, I got him. Okay, studied anthropology at NYU, works at Gorilla Ontology, and hosts the Neuronautic Institute at Otto's Shrunken Head.
Happy New Year, all. I'm not going to be very political today for a change of pace, but I just want to say that the election is not the end of the fight, it's the start of it.
Thank you.
And also I want to say to our Obsidian Hobobah, with all due respect, the worst part of the tombs is the locked doors, not the sound. All right, I've got a shit ton of really super short ones. I'm going to see how many I can shove in 3 minutes. First tour for the poets here. First one's called Auteur. Don't get confused by the muse. She never gave you a thing, and such a high price. She's an abusive lover, flim-flamming the hand cramps and midnight burn the way a shady promoter pays you an exposure. I was rolling through. Sure, I'm good, but they send Billy Collins all the checks. Checks. Finger-banging clouds to the rhythm of the day. Soon it will be spring. That's how you do it. I'm yours for a song, if the song is well sung. I'm easy, not cheap. Every egg is a portable ocean. This poem is a cairn of bones. Gone again, then gone again, and gone again. The world's an ossuary overflowing with holy relics. You domesticated me until I was no longer wild enough for your love. True story. If you have enough breath to cry, use it to celebrate. If this was written in the stars, it's time to burn the sky. She looked in my eyes. You're too big for my ass. This is bittersweet. The human experience and a Shakespearean twist. One never knows if life is a comedy of errors or a tragedy in blood and pain until the 5th act. Yeah. Shoulders sag, compressed by a leaden sky, air thick as wet cotton, waterboarded by the unending pressure of time. Every poem I've ever penned was about you, even the empty pages. Goodbyes, like cooling air, unable to hold summer rain. Every hummingbird looking in the waterhole sees a different sky. Blueprint. How many broken hearts does it take to build a battleship, or a boardroom, or a bedroom? We bleed the bricks that pave our path, drop by breadcrumb drop in a 238. Cities sprout behind our backs from footsteps left in the blood-soaked mud of love. We call this place home. And last one, as it should be. Couples kissing on the Spanish steps outlast the Roman Empire. Thank you, love you all, happy New Year.
It really takes a lot of skill to go and write an excellent short poem. It really does, it really does. Okay, last on my list is Mindy Levikov. Oh! And she should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh my gosh, the doer of good and just an all-round talent. Mindy Levikov has hosted, curated, and participated in a variety of poetry and other events, including readings at ABC No Rio for more than 20 years and the 6th Street and Avenue B Garden. Yes. All right, come on up. Put our hands together for Mindy. Where'd she go?
One for your voice and one for the Where's the sound thing?
Yes, just like last year.
Amazing. So this kind of doesn't have to be up close.
Someone wants to send to assume he has like regular tunes.
Yeah.
In the email, a list of everyone who went to. I'll be just cutting paste.
Yeah, thank you everybody for all the work that you guys have been doing. Having done one myself, it's daunting.
That's why you see.
This has been going beautifully.
I'm keeping track. Give me a few days.
Oh yeah, it's great.
So this is a medicine Buddha chant.
Okay, I don't know how to move the mic. I'm not good with technology. Thank you, Peter. All right, so there's going to be a new host coming up. I don't know who it is. Pete knows. But thank you so much, everybody. I loved hosting. Great poets here.
Let's have a big alternative hand for Miriam Steinley, who took us for the last hour. All right, and indeed, I do know the identity of the next host, who is Nancy Mercado, who I'll introduce momentarily. But just in case somebody here wandered in and saw, gee, there's a whole lot of people hanging out here. What is going on here? This is the 28th alternative New Year's Day spoken word performance extravaganza. So give yourselves a hand for being here. We're going until 10 o'clock, although the way we're behind, I suspect we're going well past 10 o'clock because we're about 35 minutes behind. So we're going to just skip ahead to the next hour. We will get to the open mics eventually. You know, everybody gets to read. It's just, you know, some days things are going slow. And today, everybody has shown up. Last year, lots of people were sick and we just kind of breezed through it, but that's okay. We want everybody to show up. We want everybody to be here. So just a quick reminder of the ground rules here. You have 3 minutes. Do anything you bloody want. There's no censorship at this. You have 3 minutes to do anything you want. At about 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the flag will start waving, and that means you've got 10 seconds, so think about wrapping up. And if you don't, at 3 minutes, the sound effects go off and we drown you out, and you can't really read past that, so there's no point in even trying it. And of course, we've had a number of people try it, and they didn't succeed. And it's okay. We love you all anyway. It's okay. It's just you refuse to leave, and we have to physically remove you from the stage. And don't laugh. That's happened on a couple of times. I personally had to do that on at least one occasion. So don't let it come to that. You know, if the sound effects go off and you leave, it's okay. It's okay. You're still honoring the place. So enough of that. Our next host really doesn't need a bio because everybody knows her. She's well accomplished, but I'm going to give her a very brief bio anyway. Nancy Mercado received the American Book Award for Lifetime Achievement. What was that? Is that spectacular or what? And I'll just say, for more information on her work, go to nancy-mercado.com. So here she is to take you through the 8 to 9 hour Nancy Mercado.
Thank you for that. It's great to be here hosting. I'm back up. Just on a side note, the American Book Award was in 2017. The award. Anyway, but I'm very happy about that. I appreciate it.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
What am I saying?
You
Okay.
keep leaning into the shot.
I'm going to introduce this hour. It's a privilege. And I'm going to talk about how we need to keep each other in check, keep tabs on each other after January 20th, because, you know, these people are very dangerous. This is not funny, it's not a joke, these are fascists, okay? And I know myself, I'm not gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna say what I think, and I'm gonna say it in public. So, if I get hauled away, please try to find me, whatever dungeon they dump me in, or whatever, okay? Nicholas Powers. Is Nicholas Powers here? No. Crickets, okay. Peter Kozlowski? All right, Peter. Pronounces his name Peter, but spells it Papa Tango Romeo. Find him on iTunes, Spotify, and YouTube Music. And here's Peter.
Climbing down the street to my stupid job. Climbing down the street to my stupid job. I'm like a bird. I'm like a bird. I'm like a bird. Walking. Yeah. Yeah, I know how to fly, I know what you mean, but it's like, can't think about that now. Times are tough, gotta scratch a bit, you know? Survive somehow. But mark my word, I'm like a bird. I'm like a bird walking. Hey lady, how'd you like to dance a bit? We can bust apart minds. You turtle dovey, don't you wanna shake 'em up? It'd be so fine. You look like a bird. You know what I mean, like a bird. Like a bird walking. I was in a spot, so I took this job. It's not what I want. It's not really me. But God will, damn it, I won't have to tell him to. Just you wait and see. I'm like a bird. I'm like a bird. I'm like a bird. Walking. Climbing down the street to my stupid job. I'm like a bird. Walking.
Great. Our next poet, writer is none other than Peter DOLACK, and I want to thank Peter for keeping this series going. Yeah. Very important. In the air, but alas, keeps dropping some of them. He is the author of the history books, What Do We Need Bosses For? And It's Not Over. Learning from the Socialist Experiment. Here is Pete.
How do we know what our name is? What if our parents have been playing a practical joke on us all this time? Oh, sure, my parents always called me Pete. Pete, come home. So I think my name is Pete. But what if my so-called name is really an elaborate joke? Pete, dinner's ready. So I'd scamper home, all the while they'd laugh to each other. What a sucker. His name is George. My parents would snort, really able to contain their belly laughs. He thinks it's Pete, if only he knew. I bet they concocted this scheme when I was in the hospital, a frail infant in this cold, cruel world for days, perhaps only hours. And there my parents hatched a scheme. He'll never know, they'd say, elbowing each other. Then a doctor walked in. What's your son's name? My parents looked at each other, struggling to contain themselves. Well, doctor, his name is George, but we're going to tell him his name is Pete. A few years later, a wee lad in kindergarten. His name is George. My parents would patiently explain the registration, but we tell him it's Pete. He doesn't know as they yet again dissolved into fits of laughter. As I grew older, the roost grew easier. My name is Pete, I'd say countless times. I couldn't figure out why my parents would break into giggles. Maybe I talk funny? How could I have known? The most basic part of me, just an elaborate joke. My very name is sick gag. I tried to get my parents to confess, but they never would come clean. Oh, of course your name is Pete. Where on earth would you get such an idea? But I knew, believe me. I knew. But maybe they're embarrassed by all this by now, after 64 years, boy, I wrote this a long time ago. After 64 years, they'd have to sit down and confess the practitioners of such a cruel hoax exposed at last. But this is not such a bad fate. One of my parents were truly cruel and told me my name was Trump.
Just heard or just found out or just saw on social media today, and it's true because it comes from the Washington Post, that the lead archivist or the National Archive or whatever it is, she's conveniently taking certain things out of the history because she doesn't want to offend Trump and his buddies. I put it up on my Facebook page if anybody, I'm going to keep putting stuff up. That's it, relentlessly, But, this is important because, she took out a whole bunch of stuff related to Native Americans. She took out the fact that the Japanese were interned in camps. This is going to be an exhibit that's going to be presented, and she's picking and choosing what goes in or not.
And she won't publish the URA.
So we need to keep abreast of these things, Dorothy Cantwell here? Yeah. Okay. Dorothy is a New York City, works as an educator, actor, and playwright. She writes poetry and short fiction. Welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you, and I'm very inspired by your reminder to all of us that we have to keep on fighting. I don't have time to read one of these poems, but I would, because of what Nancy just said, I want to read the last 4 lines of a poem I won't be reading. Fill us with the fortitude and courage to vanquish the rising darkness and step again into the light. The laurels we have rested on are withered and dead. Battles still rage. The war is here at home. But I'd like to read this poem. This is called Edward Under the Sky. Edward under the sky. Edward swims like a sea lion, his head shining above the waves. He dives, resurfaces, then with his peculiar and distinctive backstroke, bobs back rhythmically against the current. Suddenly, his perfect feet flexed, he sinks in slow motion, disappears, reappears somewhere else from the dark water. True to his word, he stays within the ropes. He remembers. These days, Edward remembers little of what's just happened, but he, true to his word, stays within the ropes, though spirits call him beyond. See, he nears the farthest buoy and looks back at me, pausing like a selkie, longing to return to the sea. But he circles back, turns from the lure of the beckoning horizon, and dives again and again. The distant sky is strange, dark, stormy, blue-gray. Low silvery clouds crawl toward me, alive, growling like awakening animals. To my left, pink. To my right, against summer blue, dense, cottony cumulus. A dreamscape sky as confused as the colliding images in my head. Yet Edward, unperturbed, submerged in dreams, rises in joy to the hallucinatory change of colors each time he surfaces. The weather this summer has been violent, startling, sudden hailstorms, flash floods, torrents of rain, water spouts spinning across the surface of the water, thunder cracks as close as a hair, lightning fracturing slate gray skies into pieces. People are struck down by the swift, unexpected fury of the natural and fearsome world. The hair crackles without electricity. My hair stands on end. Edward rides a billowing wave towards shore, crawls from the sea, wearied from his swim. He sits beside me, smiling, as I worry about the coming storm, the days ahead.
Our next writer, poet, is Jujutsu Jarman, named as a world-renowned Himalayan poet by the Guardian newspaper. Jujutsu is a vibrant force on the world poetry stage. He has published 11 poetry collections. Welcome.
Namaste, everybody. Namaste, meaning I bow to you. I bow to the soul of God in you. That's what we say in the Himalayas, up in the mountains. And now I'm in New York City, so I'll read this poem that celebrates New York City in this moment of intense emotions. You are a New Yorker, or you become a New Yorker. That you learn to notice sparkles of sullen silence snapping the darkness of damn burrows. Stop taking notes of wild blizzards racing along the signature shore. You are a New Yorker. That you start hearing Gaga songs in the screeching subway cars. Stop saying, I don't know no Spanish to Latino visitors seeking directions. You are a New Yorker. That you start understanding the thick jumble of subway announcements or roadside pronouncements. You don't have to be a Rockefeller to be a generous guy. You are a New Yorker. That you stop taking Free Staten Island Ferry to click a perfect shot of Statue of Liberty, or stop wasting Times Square at night, or learn to walk the Brooklyn Bridge without a secret desire to dangle a padlock on one of its rafters. Or stop seeing Walt Whitman sitting atop his edge, looking for his beautiful boys and vagabond ferries entering the sheltered bay. You are a New Yorker. That you stop fearing spy dogs at Game Central, recognize the homeless that hang out at Port Authority or Jackson Heights. That you pass through the shrunken midnight of Sutphin Boulevard or Jamaica subway station without holding your breath in terror. You are a New Yorker. That you start loving Starbucks coffee, wafting along the wide glassy Manhattan malls, or learn to chew the Brooklyn bagel, or chat up or lap up the steamy loneliness of chatty dog walkers around Central Park, or learn to make love and forget the face of your partner. You are a New Yorker. That you stop guessing the origin of blonde teenager reading the current issue of the New Yorker. Stop looking at the bare shoulders of the Vietnamese girl sitting on the free Wi-Fi table near the entrance of So Nice Village Cafe, opening and closing like a red lips on the first day of winter snow. Then you pass by Magnolia Bakery, loaded from famed cupcakes and moon-sized cookies. Then you stop visiting White Horse Tavern to pose against Dylan Thomas's drunken portrait, or stop hearing John Lennon's voice climbing the fire-escape ladders of Hotel Chelsea, or stop looking for the room where she gave Leonard Cohen a blowjob. You are a New Yorker. That you stop gawking at gay couples on L train, romancing like Bollywood couples, or fervently discussing pussy power, animal rights, or their ailing pets or parents. That you stop staring at the Hasidic Jews of Williamsburg, their cults dangling out of their black velvet caps like Lord Shiva's sacred serpents. You are a New Yorker. That you learn to laugh like a Latino bartender, smile like a Filipino waitress. The day the girl from Cleveland, Ohio, behind the counter of Vintage Cafe gives you her email, offers a free top on your coffee, or lets you take her out. You are a New Yorker.
Thank you. Next reader is Lisa Moyla. Is a much produced playwright, screenwriter, director, actor, poet, and collage artist. Lisa will be directing Roberto Monticello, okay.
Not everyone's Hispanic.
Cafe Resistance, opening April 10th at Theater for the New City.
Here's a little excerpt from Earth, Love It or Leave It. There once was a mother called Earth, who nurtured us all from our birth. She gave us our food and our water, named us her sons and her daughters, and we took her for all she was worth. We killed off our creations through mass desecration. We let loose our greed, took more than we need. Now we suffer our mother's damnation. Hey, President Elon Musk, you can leave Earth for one day in space, but when you return, it's the same damn place. The air's a disgrace, the ozone's displaced, and half of our species are gone with no trace. And you tell me, over and over and over again, my friend, how you don't believe we're on the eve of extinction? We're having a heat wave, a permanent heat wave. The oceans are rising, and isn't surprising we didn't do all that. We can. We're having disasters. We're acting like bastards. We're all in denial, decision is final. We better do all that. We can. Hey, all you MAGA morons in Congress. It say here in the newspapers, doomsday clock, 5 to 12. What the fuck? What the hell? Ain't you got any children you care about? No? Swell. Anybody at all you care about? Even your own scaggy behinds? What are you, blind? You rejected the green for the red. Methinks you have rocks in your head. Guess you won't be happy until we're all dead. The earth's in the toilet, you're determined to spoil it. The glaciers are melting, the polar bear's sweltering. We better do all that. We can. Lies for dinner, lies for lunch, lies for breakfast with Captain Crunch. R.I.P. Democracy. Thank you much, the GOP. And thank you, and Happy New Year, the last New Year in a free country. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for this song. Richard West is a writer, composer, performer, musician, and satirist, as well as a world traveler who has visited 4 jungles, not including Manhattan, where he was born and bred. Welcome, Richard.
Happy New Year. Or is that? Who's good at this?
Do the arm.
Yeah, okay. Now I can sing you a Russian song. Misanthropia, the dystopia, no cornucopia, there's no hope for ya, just Trumptopia, the myopia, I can't cope for ya, but here's some dope for ya. Take a big whiff, everyone. Oh, the UFOs are coming to take us away. For all the schmucks who voted Trump, your credibility is in the dump. Your reality check has bounced and bumped. It is for sure you are a chump. You had your prejudices from the start, of little mind and little heart. Believed in things you didn't understand. Put reckless bastards in command.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what can we do? We belong in the zoo with the Trump NZ2. Oh boy, I hope the UFOs are ready to take us away. Okay, because snapshots at the new Inquisition. Are you now, or have you ever been, an anarchist, socialist, communist, Satanist, animist, pagan, or any of these liberal variations? Have you ever been a member of a deviant art group? Like abstract expressionism, surrealism, cubism, or absurd or ridiculous theater? Members, did you ever perform Brecht, Beckett, Ionesco, or any other deviant playwrights? Have you ever participated in any deviant sex practices? Same-sex partners, bisexual, trisexual, transsexual, foot fetishes, or salacious tree huggers? Have you ever indulged in any other thought crimes, tribulation, and justice? If so, please report in person to the Personality Relocation Center in your neighborhood, where all Democrats will get a free facelift with heavy lobotomy at government expense. And if you're disabled, please send your self-addressed envelope so we can send you the following instructions for self-incarceration. Am I open?
10 seconds.
Oh. Do it quick. If you're considering suicide, please take responsibility and report to the nearest graveyard to save the government expense of disposing your body. I only got one more second. The new government will, however, provide a permission slip for your suicide. Thank you for your participation, and you realize you're following Make America Safe Again, not that guilty agenda, Make America Sane Again.
Okay. Our next performer is Frank Luck. Fran, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't see.
Sorry, Frank.
I can't see up here. Fran Luck is a longtime Lower East Side housing activist and is host of the long-running radio program Joy of Resistance, Multicultural Feminism at WBAI on the air for more than 20 years. Welcome, Fran.
We're going into some kind of surrealist, nightmarish, humorous, wild kind of place that maybe will help get us through all of this. I usually write political poems, but I've been in the house a lot. It's been very short days that get dark too quickly, and I wrote something personal in the last few days, so I'm going to try it out on you. When you get older, everything becomes a body. Luminous, but limiting. It hangs in front of your eyes like a silver veil or shroud.
Mine's in the mic.
I'll start again. When you get older, everything becomes the body. Luminous but limiting, it hangs in front of your eyes like a silver veil or shroud, coming between you and the world, which seems to shrink to the contours of your skin, and you become more involved with the envelope than its transcendent goal of letting in the many manifestations of the multiverse in which you float. When you get older, you sometimes fail to notice that you are hugging the house more than you once did, some days not going out at all, your mind not registering the time, leaping by at an expanded rate. Unless, like me, you are a late bloomer, blooming so late that all the other flowers had buried their heads in the ground before you finally woke up to the sun. It is painful to try to push away the clouds. The clouds seem to want to push back. They enjoy their featured role of guarding the horizon against any possibility of there being any possibility. It's easier in the darkness. A bright sun can hurt your eyes and reveal an endless vista of adjacent empty lots filled with old barbed wire wrapped in dead leaves, decaying news headlines, and broken strings scattered at random on the cold, dry ground. It can force you to face the unbearable truth that there is only wasteland where you thought you'd finally have the garden you deserve, and that this garden could have existed had you but prepared the ground. I think it's better to plant a seed, however late, and hope to collect a bold new harvest, then wait for past due debts to be paid you by someone long gone and never coming back.
Tamara Wyndham, originally from Los Angeles, Tamara is a painter, performer, artist, and writer. She is concerned about the climate crisis and is for peace and freedom for all people.
No matter what I'm working on, I feel like I want to be working on something else. No matter what I'm working on, I feel like I want to be working on something else. Should I work on the big project or the other big project? Should I work on the present project, on a project due tomorrow or the project due yesterday? The project due tomorrow or the project due yesterday? No matter what I'm working on, I feel like I ought to be working on something else. I feel like I ought to be working on something else. I feel like I ought to be working on something else!
I know that exact feeling. Barbara Solsky is a Hoboken, New Jersey-based poet, writer, and songwriter, and frontwoman of the art noise ensemble Barbriana Complex. Barbriana Complex. Welcome.
Come in. This is called All Fall Down. The cold white bones wished upon, now tossed into the fire, but not consumed. Undeniable like the voice of God, hot footsteps in the cold white ashes. Follow me down. Through dark red curtains sliding down the wooden panels, melting wild hopes, now flown up walls, up chimney, like a mother's lies. For our own good. Follow me down. A faster swirling black and white melts into the cracks, sweet and sticky crumbs beneath our feet, like a looking glass turned upside down. Follow me down. White-feathered angel, newly torn from tinsel, hurled headfirst into freshly powdered drifts and reborn. Ice goddess, huntress, heaving slings and arrows dipped in sweetly scented poison at this phony Cupid. She just misses, and he stoops to kiss her wounded white fists, licking sugar-coated lips. She slips unnoticed into Arctic night. She slips unnoticed into Arctic night, to light among the snowy, owl-eyed denizens praying in the dark. She becomes a gleaming plaything pummeled back and forth between slick, glossy wings, smothered in the sweet smell of fleshly, floured fat. She swoons, wings stuck together, wet and bruised, but black and blue is powerful medicine. And soon, she's strong enough for more and more, until cloud-covered, drenched in dust, she burrows deeper into swirling depths, shedding a frosted feather or two. And somewhere, Cupid laughs and licks his fingers at the memory. Thank you. We also have CDs, and I think record just came out called Sky Glitter. Thank you very much.
Okay. I wanted to say something real quick, was that we got to keep our eye on the mayor, because the mayor has been sounding up to Trump because he's, you know, corrupt, and so he wants to be pardoned or whatever, and he's playing around with the idea of turning into a Republican, which, I mean, he probably is already anyway, but I'm saying really like doing it face on. So that's a betrayal of New York City, you know, and its people. So we need to keep that in mind. And there's an election coming up. Yeah. He's up for election, so we got to get rid of him. Actually, that's what we have to do. Yeah, that's another story. Yeah. Mitch Berman's Pulitzer nominated novel, I'm sorry, Time Capsule was hailed by Kurt Vonnegut. His stories nominated for 7 Pushcart prizes, received special mention in 2 Pushcart and Best American Short Stories. Welcome, Mitch Berman.
Thank you, Nancy, Pete, everybody who put this together. This story is called Sand. My childhood friend, R.Q. Morton, who'd recently hit it big with his 4th novel, told the audience at Books and Coffee and Stuff that his new story was called Sand, and that, his eyes directly holding mine, it was inspired by someone he had known for many years. Morton's story is about a guy named Morton lost in the desert with no food, no water, and to top it off, a busted ankle. Got maybe 2 days to live, but a week to the nearest human at the rate he's crawling. The grid forcing itself into all the crevices, the sun beating down on him, all of it described in glorious detail. Morton's come a long way since the days when we used to wait at the 7-Eleven telling tall tales to convince adults to go get us a 6-pack of Colt 45. Nowadays, when Morton's on tour, I take a couple of days off to go to all his author events in New York. Sometimes I even catch the Chinatown bus to see him in Philly or DC. I bet I'm the only guy who still calls him Mort the Sport. So the Morton in the story keeps crawling along, knees raw, sand scalding and invasive, all very beautiful, I'm sure. Behind the admiring smile I keep pasted on my face at Mort's readings, I'm wondering, as always, when do I come in? I've skimmed everything he's written, looking for myself, pretty much in vain, but this time, Mort just told the world the stories about me. And Morton, the character's meticulously detailed suffering, continues with a sandstorm. He can't get away with it. From it, sand under his fingernails, sand in his armpits, sand up his ass. He's near the end when a scruffy little wild dog with these mournful, understanding eyes shows up, guides him along, on through a desert night as cold as the desert day is hot. The stars hanging close like, I forget, Christmas ornaments in the sky. Hell, if I was any good at this, I'd be the famous writer. The endless expanse of sand made bearable now only by their companionship, human and dog, each half dead, each sustaining the other. My eyes kind of teared up. Through the years, I bounced around from job to job, watching him from down on the runway while Mort's career took off. I guess being Mort's friend was my career. The only thing I'd stuck with and the only thing I'd ever done well. I'd been true, and now he painted me as this self-sacrificing, loyal little creature who had saved him from the suffocating sand. Honestly, I was too emotional to listen to how the story ended. When it was over, I rushed the book signing line. I just want to thank you so much for putting me into that story. The people in line behind me were already sighing impatiently. And what a wonderful character. How fitting I went on. So faithful, so enduring. Oh, Mort said, his finger waving vaguely at my chest like he was working out an equation in the air between us. You thought you were the dog?
Suzanne Lee. Suzanne Lee's writing has appeared in The Guardian, The Village Voice, and Conch. She has worked as an international business girl, Asian cinema professor, and film curator. Welcome, Suzanne.
This is a series of letters that Ishmael Reed asked me to write for him and to him. Dear Ishmael, we arrived in Nagasaki on the super efficient Shinkansen. Our hotel near Chinatown serves free late night soba and has hot baths, which was most necessary this afternoon, washing away the ghosts. At the Atomic Museum, Mark chastised a group of giggling schoolboys, Casey silently looking at the aerial photographs of the ruined city, absorbed in thought. My gaze rested on the remains of Uramaki Cathedral and the stopped clocks at 11:02. I had seen images of survivors and Shindo's Children of Hiroshima and Renee's Hiroshima Mon Amour. The silhouettes of people killed by the blasts have lingered since childhood. We left in a somber mood. A gaggle of idiots, girls with their Insta selfies posed by the Peace Statue pool. A tasteless new part of travel where holy sites become cool backdrops for shoots by wannabe models. I'm reminded of Pearl Harbor and the bubbling oil rising from the submerged Arizona and the ghosts of the young men into the low. Mark and Casey are great travel companions. Casey's been on the ride since he was small. The rail through Kerala, to the Dinostia Funicular, to stargazing in Colonia. Diaspora fascinates me, so wherever I go, I hit Chinatown. Place d'Italie with Chinese Vietnamese joint serving up pho, bow at the Chinese Cultural Center in Port of Spain, or the old men of Havana from the pre-Castro days, or Ebola noodles at London's Chinatown. We seek the famous Castella, Portuguese-style pound cake. Casey followed a group of students to the popular bow stand. The proprietor thinks I'm Japanese, raised in the States, whose parents failed to teach me Japanese. I actually let him have that illusion. I'm an American-born Chinese who grew up in LA with a mom who watched a lot of Toshiro Mifune and a dad who took us to all the J-Town Matsuri. I go for a wash, soak in steam. Public nudity is extremely liberating and equalizing. I recognize a woman. We nodded at each other. We meet again at reception. You look different in clothes. She chuckles, you too. It's the playoffs. Dodgers, Maeda, and Darvish have fans eagerly following from across the time zones. Baseball has started so many conversations this trip. I love your Thai culture, the temporary stalls manned by masters who specialize in home-cooked dishes. In Fukuoka, one master served the best tempura. His secret, a bit of yuzu kosho in his homemade dipping sauce. The Yatai outside Chinatown serves noodles, oden, and sake. The regulars are Mr. Honda, a manager at Mitsubishi. After that awkward moment, the U.S. dropping the bomb, I avoid, you attacked Pearl Harbor, Nanking, Unit 733. And a ship to sudden as the winds, he and Mark are talking about jazz. The Village Vanguard, Miles and Bird. There's Saki and her friend Tara. Saki asks, do you know New York, New York? We belt out a karaoke rendition. The master pours more fierce stuff. The attire represents a moment of transience and camaraderie. On an autumn night, a group of strangers sitting together outside, making toast, eating ramen, talking about jazz and baseball.
That's such nice music.
Ishmael's a great friend of mine. He's my mentor, actually. I've known him for years. Where am I here? Oh, David R. Lincoln is a novelist and poet. And this is important. He'll donate any sales tonight from his novel, from his first novel, Mobility Lounge, towards supporting this event. Thank you so much.
Be here, happy to be here, and let's keep our traditions alive. Some short pieces. Is this good? Tompkins Square Park. From this seat here, it's amazing how well I can hear the iron gate close behind that guitar. Or is it a banjo? Not far away, the crickets are celebrating the end of summer. One more time, explain what you were doing that night I met you some weeks ago, looking so beautiful. These watchmen, the ghost standing against the night, 100 foot tall, 200 feet, cropped together, hardly talking. Impressive in readiness, solid. All kinds of stuff grows on them. Do they care about the lawn? Do they care about the handmade sign, save the librarians, or the dog that pisses on them? Do they care about their green beards growing out at all angles like ferns, or the man who comes to hang holiday lights around the height of their knees? Do they listen to our thoughts? I would love them, but maybe I'll make a house out of their strong arms. Maybe I will pass a law in their honor, written into an electronic register and backed up on a nightly basis. Maybe I will see how they change in the cold and just know when to let the wind through their hair. Behold them again. Each night they stand here waiting, and they comfort us, these watchmen, lone cylinders all standing, being alive and tall through all seasons. This one's a little different. Sea line. Before he was a boy, he was a fish who ate a hamburger and left his friends behind. Now, wondering about that meal. Before she was a girl, she was a gull who squabbled with her brothers and sisters, now staring down the others on their green blanket. Before he was a dad, he was a pine cone who lay stranded in a ditch until a fire freed him from all his jealousies. Then all the trees got planted. Now, they're all glad to be what they find, never knowing where the latest seeds come in. Some believe there is a line in the sea that must carry them to other shores, and a life of new discovery awaits beyond the reach of sight.
Next performer is Sarah Wallace. Sarah is the author of The Rival, University of Utah Press. She currently teaches at New York University and lives in Queens. Sarah.
Can everyone hear okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Jarred cherries. My friend Amy's mom was smoker thin and wore nail polish the same red as her hair and dressed her shivering dog in sparkling sweaters. At parties, she stood with her wrist cocked and a cigarette ash at least an inch long, laughing at some man's joke, singeing his wife's carpet. You never saw her digging into the cheese log by herself in the corner, sighing and looking out the window to where the bare trees scraped the cyanosis blue sky. She made me feel like there was an escape, and it could be found in pleasure. It could be found in what she did when I wasn't watching. When I slept over at Amy's house, her mom was always gone, and we went through all her drawers, found her dildo and diaphragm, saw the penthouses under the bed instead of the Christmas wrapping paper my mom kept under hers. We ate Lucky Charms with chocolate milk in front of Dick Clark on the TV. We ate jarred cherries, bunny pink centerfold labia spread in front of us, and we said which one we'd look like when we grew up. And the windows were all open, and the doors weren't locked, and the driveway was empty. Blue eyeshadow was scattered in the bedroom sink, and Amy's mom taught me you went out to meet pleasure, but you didn't bring it home. You didn't feed it. We sat eating crumbled potato chips and ice cream, no one to stop us, and we were happy. This next poem is teeming shards of yellow brightening the neighbor's careful yard. A poet, way more famous than I am, told her students to never use gerunds, but I am fatally enamored with the radical present tense because it's being. One neighbor has crocuses spewing all over his whole massive lawn, a cum shot of eager opening buds like hungry birds gawping for severed worms. My degenerating menopausal hips are aching. I'm aching for you. Your sagging and balding body still a simmering stew of testosterone. I'm in the always stew, gerunding, meditating, praying everybody's reading poetry right now in the lyric radical present tense. Or if not, everyone's sucking milkshakes so intently, all those straws collapsing in unison. It must be milkshakes because I just read Frank O'Hara and he's coming. He was coming in 1957 and he's still coming now. Permanently coming, Frank.
Oliver Beer, is that correct? Writes dark poetry and horror stories. His poetry has appeared in collections and his stories have appeared in anthologies. He's written 2 books.
Words condensed in front of me, shot from your mouth as you walked out, putting distance between us. Sound blood splatters my face, verbal staccato defense to an empty room, deafening echoes dancing at the mask to nothingness. No longer now, that was then. Syllabic footstep fossils crunch the years, the tundra's hoary hodgepodge frames your silhouette. Interminable polar plain snow falls across the world. Dry, broken eggshell sky flakes over the path to me. A blizzard of mismanaged beams jigsawing time further. Clockworks with serrations distorting memory's scabrous tentacles, waiting for you to come back. I try to figure out your lexicon. Don't clap, you're looking at my time. Okay. I'm using technology here, so this is going to be fascinating. I've been trying to remember our time together, backtrack our evacuation route. Then that New Year's, we danced, shook and swayed, the stars from their loft to our feet, a pattern aligned with stellar breadcrumbs. Winter's breath kissed us, lips ice wet against our cheeks. Chill shocked, I walked you home through the forest. The spring in our step returned in March, dub-stepping into your bed. Rainy night liquid prayers roaring, our bleeding resounding off the walls. Waterproof people banishing the outsiders. Summer doldrums left us wanting for breath. A tango cloaked in humidity's hug. Tight enough, we have to time our gasps to the terminal clock. A fall lost in the blanket of leaves covered us in the decay of unknown dreams. A tarantella of anger blooms with the loss of flora. A kudzu fights and flights. Snakeskin flakes off the issues. Pigs running towards snowmen of our fears. We skate, slip, and slide into others' arms, trying to bury our memory. It's time to uncover ourselves so we can hop the train back to each other. Remember when I said I lived in the time? Twilight sleet shivers, the sweat of last night's rains becoming chilblains as a mental sea engulfs me. Cold needles puncture me. The waves of a theologian's religious ecstasy revisit me, trying to melt the icy world. Boreas's tendrils etch my mind sharper than the frozen ring. An acid wash reminding me why I walk through this urban daguerreotype for you, why I live this woodcut life. Imprinted behavior, fading all question to routine channels to occupy our time. As the gray purple sky now stenciled with skyscrapers and the temperature drops, rhymes with tie-dye colors, I return to my Escher world, Dr. Zhivago Dallara.
John Holt, artist, curator, gallerist, incubator, studio gallery. Retired IATSE Local 1 stagehand. Very minor poet.
Thank you all. Proudly woke, leopards gnaw on each other's faces as they debate who stays in places. Foreign geniuses or produce-picking races. They can't allow illegals in our spaces. Compassion clearly in short supply. The consumption of pets, their favorite lie. Protecting sacred life is the holy cry. Need life-saving procedures, please die. Oppressed is Christendom in the land. Secular schools must be taken to hand. Bring Christo fascists to the fore, the God Emperor Trump to adore.
Okay, and last poet on my watch is Marie Claire Pichet. All right. So Marie Claire Pichet is co-founder of the Theater of the Oppressed Laboratory, Top Lab, at the Brecht Forum, Associate Professor Emerita of French, University of Mount St. Vincent, and member of the Pandemic Poetry Project.
Oh, well, all right.
Okay, so this is it for me. Thank you for being such a great audience. Sorry I messed up some people's names. Not good sometimes like that. But also, I just wanted to point out the last thing for now is that we gotta be careful, or we gotta fight the fact that Trump is gonna wanna reopen the parks, believe it or not, for drilling, like he did the last time. The national parks, okay? So this is,
Oh my God.
I mean, we barely have 2 or 3 trees left, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, let's keep fighting, guys. Yeah!
Thank you, and a warm welcome hand for Nancy Mercado, who took us for the past hour. All right, so we're running about a half hour behind, so we got a few people on the open mic list, and we'll get to you after this last 9 to 10 hour. So we're going to just plunge straight in. So for our final hour, and once again, it's 3 minutes at 2:50. You start seeing that flag waving. It's time to wrap up. At 3 o'clock, the sound effects will go off, and yeah, we intentionally make them so loud so you can't go on. So there's no real point in trying. So, just so you are forewarned. And wouldn't you know it, we've had 7 hours of really great poets and writers and performers. And you think that's it, boy, that would be everybody in New York, but it's not true because we have a whole nother hour of fine people. I'm looking at this list here. Boy, we got some really impressive people coming up here. So just to do a quick census here, Judith Lee Herbert, Alan Yashin, Peter Karloftis, Kat Georges, Steve Wishnia are our first ones up this hour, and that does not conclude the total. There's still more fine folks coming, so if you're on the 9 to 10 hour, thanks for hanging in there. You've hanging on for quite a while. Everyone is going to get on. So, let me introduce our host for our final 9 to 10 hour, who's, by the way, hosting for the first time here, so we're going to give her an especially good welcome here. And by the way, we've been talking about all our arrest records today. I myself was once arrested at the United States Supreme Court. Fran was not at this event on New Year's Day 1998, and why was that? Is because she was getting arrested protesting Giuliani's second inauguration, which she did, by the way, with Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright, who was our very first reader between 2 and 3 here. So, let me tell you a bit more about Fran Luck, who is a long-time Lower East Side housing activist and host of the long-running radio program Joy of Resistance, Boy, it's been a long day. Joy of Resistance, Multicultural Feminist Radio at WBAI. It's Thursdays at 11 a.m. And she's been on the air on WBAI for more than 20 years. So a warm alternative welcome for our 9 to 10 host, Fran Luck.
This is a first. Wow. You're all still here. I'm so happy because, like Pete said, the best is yet to come. We got great poets coming up, and I'm so honored to be here helping to sort of unveil this treasure chest of, wow, unpredictable, unknowable things that are about to happen. Because I know they're about to happen. So I'm really, really, really honored. So I am going to start with our first poet, which is Judith Lee Herbert. Here.
Yeah, right over there.
Excellent. So Judith Lee's chapbook, Songbird, was a finalist in Blue Light Chapbook Competition of 2017. Her poems have placed in various contests and have been published online and in print. Judith Lee Herbert.
Thanks, Fran. Thanks, Pete. Thanks to the others who organized. Can you hear me properly? Okay. Some of you have heard this poem, but it really seems appropriate for tonight.
We'll be glad to hear it again.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Pete. Starless sky. We played on our block. I couldn't cross the street when I was 4. Yellow caterpillars raining from trees in front of our red brick building. My father told me, don't tell them the names of our friends. Vernon asked me to marry him, gave me a white flower, promised we'd live on a farm with cows and ducks and sheep. But I didn't want to leave home when I was 4. My father told me, if strange men talk to you in the street, don't tell them the names of people who come to the house. Don't tell them the names of our friends. We played in long shadows of trees on steamy sidewalks. When bad boys from around the corner showed up to hit us with sticks, we fled. Summer nights on the roof, warm breeze under starless sky. I was 4 when a girl said, the Jews killed Jesus. They pushed him off a bridge. Upstairs, my mother, thin-lipped, hoarsely whispered, it isn't true. My father cautioned, don't tell them the names of our friends. My parents said, if you come home and we aren't here, go to Catherine's on the 3rd floor. Bedtime, I searched the dark sky of my room for a wishing star. blew kisses into my pillow. I was 4 when my father warned me, don't tell them the names of our friends. I hope you understood this was about McCarthyism and the concern that we have now about what's going on currently. Thank you.
Thrilling and wonderful and totally relevant. Let's give Judith Lee Herbert another round of applause. Thank you so much. I remember sitting in the back seat of my parents' car and heard them talking about a cousin of ours, and then turn around to look at me to see if I was listening and whisper, she's a communist.
We're back in scoundrel time.
Yeah. Okay, so here we are in the last hour of the 28th annual alternative poetry reading extravaganza that I didn't I'm standing in front of this marvelous collage. I don't know if that would be the right word for it. It's kind of fragments by Sue Cole. I've ever been on, and I am not unconscious of the fact that I am standing in front of pieces of Picasso's Guernica. Recognize it? The light, the Minotaur. You remember the painting Enclosed Space of War, Picasso's Guernica. Thank you, Sue.
Don't forget about the pipeline that's exploding.
Right?
The exploding pipeline.
The exploding
pipeline.
Pipeline. Okay. And the name of the whole deal is Smoldering Tundra, which has all kinds of echoes. So, yeah. This gathering is giving me hope for 2025. And I've been dreading 2010. Have you all been dreading 2025? I mean, they claimed it. They called it Project 2025. They took the name right off the bat, right? So you can't even think of it without thinking of Project 2025. At least I can. I've done a lot of shows on it. Yeah. So I say, let us make it our Project 2025.
Yeah.
Take it back. Okay. The next poet on my list is Peter Karloftis. He is a publisher, editor, author, poet, playwright, actor, director, and performance artist. And I'm honored to introduce him.
Hello. We got Incoming! Right? If you've ever seen a war movie, you've seen it a second, we're good. Incoming! And everybody hits the ground, and they wait, the explosion happens, and they all get up, happy to be alive, until the next one. Well, January 20th is the fucking next one. And we went through it 4 years ago, the incoming, and we're still here. I mean, who the fuck are we to put up with this stuff? Who are we to let this guy? We should be down there surrounding the White House, but of course we're not. Of course reading poetry is good, resisting is good, but you know, we're on our phones, all of us, left and right. And you gotta take responsibility for that. And here's the name, Take It Back. Oswald's magic bullet. Put it back in the gun and have it misfire, with all the other pieces involved. Put JFK back on the plane alive, to anchor 16 years of JFK, RFK, erasing LBJ and Nixon Ford. Take it back. Let us see if our kind had a chance when it counted. Not wistfully after the fact, knowing we didn't. Perhaps the complex might have dissolved. Take it back. Oswald's gun. Let us dream a liberal one. Listen, soldier. We need you to get out there and spread pacifism at all costs. And by we mean we, so that's everyone else. Spread pacifism like there's no damn tomorrow, because as of tomorrow, there are none. Wounds will heal, cities rebuilt, and those who are dead will stay that way. Let us take on the future for the living, not the dead, and soon pacifism will be all that we know, and high time to let history repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're getting some really important.
Puppeteer will not succeed. That some sense of morality and fairness and truthfulness and common sense will arise in the chambers of the government. That the millions with tunnel vision who voted for him will finally open their eyes and see the havoc they have brought upon themselves and us, and will finally sing, "I can see clearly now the damage we've done. Gone are the days we'll be fooled again, and in the future, lies, hate, deception, cruelty, and fealty to the wealthy will be banished from our leaders' lips." So if we're going to accomplish some of that, there are things we need to do. And I could use your help here tonight. I know it's been sitting here for hours and it's too hot, but this is called What Are We Waiting For? And every now and then, if you guys could help me by saying, what are we waiting for? Okay. Let's fight for what's right. Let's hold our loved ones tight. Teach the young the wrong from the right. What are we waiting for? Let's sing our song. On the side of righteousness we belong. Protect the weak by being strong. What are we waiting for? There are creatures out there who plan to do harm. Join with your brethren and try to stay calm, but be prepared to answer the alarm. What are we waiting for? Try to see the world through others' eyes. Make the effort to sympathize. If we stand together, we'll win the golden prize. What are we waiting for? Democracy is why we're concerned. There's a lesson to be learned. The work must be done for it to be earned. What are we waiting for? Every woman, child, and man must be part of freedom's master plan. To have faith that we all can find the common bond before all is lost. To fail to do so comes at a staggering cost. Let's move on till the victory line is crossed. So what are we waiting? What are we waiting? What are we waiting for? Thank you.
Political change comes from the streets. Think of any big movement and you'll see that's where it started. Later on, some politicians get a hold of it and push it. It starts with us. Thank you so much, Alan Asher. Okay, so we're going to move on. Cat George. She is co-founder with Peter Karlovsky's of Three Rooms Press. That's what I've got for her. But from the applause, she's something to listen to. Cat George, come up to the mic.
Okay, 2 poems. Gasp. Oh my God, look up, a sky full of stars. Where did they come from? No, they haven't been here all along. I would have seen them. I've done my own research. We are alone. No, it's not the city lights that block out the view of the stars in the night sky. Who told you that? Scientists? What do they know? I've done my own research. The stars are not there, but in rural areas, a secret lab in China funded by George Soros has raised giant canopies that make you think there are millions of stars, and this is what has caused such massive hurricanes lately. I've done my own research. It's all there online. Don't try to convince me or say I'm wrong. Facts are facts, libtard. Now get out of here. Number 2. And the bodies keep coming. And the bodies keep coming more and more every day, marching in the streets with signs and shouts, dying in the streets with barely a whimper, crowding the streets to see the parade, rioting at the behest of their leader, filling Instagram feeds from unusual angles, in the reels doing yoga and Pilates at home, dancing on TikTok in synchronized pairs, aging on Facebook in plain view of all, on Pornhub. They really keep coming and coming. Beneath tables at strip clubs while girls dance on poles, in the gym lifting weights, doing cardio, stretching, at the pool, on the stairs, on the exercise path, at the game, at the concert, in the seedy nightclub, in the park, in the store, in the neighborhood bar, on the bed, in the concrete, in the subway, on the bus, and the freeways, on cars alone, keep coming. Ask the mortician, the doctor, the nurse, they keep coming. Ask the teacher, the lawyer, and coming. Ask the waitress, the driver, they keep coming. Ask the family, the tourists, and midtimes, and coming. All these bodies pushing, thriving, thrusting, needing attention, love, food, hope. Bodies of war, bodies of joy, the enemy and the defender, the explorer and the homemaker. So many bodies keep coming and coming, and they make charts and do surveys and issue predictions for health and lifespan and proper diet and weight, more suitable occupation and net worth. They call it big data, and then they call it you. And you listen, you mold yourself into the prescribed pretzel, and you spend your life. The bodies keep coming, but only you contain yourself, that singular story that cannot be foreseen.
Lots of treats in store tonight. Okay, moving on. Steve Wishnia. Yeah, Steve Wishnia. For many years, actually. He is a writer and musician who recently published an oral history of the Sin Club, that's capital S-I-N, on HellgateNYC.com. And I'm going to add that Steve is also a musician, a tenant activist, and an all-rights activist. We're a creative guy. Steve Wishnia, come to the mic.
Because it's a pretty loud guitar.
Oh yeah, that's a really good guitar. Cool.
But I think it's one for both. I'm going to need to sit down. It'd be really awkward to play this thing standing up. You can hear that, right? Yep. All right. Enough things have been said political tonight, so I'm going to do something apolitical. It's a song called "I Love to Watch That Old Woman Dance." Show. Got a tight black t-shirt. album that I just put up on Bandcamp, so if you're interested in hearing the studio version, you can go for Steve Wishnier's Purple Noise on Bandcamp.
Thank you so much, Steve. That was fun. That was great. Okay, set up again. Okay, so here we are going into, possibly the last half hour. I don't know, we're coming up on it. Please stay with us. There's a lot more great stuff to come. I'm now going to introduce Philip Weichman, whose recent books are Another Stab, Poems 1971 to 2017, and The Poverty of Philosophy, Readings in Non and Other Philosophies of Immanence. All right, Philip Weichman. Coming to the mic? It is coming to the mic. Okay, here you are. Here's the mic.
This reminds me of an old ABC No Radio record.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's a great place.
So, this is my book, Another Stab. I have some copies here. $10. I'll start with a little poem from there. A question. Reading Theron's journals, only the suffering are creative. Well, why isn't she more creative? She suffers all the time. Alas, because she wants to get better. Hard to clap on that one. This is my latest. It's called Sing Again Soon, or More Sinned Against Than Sinning. What is a poet? An unhappy person who conceals profound anguish in his heart, but whose lips are so formed that his signs and cries pass over them. They sound like beautiful music. It is with him as with the poor wretches in Phalaris's bronze bull, who were slowly tortured over a slow fire. Then screams could not reach the tyrant's ears to terrify him. And the people crowd around the poet and say to him, "Sing again soon." So, people, here's my song. More sinned against than sinning, aren't we all? Wandered into a minefield of family buttons on Pearl Harbor Day at Lil's B-Day brunch, when incautiously pressed on MJ's overweight ones. Wow! I was immediately shot down off course, but of course the damage was done. Lil's party ruined. Seed's word for it later. MJ traumatized for life, forever. Being told after at the ritual handing over of gifts, while she was quietly sobbing unbeknownst to me in the other room. Say, Marcia, you need a filter, by Lil. Seconded, you do, by her damn. I told the former to fuck off, and the latter, that's why you're an ex-wife, not a wife. She pressing my own buttons, thinking of all the ways she made my life a living hell. 10 years we were together, harping on all I needed to do in the ways I needed to change to earn the privilege of continuing to burn there.
We gotta get her side of the story. Okay, and let's not forget the poets who are she's. I mean, when I grew up, all the poets were men, all the painters were men, everything was men. So I'm always so happy when people refer to poets as she. But Leave me not interfere with anyone.
Actually, I was quoting someone.
Okay, thank you. I will leave to hear that. Good. Good. All right, Gina Enders. Or, excuse me.
Kierkegaard, hold
Thank you. Okay. Oh, more of our great Western thinkers. I see. In through them. Gita Enders, pronounced with a hard G. Gita. Was supposed to be that aloud. Gita Enders has been writing creative nonfiction for 50 years. She attended the New York University Creative Writing Program and has a smattering of publications. Gita Enders.
So I'm going to pull 2 paragraphs out of something I'm actually working on now, and hopefully I'll make it to 3 minutes or less. Tom Marino is a pain in the ass. He comes into the office every morning, winter and summer, in a wife beater and shorts, hair soaked, dripping sweat, drenching his half-shaved back. He sits down in my office, so I get up with coffee makings in hand to head to the kitchen and keep him on the move. Of the 80-some-odd people in this office, I think 6 of us engage with him. We're all social workers, so there's little alternative. The other side is doctors and a few unfortunate admin personnel. They could have been rid of him 5 years ago, but no one takes the time to document. I could have done this in 2 years of microscopic management of time and lead. Surgical precision takes about 2 years. I stopped by his new cube. Before he had a cube near a window, got demoted to the last cube in a row that was hastily slammed together. Which cube smells like sweat and, dare I say, perhaps urine? What the actual fuck? He keeps his clothes in his cube and after traveling substantially around the office, grabs some wrinkled mess and trots off to the toilet to change. In my view, dripping sweat and exhibition of massive body hair is toxic masculinity. They made an entire dress code for him, then failed to follow up with documentation. Sorry. Tom Marino is definitely leading his life alone. I look at his Insta and sometimes he'll get like 1 or 2 likes. Mostly him working out. Nearest we can figure is that he works out his legs and nothing else. He has the belly fat of a postmenopausal woman. I say Tom Marino is overboard. Curtis says he's long-winded, but can fix all the little electronics, mice, keyboards, laptops if you're so inclined. Yes, he should do that. Yes. I want to take a moment on the political spectrum if I have the time. So everyone, we're all freaking out. But I work for one of the biggest municipal governments probably on the planet. It takes 2 years to get anything done. And I say 2 years advisedly, I'm not just hyperbole. I mean, I literally have projects that I started in 2021 just coming to fruition. So my point, the federal government is a gigantic bureaucracy. He can say what he wants to say, but the likelihood, unless he goes full insane and declares martial law on January 20th, it's all going to be over by the midterms. Thank you.
All right. Very bold words. Hope that's true. Thank you so much. Let's give her a hand. Okay, so I'm going to do a little political commentary. Some things take 2 years, some things take 101 years, and right now, there's a little matter called the Equal Rights Amendment, which almost every other country has. Every advanced country has it, we don't have it, and it's almost there. We're almost there. So, if you're interested in helping us get there, because women really need laws to protect us across the board, come and see me afterwards. Give me your email address. I'll make sure you sign a petition that is going to be brought to the Biden administration very soon. It's a huge campaign to get that thing passed before Trump takes over. Let me check on a few of the poets coming up and make sure they're in the house. Is Veronica Liu here? Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. How about Aaron Huchigi? Fine, Betty, you don't tell me how to say that. Yes, you're here, I can hear that. Billy Lamont, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, and Catherine Paulson, are you here?
Yep.
Great. And Matt Proctor?
Yeah, I'm here. I gotta head out.
What was that?
I have to head out in a few minutes.
You have to get out soon?
Yeah.
Oliver Archibald, are you here?
No,
Don't hear, okay. Ernest Woodley, are you here? Yes, no? Okay. And William Considine.
Here.
All right. What was that? Oh, blow dryer. Must be a cool. Jennifer, blow dryer is in the house. Okay. And
Can we push
here? All right. So somebody just said that they need to leave soon.
Matt, you put that on before me.
Matt?
Yeah.
Can we move up the agenda? Okay. All right, I'll put you on now, Matt, okay? Since you spoke up. And Matt, I don't have a bio for you. All I know is that you are outspoken, as you just were. So come and take the mic.
Thank you so much. I don't mean to be a diva or anything about it. I appreciate that. I'm honored to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. Thanks a lot. I'm just going to read one piece, 12/18/24. This is called Shit Fire. It's kind of how I feel about things right now. I hear oratorios when I spell. Quick, get the Chiravalo. He makes us all speedier. Portnoy's not complaining about the result. Insane clown party is flowing from the tip of my moments of poetry with Ashley. The editor from Hobart brought up Welbeck. Treat it like roommates with thick wall. He's replacing the sink, screws it into the counter, a pie in green gratitude, bringing out the diamonds. Soldier boy, tell him. In my head-bound queue, I'm seeing the world for the first time these days. Might not be a bad time to get out of town for a little while. Dead nuts, capitalist bummer. This was supposed to be the 60s, or the 20s, I forget which. Maybe both. Actually, it's the 30s. We need a war restaurant to get out. The rich are stealing from the poor. Driver mouth giving anti-COVID advice. I've thrown away my stupid life on this shit. He picks up to sell me gummies, carrying his med kit. Mayday, mayday, happy moments flow freely from the sleepy city. We'll be there every Monday, never taking a break, because it's our best chance of experience that anybody's given us. They look at me like I'm nuts. Shortest day of the year, maybe I'll go back in January. You can't make this stuff up. Attention to tenderness in the wilderness. I've never been kissed. My nerves, what ails me? Passive-aggressive scarf mushing. To navigate the sky sheet, Lewis Carroll moved to tangential psychiatric scheme. My ears pop, can't get the wane out. Can you feel that bird on my lips? It feels good in my tummy. I wanted my heart to beat in time with no future, keeping one eye open on the Uniqlo. They closed before I could order. Frank bowl of assorted memories as the first flakes twist down on the season. It's like I'm dead, how much they miss me. I miss myself. Didn't even know that was an option. Have the whole house to myself but a few days a year. Jar full of Christ on the Nash Bridges channel. Might have to be amputated. A human centipede goes missing on God's half acre. It's easier than you think, creating the newest thing you possibly can. She lives under the same line as me. They're not airing it live. Chunks of finished expression need orphanage. He has an estate out on the island, purchased with getting people to watch you. Thank you again.
Thank you. That was wonderful, wonderful. All right, Veronica Liu, you are up next. And I'm happy to hand the mic over to you, even though I don't know a thing about you. But we're going to hear your poetry in 1 minute.
Come on, people, wake up.
Of course that. I forgot to send a bio. This is about a 2-year New Year, or memory loss. I've Gone almost 2 years without a day planner again, and it's making my head shrink. Without the practice of pouring it out, I just walk around with everything sloshing in there, getting mixed up, diluted, till the fizz goes away. I still drink it, but the flavor of now defizzed seltzer is a weird sort of tolerance build that can only come of family members leaving LaCroix cans everywhere when exiting the house abruptly, thinking their post-breakfast urgency is more important than my pre. But my pre-breakfast time then becomes as urgent because I've probably woken up too late and too close to the next thing I'm supposed to do. So then these partial LaCroix cans and milky cereal bowls and bits of fruit skin become the difference between my having a breakfast at all or thinking too hard about the long game with the roaches and trying to put it all away. Because there are days now when I don't see Valoria for extended periods, I've been trying to not go too hard with the multitasking when she's around. Trying instead to play, or read, or chat, or even just lie down beside her and look at her. Her curiosity is not as novel as Lester's was, but I don't want to shortchange her on the wonder that I may not have in as great a volume as before. The wonder, or the care, or the time. I want to give her a second birthday party because Lester had a second birthday party. And how would it be explaining to them when they're 11 and 18 that we did one for less but decided to skip hers? She's almost 2 and my body can tell because I have a little more room for things that I haven't had room for in the past 2 years. The sloshing distracts me from noticing that it's been draining slowly too. So there's less of a certain kind of noise, though other kinds of noise fill it in. I'm a sucker for wherever I just was, and I already missed the time when I thought I could get away with no day planner so that I can be ever present. Because when I finally realize the past, present, future is butting up against each other, it'll hit harder that, for a period of roughly 2 years, I won't have an overly documented past with Valoria to revel and swim and stew in either. These days when I spend only the present with Valoria are gone in an instant, become the past before I know it, and all I have is this sloshing.
So many corners of life come out and flow through here. It's just a wonder to listen to it. You realize how rich this amalgam is. So, our next reader is Erin. He is a poet who is reading at the 28th Alternative Poetry Extravaganza.
That's my bio.
There you go.
I'm forever trying to figure out how to write about New York City, and so this is an attempt to write about New York City. It's a poem called The New Amsterdam. I am the scam you go in for, the diamonds in the pavement, ecstatic evenings caught on traffic cam, rare toilets and consensual enslavement. Scholars and brawlers are inside of me. What could I be? I am the new Amsterdam. I am those glam high-rises and the derelict's despair, graffiti worthy of the Met and sham Versace hawked to chumps in Union Square. Tourists and purists are inside of me. What could I be? I am the new Amsterdam. I am the ham ironist, the perverse poobah of shock, the fire truck stranded in a rush hour jam while conflagration rages round the block. Birders and murders are inside of me. What could I be? I am the new Amsterdam. I am the slam where subway ends, a scrum of mad musicians, Sunday phone calls with a far-off fam, halal street food, and infinite ambitions. Shoe-ins and ruins are inside of me. What could I be? I am the new Amsterdam. Thank you.
Shoe-ins and ruins. Thank you so much. Great. Moving on. By the way, I'm passing around a piece of paper, and if you want to give me your email, I'll get in touch with you about something you can do to help move the Equal Rights Amendment 100 years old, 101, and trying to finally pass. Okay, our next reader is Billy Lamont, and we do have a bio for him. He is a multimedia performance poet, recording artist that has performed on MTV and the Joe Franklin Show, and with several Lollapalooza rock tours. His latest book is Words Ripped from a Soul Still Bleeding. Okay, Billy Lamont.
The Gallery of Light, strobe light. An adult lies in the fetal position in a strobe light generation, addicted to dreams of midnight impulses and sugar passion streaming. My bedroom, a jail cell. My bedroom, a jail cell. A baby left in city traffic getting fitted for a mental straitjacket. A Ukrainian sunflower with a snake at its root. A cherry tree that needs and will bear fruit. Metaphysical visions of a paraplegic soul. Spotlight. I love you. I love you. I love you from the bottom of my current frame of reference. Of course, in a few years I could have a new preference. I love you. Microwave romance. We want everything fast, don't we? Working slave all day. Family times are too few. Haiku, a cuckoo. Look at me cross-eyed or unkindly and I'll sue. Haiku, a cuckoo. Do not tell the truth. Hide it, whatever you do. Haiku, a cuckoo. I talk to myself and never listen to you. Say this with me. Haiku, a cuckoo. Haiku, a cuckoo. Haiku, a cuckoo. Oh no! I shouldn't have drank all this water for this long car ride. I wanna pee. Onomatopoeia. I guess you could say I'm earthly spiritual or a beautiful mess. Simply a huge oxymoron am I. Moonlight, for Allen Ginsberg, who should love and support for my work, let me sample from Helen, my first album, Howl. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn, looking for an angry fix. Angel-headed hipsters burning for the ancient heavenly connection to the starry dynamo and the machinery of night. A poet is a poem, a creation that can create sunlight. A spiritual fetus spins in a whirlpool of color, a myriad of revelations. Open eyes, open eyes, open eyes. So let's dance to the rhythm of thought. Color clouds, you were loved before you were born. Angel kisses, your life is precious. Flower faces, your soul is one of a kind. Love bath, let's learn to love ourselves and then we'll be able to love others. See with the eyes of angels. I'm Poet Billy Lamont. Happy New Year, everybody. It's a new day. There's hope, there's hope.
Let's give another hand for Billy Lamont. Okay, we're really coming down to the end now. We got about 5 more readers. And then we may have a little more lines. Okay, Peter's busy. Okay, our next reader is, are you ready? Everybody, pay attention. Our next reader is Catherine Paulson. Catherine Paulson, please come to us. And you are a reader at the 28th Annual Poetry Extravaganza.
A different chain. I got the email 3 days in a row from different folks. Subject line, quarantine cooking. It said if I followed the directions, and everybody else did, I'd be getting 36 recipes. I should send a recipe to the first name on the list, even if I didn't know him or her. then move the sender's name to first place and add mine to second, and forward the revised email as BCC to 20 friends. Even if the first name on the list, even if I didn't know him, her, then move the sender's name to first place, add mine to second, and forward the revised email as BCC to 20 friends. Oh, and reply to sender if I couldn't do this within 5 days, so as to be fair to everybody else, all those waiting for all those recipes. Send something quick and easy, the letter said. No rare ingredients. To quote, actually the best one is the one you know in your head and can type right now. Don't agonize over it. It is the recipe you make when you are short on time. Only now we're long on time. Or would be if there wasn't so much else to do in quarantine, like reconnect with all those folks you've been neglecting for so many years, especially if you're of an age to have accumulated more friends than you've lost. And the problem with any recipe is it requires you to at least take it in, decide if you admire it enough to make it, and if you do, then you'll need to acquire its ingredients if they're not already in residence on the shelves of your pantry or fridge. Which brings up the issue of what might easily be there these days. What's rare these days? Flour is, eggs and milk might well be. Surely the best ingredients are the ones you've already bought, maybe years ago and then forgot. And do I really want to get 3 dozen recipes of an easy salad or pasta dish I could probably imagine for myself, if indeed I haven't already made it? Wouldn't I rather be entertained by recipes so bizarre I never found them in any online search or even in my dreams? The alt version of that email was leavened with irony, describing the chain as basically a pyramid scheme, but a harmless one. In contrast, thought I, to the typical chain communique of the past, threatening bad luck, dark futures, and lovelessness to decliners, or suggesting their characters were deficient in human feeling, this one envisioned a future in which, if the chain isn't broken, we could be constantly forwarding recipes to each other ad infinitum, which the sender said actually sounds okay. Okay, sure. I too have forwarded many, many things to many people over these weeks that have been forwarded to me, maybe creating some accidental change, sending them back to those who began them. But what would I most like to be sent? I'm open to getting ad infinitum, whether easy or difficult, familiar or exotic, common or rare, and I'm happy to ask others to forward a letter in support of food. So here's what, poems. Send them to me, please. I'm willing to accept as many as any of you can supply. Here it is.
Thank you very much. Okay, not everybody can stick within 3 minutes. That's problems for myself, but I liked your thrust. Okay, we have in the house the illustrious and very, very notorious Jennifer Blow-Dryer. Jennifer Blow-Dryer's most recent book is True Blue. Please everybody listen, we're coming to the end. You can hang out a little bit afterwards. Jennifer Blow-Dryer's most recent book is True Blue, Essays on New York City with Apathy Press. She used to write columns for New York Press and Maximum Rock and Roll, and is now singing and recording tunes with Blow-Dryer Nouveau. Jennifer Blow-Dryer.
Thank you. Actually, my newest book is Music A to Z. It's pretty good. But I have 2 copies of True Blue and one I'd to read. I've been here so it's kind of been a good, it's been a good night, but it's nice to hear from people. I could use another glass of Cabernet about now. This is a Horden from True Blue. Horden. Oh, that might be like. It's interesting for some reason when the hoarders die upside down. How do they do it? What losers? I mean, you and me, we're all going to die, but we will most likely not be upside down. That is so out of control. Hoarders, like the very fat, the very drunk, the very strung out, have clearly lost more than a margin of self-control. When I was trying to find out about Colleen Green, who was my hoarder for a while, when she permitted me, I read Buried in Treasure. Those hoarders are not psychotic. They know they're doing something weird, saving every back issue of Cat Fancy, every bank statement, bits of food, styrofoam plates, unable to walk through their own domicile except through little paths that are known in the hoarder trade as goat trails. They're OCD, they're not psychotic. So they keep right on piling stuff up, even though the respiratory system is trashed from the loads of dust, mold, pet hair. They box themselves in, but like smokers are crushing their own human lungs forever and for real. And the pets who at least eat their carcasses have a little bit more joie de vivre in the long run. And those pets want to live. Who doesn't? Get serious. Here's an Obama phone. Call somebody who cares. Good luck. I was sitting on a stoop in Glendale, California, because actually the cartoonist place I was staying in, one door down from the Holy Roller, and right next to the underground senior couple, was fairly filthy. So I sat around in front a lot. Colleen came by the stoop with her little Alaskan dog. I forget the brand name. Every night around 7 p.m., Neil the ex-spook right next door was usually out too, and we were all in the bottom half of a beaten-up, non-earthquake-proof building. Whites at the end of a run. The white Scientology family upstairs, which we gossiped about no end, fled in a van not long after Neil countered their mother's gift of a copy of Dianetics with a worn-out secondhand smoke-drenched copy of the Book of Mormon. Men in suits came with a moving van and took them off to a far better spot. While we remained in the San Fernando Valley Quake cracked terrace doors stuck shut, our weird piles of owning and being just too much. No justice, just us.
Our next reader is Oliver Archibald, who is a visual artist and a writer of fantasy fiction.
He's not here.
He's not here?
He's not here?
Definitely not here.
Okay.
Last word on that? Okay, moving on. Our next reader is Ernest Wigley.
Yay!
I don't know why, but I'll tell you something, he's a hell of a nice guy. And here he is. Ernest, welcome.
Okay, good evening, folks. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. First poem I'm going to read is called Monotone. As I stand here in front of this crowd, nervous, unemoting, speaking in one tone, no inflection, not shouting, not whispering, stuck on one note, one key, like a broken piano. At times when I read, it's like as if someone listening to a TV sign-off sign in the wee hours of the morning. Still nervous. Howard Cosell wrote, this piece has no music, no melody, no spirit, no life. Just one long key, unable to unlock this poem into a song from one stuck note, monotone. Time to read one more. Okay, this one is entitled, Come One, Come All. Come one, come all, let's have a ball, let's have a word party. Come see performers, dancers, singers, poets. Yes, especially those poets. Come see poets, artists of the spoken word, shouting rhymes to hit back rows of rooms, reciting words at machine gun speed, being nimble, and with pronunciation as Jack jumping over those candlesticks.
Come see poets, touch the crowd with their energy, spin stories as rides, get one or many to applaud, cheer as if a sports team won a championship. Come one, come all, come from north, south, east, west. Come see poets do their thing, witness a happening here at this moment in time. Happy New Year and happy Kwanzaa. Peace.
Thank you for those good wishes. Something about them just warms my heart. And our very last invited reader is William Considine. And William Considine writes poems and plays. His bio and links to his books, plays, videos, and book reviews are on his website, which is www.williamconsidine.com. That's WILLIAMCONSIDINE.com. William Considine.
Thank you. I haven't closed the place in a long time, so, and really glad to be here. I'll read one poem. We're well into the night, so this poem is about the moon. It's called Full Moon. The full white moon, drunk with so many memories of love, twists its round mouth and howls a Looney Tune. Oh, humans of the dark blue planet facing skies, your small white eyes gleam like so many stars, radiating into stark near-nothing space, a faded being's final trace. The light returning from your eyes is fire of the love God left at your thighs. Sky-gazing men and women seduced through the open moaning of the moon, oh, says the big face in a cosmic cartoon, feel touched by grace, implicit in our sense of place. Hugging old confusions as our own dear conclusions, spinning dizzy dreams and dim and mixed up scenes, jilted, faithful lovers croon for shadows on our bright balloon.
So much, and that does it for the invited readers. We're going to have a few more readers on the open mic, and I know you've all been waiting. Pete's going to talk about that, and I've been, Fran, glad to host this for my first time. Hope I wasn't too, unready, but I jumped in at the last minute, and here we are. Thank you so much for staying. All right, here comes Pete.
Thank you, man. Let's get a hand for our host for the last hour, Brian Luck. Welcome. And with any consolation, we do actually have one more scheduled reader, Thomas Fukalora, who many of you know, but he was unable to make it today. So just for the record there. All right, we have to be out of here at 11 o'clock, which means we're going to have to break down really quick. So anybody who could stick around and help us break down, it would be very much appreciated. So I've got 3 names on the open mic sign-up list. If any of you are still here, well, more power to you for persevering for so many hours. So here we go. Gary Barnett, are you still here? All right, gave up. Debbie Branch. Yeah. Okay, come on up, Debbie. And Kathy Bouch, if you're still here. Apparently not. Okay, so we have one open mic reader, Debbie Branch. Let's give her an alternative hand.
Is this mic like my size or what?
Just pull it down. Oh, yeah, it's good.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the 50th anniversary of awareness and freedom, which may be one and the same. And my experience with a seasoned Hubley pinup lookalike. The sun was a big blinding ball. In its contrast, its warmth was like a kiss. We got up simultaneously. Wendy pushed open the front door to find her brother shooting up. She stood there looking at him. I stood by her. He seemed to be finishing up.
He pulled the works out of his arm, shoved it in his pocket. He walked towards us to leave through the front door. He said to me, "Don't ever do this. I don't want to ever see you do this." He rubbed Wendy's head. "Hey, I'm going to pick up James. We're going to go pick up some scrap metal. Are you all right?" "Yeah." "Hey, listen, take this. You and your friend go get what you want, okay? I'll see you later." Wendy took a deep breath, and then she asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "You want to go to my room for a little bit?" "Sure." I flopped down in my favorite chair. Wendy looked through her records. She pulled Curtis Mayfield, "Little Child Running Wild," the Superfly album, leaned against first in line in the stack. Shake the family tree. And wasn't D.D. Ramon a Republican?
All right, and we have one final open mic here. So hands together for Bob Bell, and then we will wrap it up.
Thanks. I'm not really a reader, but you know, I usually go to some of these poetry readings, a lot of comedy. I do a lot of comedy, and it's great, man. This is inspiring to me. What's interesting is somebody who did that whole play that I felt like that's really what the one I can't remember who it was, but I really think at this point we really should have military industrial complex the musical. Really, really, that's where we're at, And I was going to tell her, I know she's gone, but if she does it, I really want to be Dick Cheney, if she could. Really, I'd love to, just near impressive danger, near impressive danger. That's all I fucking, that's where we're at. I mean, can you believe he actually endorsed Kamala Harris? I mean, does that even need a punchline in any way, shape, or form that he endorsed? You know what the punchline is? Is that she accepted the endorsement readily. That's it, And if it would have been and if it would have been Bernie, saying that he was, Trump was running against Bernie, do you think he would have endorsed Bernie Sanders? There's no way. No way. He would have endorsed John Wayne Gacy before we'd endorse Bernie Sanders or any serial killer choice. Oh man, I don't know, man. It's just when you think about it, last time I remember, you're talking about you were at, you're at the Giuliani inauguration of president.
I disrupted it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's amazing that he is still around.
Isn't it?
It's amazing. I mean, it's just he is like the turd that won't flush down the toilet. He's just you flush and you flush and you flush, and it won't go away. I mean, there's no way at all, man. It's I don't know, I get too political, so I do. So let me leave it up a little bit and let's talk about Gaza. Yeah, I mean, it's what's amazing is with wars you have amazing bedfellows, right? Between the Ukraine war or what's going on in Israel. What are the biggest backers to the Israelis? The biggest backers? Evangelical Christians. Evangelical. And you know what the logic is behind this? Yeah. The logic is if they back Israel, then there'll be World War III, and then Jesus will come back. Right.
And they'll go to heaven, but Jews won't.
Yeah, right, absolutely. No, it all makes sense to them. Or maybe Jesus comes back and then there's World War III. I don't know, I can't tell. But all I know is one thing. Jesus isn't coming back anytime soon. There's no way, no way. If he came back, he'd look at everybody and say, you know what, I'll give you another 2,000 years. How about that? Yeah. Or better yet, he'd look at everybody and say, you know what, I'm a Buddhist now. It's over. That's it, man. You guys were all great, man. I really appreciate it. I just appreciate you guys. And believe me, I was inspired by all of you. And you give me a little bit of hope tonight. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, Bob, for ending us on a good humorous note. We certainly could use some laughs these days. So this has been the 28th Alternative New Year's spoken word and performance extravaganza. So give yourself a hand for persevering to the end. Thanks to Sue Polo for our wonderful set, and all the people who helped make this happen, including Dan Rukowski, Robert Roth, Madeline Artberg, and
This fella here who did it all, every day, every hour of every day, he worked on this.
all right, thank you all for coming out, and we'll do it all again next year. And wow, it's 10:40. You know, this is a day where everybody showed up, and almost everybody did their whole 3 minutes, which is good. We want to hear from everybody, but normally we always catch up at the end and we're done right on time. We were like 40 minutes over. This is probably a record for us, but hey, it was great hearing everybody. So we'll see you all next year.